Snow fell cold on a bitter night. John was gone for the morning light. They blame Karen, but it don't sit right. Too many secrets hid from sight. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be, and welcome to Verdict Watch Day 2. And I'm starting a little bit earlier because we had a rumor that Karen Read's defense team would be showing up at 8:15 for some reason. We don't know which reason it was. And my co-host didn't know I was going earlier, so they will be here a bit later. But I thought we have the PD River case. We're just going to watch that anyway. So if anything pops up, we're going to catch back to this one. And the only thing I could kind of anticipate that they would be coming in early for was to argue the motion that the verdict form needed to be clearer. Bev have this weird verdict form that, in my opinion, is more distracting than it's helping the juror. So I think that's the only thing that if they're coming in for an argument, it'll be to try and say, well, we found this verdict form somewhere else, and it proves that in Massachusetts you can do the verdict form in a different way. Bev will then say, Mr. Yannetti, you know, this is how we do it in Massachusetts. Yeah. Oh, they came at around 8:10. I've been looking around. I haven't seen them arrive, so... But thank you, Serenative. No matter what, I still think that the most likely thing is that they will find her guilty in the clean OUI. She'll be back out because, again, it's been 2.5 years on parole. I know everyone says, well, Bev will give her the maximum. Bev won't give her the maximum. I cannot foresee that happening in any way because she would be immediately struck down on appeal. But I have my tablet running OnlyFan. Don't follow me on that. It's heinous what I put on that one. Got this new toy, a cactus. You don't want to see what it does to me. So don't follow my OnlyFan. But I don't know. Verdicts are always at some point where you don't expect it. Some people were speculating maybe they went home early because they took a straw poll and all of them agreed and they wanted to go home and mull it over and see if they are still in agreement. I find that weird. But again, it happened in other cases. Other people said, well, it was Friday. They want to say, deuces, we're out of here. It's not like there's a time schedule they have to do this. If I've been listening to Brennan for an hour and a half, I would say, are you effing kidding me? And I would have left before we even reached the jury room. But that's just me. Thank you, Tons of Fun, for 3 months, and hey to you as well. You can do jury watch till 9:45, then I have to head to an appointment, so I'm voting after lunch selfishly. Stephen, you can always rewatch if it goes earlier. I would get the payment for today and lunch, and then GTFO. Well, they get like $6 or something for a day in court, which is heinously underpaid. And again, I feel I haven't, in the 14 years I've been doing it in Denmark, we haven't raised our payment. And after taxes, I get about $100 a day. So I couldn't imagine you have to drop your work, maybe pay for lunch, pay for parking, and you've been doing this for 32 days. I wouldn't be coming back. Let's say they get, some people say they get like $15. That's $600 they'd made doing jury duty for 2 months. That's absolutely crazy. It's never too early for Cactus Talk Miami. Hey, Andrea. And happy birthday to Valhalla. And thank you, Christine, for being a member of Mo or Val's channel for 19 months. $50, according to Juror 3. Get $50 a day? Well, that at least that is a little bit better. Hey, Linda. And if I have to show up today, then I will absolutely get my lunch from them. Do you think they get good lunches? Only get paid if the person's employer doesn't pay. Yeah, of course. In Denmark, if you work for like a civil worker, you'll just get paid by them. Other than that, some private employers pay, but other than that, you'll have, we call it a diet. That's a fixed amount that you can have. There's 3 levels in Denmark, and the lowest level is half a day, and that's 600 Danish, which would be, how much is that? $670 or something, $80, and then you have to tax it, and tax is 40%. So, and then you have the level I'm at, that's 1,295 Danish, and without taxes, then it's 700. Then it's around $100, and then you have the big one. But I've never ever seen anyone get that. You have to be way higher up in the system before they pay those. Hey, Luna, and Mr. Fett, and Holly Mac. I work for myself, so I don't get paid for jury duty. I'm a farmer, so how would I figure out my hourly? Yeah, but that's why we have this standard that you get those 1,100 a day, because but that hasn't been changed in the 14 years I've been there. It haven't been raised at all. So with the inflation, we should probably be getting 50% more. But I have it up running. It's ready in the background. Let's go and watch the PD River case, because at least we have something to look at while we are waiting. remember yesterday we got to this guy. This guy is the guy who went around and found the surveillance videos in the case. Testified that there was a time difference on the surveillance camera, but they saw the couple at the restaurant together. If you weren't here yesterday, this case is about a woman who is accused of unaliving her husband. She worked as a transporter for a coroner's office. She had an affair with a coworker who has pled guilty to lesser offenses. Her husband and her had moved away from each other, and this is where it doesn't really make sense why they would do it. But allegedly, at some point, because she gets pregnant, maybe, they decide to get him out of the picture, and she pew-pews him with a .22 multiple times, takes him to the coroner's office, wraps him up in tarp, zip ties, and a cinder block, buys a Lowe murder kit. I didn't know they had those at Lowe's. It's nice to know if I ever go to the Americas again and need to do it. And then drive him to the river where they dump him, and he's found later by someone setting fishing lines for, I believe it was catfish, but I could be wrong. Maybe it's crawfish. I think it's catfish. But the opening statements before that, the prosecutor tried to get in that they had found a lot of pew-pews. Not the one they used, but they found pew-pews, which then apparently they wanted to show, and the judge said, The judge is really good. I like the judge so far. I don't like the prosecution team. They seem like they want to sneak a lot of stuff in there, kind of under the radar. The defense team, one of them is dressed like Sonny from Miami Vice. It's a father-son team. They've been doing okay. They don't have a great case, but they're doing okay. Valhalla is up. Yeah, he's doing chores. Hey, Medina Finn and Stringer Bell. And thank you, Phoenix, for supporting one of my co-stars for 5 months. No, and that's what the judge said. You can't infer anything by finding other than the red rum tool. But they tried, and that's why I don't like this prosecution team. But let's do it to it, and I'm gonna put on, because it's normally a little low. And Mo is here. I didn't have to come in this fast. I'm just wasting time while.
Oh, well, I didn't know if they were going in early.
That's why I started early. If anything comes up, I'll just jump to it. I'm covering the PD River because Sue said she doesn't understand why they found the body. She's been using that spot for a long time. I don't know what she meant by it, but
I don't get how two people as the prosecutor so greatly said, the business of death, were so bad at this.
Oh, Dr. Tracy lives near that house as well. Where is this trial? South Carolina. It's in. I should know. Sue knows all the. Oh, we have camera movement in court. It just looks like he's about to tip the camera over. I have my tablet running with the court feed. Of course, you're smarter than these people. Sorry, we'll just go back because now camera is moving. Does that mean anything? We don't know. Wall's case is next with the same LEO. He's probably get off if found not guilty. I don't think Brandon Walsh is going to get found innocent. They've been trying to get some of the same tactics in with Karen Reed, but I don't know if he's going to be found not innocent. Sue, what town is it in? Hey, look, Zach is back. That means summer school for the short bus is out. Horry County. Horry County. Well, he just went back to OnlyFans. Let's go here how this loving couple, Myrtle Beach. Yeah, you told me yesterday. I should know this stuff. I don't care.
What in the Miami Vice is going on over at that table?
Play 22. The calls for one second, just for clarification. Sorry, Kelly.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh yeah, you weren't here yesterday. He wears dress shoes with no socks, and I said you can't do that. You wear loafers with no socks. That's how Sonny did it. But he's a little. He's like a mixture between Don Johnson in Miami Vice and Matthew McConaughey's. You know those people who go around and open malls as a knockoff of the celebrity. The guy who won't do the all right, but will do a all right. It kind of looks
He
like
is
that.
the Troy McClure of mall openings.
Yeah.
But could they have gotten his younger brother a real suit, not from the Junior Miss section? Because you've got dad has a good suit, older brother has a good suit. Little Skippy's got, killed in the dry cleaning, I guess.
Well, he's just working into the family team, so that's.
When you obtained this video footage, did you obtain footage other than just the defendant? That's inartfully worded. What I'm asking is,
And I hate. It's the same with Trooper Bukaki.
Yeah, I
Why
don't
do
wanna
you
see
have
that much
dress?
ankle?
Why do you have dress suit pants that's high water? It look. I know he has half the calf of a sack, but still, if you don't have calves, buy a pair of longer pants so you don't sit there and show off your feminine angles.
Yeah,
It's
that's
a really
whole
bad
lot
look.
of flag, and it looks like he shaves. So he's a swimmer, y'all, or a diver.
Maybe he's a bike rider. They shave because when they get massage, it hurts like heck.
I thought they shaved just because they like to sit on really uncomfortable things and wear spandex for some reason.
Again, if you wanna, my OnlyFans is where I play a bike rider. Oh, don't do that. Can we expect an actual verdict today? Hey, Bob, it can be in 5 minutes and it could be in 5 days. We never know. My record is still 38 hours in the Karen Tyler case, where they, after 17 hours of deliberation, just chucked out 2 jurors and put in 2 new jurors because that's fair.
Can you imagine how pissed off you would be if you're an alternate? Like, you had to listen to Hank for a bajillion years.
Yeah, I would lose my mind. Yeah, that's why you don't have any hair on your lower legs, right? Oh, it's because of the massages. Yeah. Maybe you just like that feeling when you slip into your wife's silk stockings at night. We judgment-free zone.
Yeah, why is the dad sitting way behind? I am so confused by this whole setup.
Yeah, why does she look like she's in internal pain? Baker, we're not judging the defendant on their facial expression, but she looks like she's in agony constantly.
Well, yeah, every time she's tried to pull sad out, I've just got constipated.
And can we just mention that hairstyle disappeared roughly 1985? She got the
That's
fluff and
still
the
going
bangs.
strong in my neck of the wood, Baker. We are holding on for holding out's sake.
You keep the Golden Girls hairstyle going. They shuffle positions around a lot depending on who's going to question. Oh, interesting.
Ooh.
Jamie and Jemima has, of course, been doing homework. No spoilers, please. Hey, Jinxie Poo. The Aquanet hairdo. Hey, dog lover. And look who's here talking about old people hairstyles. AJ. She's just here to see the angle of this man because she streams with Gabby. Gabby is, I think, what you will clinically call a sexual deviant. And she has kind of infested AJ with it. Every time I go on their show, it's always something very sexual.
Ah.
I, for one, is not a fan of it, but... And if you don't follow AJ's channel, you should go follow AJ's channel because she reruns old cases. She actually runs a case right now where this hairstyle would be one of the newer ones on the show.
Betty Broderick case. That is one angry woman. She was the start of the Karening.
Well, she was living with rats and her husband had another girl. So what would you do?
I know. She was just fighting for the little gal in all of us.
This case is it's called the river dumping unaliving case or the PD river case. It's a coroner assistant and a body transporter who unalived her husband after having a relationship. Yeah, I know. That's why you have to go to and follow AJ. Maybe one of the mods can share AJ's link and more people can go over and see her generate. I'm really not a fan, but I watch it every time she streams when I go to bed. Because just to learn how not to be... AJ's going to beat me with a mallet.
When you obtained it, did you obtain a specific time period and not just footage of the defendant?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So, are what we're looking at here clear?
Well, what happened? We don't know who did it. He pled guilty to lesser included. Yeah, go check AJ out. She is very fun. No, the P-E-E-D-E-E. So P River.
And yeah, little. And there apparently is a greater and a little.
Yeah, there's a lot of P and a little P. Well, I'm a fan of AJ. I watch her every night I go to bed.
The portions of the footage that relate to the defendant in custody.
Correct.
I don't think we have heard anything about the civil case because that's been suspended while this case is on, so we don't know. It's named after an Indian tribe called the PD tribe. I think Celestial or someone Googled it yesterday.
Let's play this.
Yeah, but they were broken up. That's why I don't get this. Why then unalive him?
Okay. So, first of all, just pause it. What's the date and time on this video?
October 2nd, 2020.
And can you read the timestamp?
The time says 23:17, and if I remember right, I believe that's 10 minutes fast. So it should actually really be, in layman's terms, it would be 11:07 p.m.
Okay. And as we watch the video, can you tell us what you see in the video?
As we watch it?
Yep,
Okay.
as it happens, try to narrate.
Right.
We can pause it when we need to.
There's a silver Ford Explorer, which I know is what...
Oh, in her civil case, she's represented by her auto insurance policy lawyers. Thank you, Stephen.
Chris Dontel drives as a county vehicle, and the van...
We're not discussing anything other than we're just watching this trial while we're waiting for a verdict.
And that pulled in is also what I know Megan Jackson drives for transport.
Okay.
Here we see Dontel getting out of the vehicle, and we'll see in a second his clothing is the same.
Well, I should sell this case better. The lady, Megan Jackson, who is on trial, was working as a body transporter for a coroner's / mortician something. And the guy, and I blank on his name right now, was working with her as a coroner assistant. Megan was not married, but in a relationship with the father of her 4 children. They broke up. He moved away. but the coroner assistant was married and had 2 small kids. You will learn about the courting mechanism of this lady when he takes the stand. They get together and start dating while she's single because he's moved out. We heard her daughter testify about that, but he's still in a relationship, and this is what kind of grinds my bones. Because why would you then unalive her husband boyfriend who has moved out and not his wife?
Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. What didn't she like befriend the wife? Didn't they become besties too? In like the weirdest.
This is the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the county of Norfolk. Right here, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
I don't think that God can do that.
I don't know about God being able to do that.
Let's read. Good morning, jurors. Good morning, alternate. Well, I have to ask you those same questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? Everyone said no or shook their head. So, Mr. Foreman, with that, we're going to send you back out to deliberate. Okay.
All rise for the court, please. Here to follow me.
Well, Bev looked like she hadn't slept all weekend.
No, she looked like she had just gotten done with a fight with it.
Why are they allowed to wear blue?
Jurors exit the courtroom. Please be seated.
All right, so Mr. McDermott handed me something that I'm going to go read. All right, and we'll see you. Court officers will give you instructions on where to be and no more than 10 minutes away, okay?
Your Honor, with regard to the version that was sent to the court.
I don't, the version of whatever I have not yet read?
Correct.
Okay.
No, I want to flag for the court. We'd like to replace that. We noticed some errors. There were different versions that were circulating amongst our team, and we believe the incorrect version got filed. So we would, if you have 10 minutes, we can file the correct version.
Okay. Has the Commonwealth seen whatever it is that Mr. Yanetti's talking about?
I just received it in the courtroom. They may have sent it earlier. I just looked at it a couple minutes ago, so I need some time.
Okay.
We'll make sure he has the updated version as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. McDermott is Jim, the court clerk who also has a DUI. Because all the cool people in Massachusetts has a DUI.
And yes, and Mueller, Pennywise. She looks like she got into a fight with Pennywise.
Yeah. Well, let's get back to this one. But apparently, they hooked up at work and then they unalived her husband because he started talking about her being pregos. She kind of inserted herself into the other people. You'll hear from the wife of her co-defendant. Well, he's not co-defendant because he pled guilty to a lesser offense. I think disposing the body or something. I am not 100% sure. But let's do it to it and waste away some hours while we wait for a verdict.
Saying that he was wearing abuelos.
No, my liver couldn't handle
He
it.
has a.
They had chips and salsas before red rum.
Witness to narrate the evidence. This is the evidence that presented to the jury. They will see it. It doesn't need to be a narrative for it. And I don't think that's perfect testimony.
That's the same they should have said with.
Your Honor, the witness is narrating the video because he's a police detective and as part of his investigation, he reviewed this video and located the defendants.
Accessory after the fact is what Chris Dontel pled to. Thank you.
Frequently presents evidence. It's nothing out of the ordinary. I don't see anything wrong with the defendant stating what he sees on video. He can either do it while it's playing, or I can have him do it when it's not playing.
Well, I don't think it's because it's been done in the past makes it something you just can do today, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to allow the testimony, but ladies and gentlemen, it's up to you to decide factually what the video shows. If you find that the witness's account does not coincide with what you view, then you're to disregard his testimony. I'll allow him to testify as to.
Jim is the court clerk in Bev's courtroom. Jim McDermott, who got an OUI for slamming into a lady, and apparently she died years later after what they believe had been complications she got from that accident. He didn't get any time. Then you have the McAlbert, who actually unalived someone, hit for 30 hours, I believe, so he could come in and piss clean, breathe clean, whatever, who got 6 months in prison for that.
What he says the video shows, but ultimately it's going to be your decision to decide what the video shows. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You can continue.
So he's carrying a bag.
Okay.
It's the same case as we watched Friday. They just got. We watched. I went through a couple of hours yesterday.
At this point, he appears to open the rear hatch to the van and puts the bag in the rear area of the van.
Where? I can't see that.
This is like Butnick counting drinks.
Yeah. Oh, she drank 45 drinks right there. You're not allowed to narrate videos like that. When we sit there, the defense will always say if they have any notes or anything that it's for us to find. They can say, well, we believe at this point they did that, but they can't say it.
It's now roughly real-time 11:10. Chris Dontel opens and closes the rear hatch of the Explorer.
Mo, you always ask me what's going on in the world of dejected people on the internet, and I say,
Yes.
well, I'm here to tell you.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh,
Hey, Valhalla,
Lord.
good morning. First of all, this is his screen. This is what ADHD and ADD looks like.
Yeah.
If you could
no,
open the head of someone.
I mean, that's what. How do you get anything done and understand anything? No wonder he thought Dr. Welcher's, PowerPoint was great.
But
Why are there so many dogs?
why is there so many things on the screen? In other news, last Thursday, Powell had an ominous premonition about a world heading to war. This occurred as I explained Bruce Ackerman's theory of constitutional dualism and why the Wizard of Oz is actually a socio-political commentary on the elections of 1896. I may also compare Karen Reed to the Wicked Witch of the West, thus continuing my joyful and homage with due regards to the Vico and Hegel, by way of analogizing Karen to various literary and historical figures such as Irene Adler, Sisyphus, and Pip from the Great Expectations. Creativity, after all, is intelligence having fun, and he turned German, I don't know why. Even as the world burns, right? No, this isn't creativity as a sign of intelligence. This is what you look like if you don't have enough Adderall and Ritalin.
Not to mention, you are okay. I thought we all agreed that Oz wasn't a thing on anything. It was just an escapist book. What the hell is wrong with this man?
Well, I'm not saying his mom drank heavily while pregnant and lived on a steady diet of lead paint, but I'm saying that someone should have checked her while she was
Oh my
pregnant.
God, is she one of those women who let him wean himself like when he was 6? Like when he'd come up and say num num and pull the shirt open himself, allegedly in Minecraft?
Yeah.
And she's like, he's expressing his needs and he just needs his mommy. I may have
Well,
watched
it's
it
actually
yesterday.
good for me and him because we are bonding, and he needs the security. This guy needs a swift kick in the gonads. Hey, Lolita Smiles. It was a long trial. I think the defense was way better this time around because the third-party culprit wasn't as big of a part of it as the first time. I think Hank did worse than Lally.
Yeah.
That's my take on it. He's right about Oz. See documentary called Secret of Oz by Bill Still. Well, I didn't know what happened at the election of 1896, so I don't care. It's one of those things where you sit there, and that's. Hey, Mo, do you know that Winnie the Pooh is it's a dystopian look at the social economic pressures in the Great Depression. You can clearly see it because Winnie the Pooh is pantsless, showing that the destitute people during the Great Recession lost the shirt off their back. So it's a commentary, and you have all the bees who have the honey that Pooh wants so desperately is the crypto capitalists, the meat barons, the train barons, your Rockefellers. And then Pooh finally gets it. And what happens to him? He gets stuck in the hole because he eats too much. And this is what happens when poor people get money because they are not used to spending wealth. So they will use it inconsiderate and get stuck in a bad circumstance. End up with no honey and all the pains for being yanked in the legs. That's I think that's a Kenyan way to write a children's novel about how to live within means.
Nowhere in your incoherent rambling did you ever come close to anything that could be considered a coherent thought. May God have mercy on your soul.
Yeah.
We're all dumber from having listened to you, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Well, he's trying really hard to get stuck in a fake victim's hole. And I don't get...
The election of 1896 was between William McKinley and William Bryan, I believe.
And William McKinley was the guy who died 2 days after his election because he didn't put a jacket on for his election speech, right?
Is that the one that got sick on his nominee or whatever the hell it is? Whatever that speech is, not State of the Union, induction ceremony, something like that. Whatever the hell it is, that one. That could be.
Well, Cindy Lou Woohoo, because men thinks with the small brain instead of the big brain. It wasn't him, was it? Who was it? McKinley. Oh, he was the pew. Oh, McKinley was the one who was X-rayed in his bed, and they couldn't get a clear picture because there were springs in the bed. Well, it was new technology. I'm pretty sure he's the one the first president who had an X-ray.
Cool.
And just a few seconds later, still roughly 11:10 p.m., the van drives out of the parking lot.
And you may have already said this, but did you recognize that van?
Yeah, that's what I know Megan Jackson to drive.
In what capacity did she drive that?
Transport van for transporting dissidents or decedents.
So they went out and catch lunch in the murder van. Hey, it's a utility vehicle.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the date and time on this video?
This one is October 3rd, 2020, and the timestamp shows.
We are watching the river dumping red rum case. Coroner's assistant and a coroner's body transporter unalived her husband, boyfriend.
12:25 a.m., just after midnight, but the actual time is 12:15 a.m.
What do you see parked there in the parking lot?
The Explorer is still there, and now a van is pulling up. It's the same make, model, appearing to be the same transport van that Megan Jackson is known to drive.
We don't know. They haven't talked about it yet. And again, they don't have to prove motive.
There I see, again, same outfit, Chris Duntel exiting the driver's seat, going into the rear hatch of the van, pulls out what appears to be the same bag from earlier. It was hard to see there, but in between the two vehicles, you could see a person walk from the passenger side of the van in between the vehicles, and the clothing was dark. So I assume Megan Jackson.
You assume?
Yeah, assumption makes an
Consistent
ass
with the
out of
clothing
you.
she was seen in Abuelos.
Duntel
loads the bag back into the.
It's only her who is the defendant. He pled guilty to lesser included, as accessory after the fact. So she's the only one hanging for the red rum, and I believe she's 40 or were 40 at the time.
Ford Explorer and gets into the driver's seat.
I don't know Chris Hansen.
Chris Hansen was the How to Catch a Predator guy.
Yeah.
Somebody'd walk into like the kitchen expecting to see a 13-year-old boy, and Chris Hansen would show up with a mic and a stack of papers.
Now,
like, hey, you got a minute to talk to
Nightcrawler
me?
76. Have a
12:17
seat.
a.m.
My name's
and the
Chris
Explorer is
Hansen.
driving off,
I'm Chris Hansen. I'm with Dateline NBC.
and now the van is left behind.
You managed to catch the same naked guy twice. Kind of weird.
Makes you wonder how many times that guy has actually done it.
Okay. What's the
Makes
date
you
and
wonder
time?
why all of
This
them
is October
go
3rd,
Subway
2020.
before.
Timestamp says 1:27 a.m. Real time would be 1:17 a.m.
He caught some guy he used to go to. He used to
What
ride
do
the
you see
train.
parked in the parking lot then?
Megan Jackson's van is still parked there. There's a silver Ford Explorer arriving, which is consistent with Chris Dontel's county vehicle.
Chris Hansen? What? Yikes. It's still early, Rage. Give me a little slack.
Again, we see coming from the passenger side.
I've only had one
Person
monster.
appearing to wear all dark clothing. That's consistent with what I saw in the Abuelos video that Megan Jackson was wearing. She appears to get into the passenger side of the van. Chris Dontel grabs the bag out of the Explorer again, walks to the van, pops the rear hatch, places the bag in the van, closes the rear hatch.
So that's an hour and 30 minutes later.
Then he gets into the driver's seat of the van at timestamp 1:29, but again, 10 minutes fast. That would real time would be 1:19. And then the van drives off, leaving the Explorer behind again this time.
Again, they weren't reconciling or anything. I can't get why it happened.
All right, final video. Final video. All right, so what's the date and time here?
This is October 3rd, 2020. Timestamp says 8:25 a.m. It's actually 8:15 a.m.
Okay.
You can see the Explorer, Silver Explorer, is still parked in the same spot from the last video. Doesn't appear to have moved. And arriving is a minivan. Again, consistent with Megan Jackson's van.
And the motion they filed today for the Karen Reed case is a new verdict slip and why they should change it. So instead of having that one with all the sub things, it says 1, not guilty in the offense charged or any lesser included offenses. Guilty of offense as charged manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, check 1 or both. Guilty of lesser included offenses, involuntary manslaughter, guilty of lesser included offenses, motor vehicle, homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence, check 1 or both. And guilty of lesser included operating under the influence, operating a motor vehicle under the influence, or operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. I don't think this is much more clear.
It isn't much more clear, but it's clearer.
Yeah.
It does have you go through the steps.
Yeah. And I would just like, for each guilty of manslaughter while operating, I would like a guilty, not guilty.
Yeah, that
Because,
would.
yeah, it's confusing to me, but hey, I'm dyslexic. Yeah, Jessica, I'm with you. It's still too confusing. But I would have one that said not guilty because, of course, she's always believed to be innocent. And then guilty, not guilty of offense as charged manslaughter. Guilty, not guilty of lesser included offense involuntary manslaughter. Guilty, not guilty of lesser included. So they have to do a negative at all of them. But that's just me. I'm dyslexic. This is too confusing for me. There is a not guilty. That's the first one. Not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included. You can see it up here.
I mean, the any lesser included does spell it out better than I think the other one, because the other one just has not guilty and then it has all the other ones. So I would say, okay, wait, so do I just choose?
Yeah. Again, after watching the two jurors, juror 4 was better than Ronnie, but still Ronnie seemed like he would even fail the basic meal preparation for the Navy SEALs. I don't think he could buy a box of crayons. For those of you who didn't know, Navy SEALs and the Marines only eat crayons, especially the pink ones. Well, I would if I could, but no, then it'll probably be rendered not what we call. It wouldn't be found okay. Well, he made the most of it. No, I've heard Marines like the pink ones and the Navy SEAL like the green ones.
It's a little difficult to see, but in between the palm fronds there, you can see, again, clothing matching what Chris Tuntel was wearing in the Buelos footage. He goes to the rear hatch of the van, grabs a bag that appears to be the same bag that he's moved back and forth.
And this is 7 hours later. Yeah, I don't know why the Marines in America eat crayons.
Timestamp now says 8:28 a.m., which is actually 8:18. You can see the Ford Explorer, the Chris Tuntel.
No, because then again, they would have changed the verdict slip and they would be given another one and be told that that's not correctly filled. And with Bev, I love the verdict clock, by the way. I know you Americans don't do military time, but I'm just going to kick this up to live. What is 1 hour, 67 minutes, and 54 seconds? Shouldn't that be 2 hours, 7 minutes, 2 hours, 8 minutes? America
We're
now
trying
gone
metric
rogue.
math now.
Yeah, we have 100 minutes. Those
Oh my
communist
God, it's
Europeans
Canton.
with their 60-minute hours. No, we do 100.
Hexadecimal time.
Yeah, there is 24 hours, but apparently there's more than 60 seconds in a minute. And again, to anyone watching saying, oh, verdict clock is something that Lawn and Crim puts on, it's not an official tool, so it's not like there is... Oh, they changed it now, but I just saw it and thought, oh, America is trying another thing to get away what everyone else on the planet does. Those commies...
We like to be different.
60 minutes, no. We'll do 100 minutes an hour. Well, then you don't have 24 hours a day. We don't do that. We have 2 times 12. That's still 24. I can't count that high. I'm losing my American audience.
Drives is leaving, and then also the van is leaving behind it. And they both leave the parking lot.
Just to be clear.
I don't think Lawn and Crim have ever shown up, but I've actually had someone from Court TV in my chat.
That's correct.
So if the jury wanted to watch it, they watched it.
They could.
And all those videos that we just saw were the 2 vehicles that you pointed out, the Silver Explorer and the van, consistent throughout.
Yes.
And I believe you said you recognize
Everyone?
those?
Yes. They both appear to be consistent with what Chris Dontel and Megan Jackson would use at work.
I'm actually not sure.
Let's move on to,
Thank you.
did you respond
Benny.
to the Myrtle Beach funeral home?
Yes.
And where's that located?
I don't recall the address, but it's just south of Faro Parkway and Highway 17 bypass, in the Myrtle Beach section of Horry County.
And were you able to determine whether Myrtle Beach funeral home had an alarm system?
Yes.
Were you able to determine if it was functioning at the time of this murder?
It was functional, but the owner had kept it disabled because he was getting too many false alarms. So he didn't want to pay the false alarm fines.
So
So there was an active system, but it was not being utilized.
what about surveillance footage? Were you able to get any surveillance footage from the Myrtle Beach funeral home?
No. It did have surveillance system at one time, but the information that we obtained was that it had been rendered non-functional during another review for a different instance.
So were you able to obtain any surveillance footage from the Myrtle Beach funeral home?
No, it was not functional at that time.
Okay. What, if anything, did you learn about who has access to the Myrtle Beach funeral home?
We asked the funeral director and learned that
Defense has asked a number of witnesses if they had, a number of law enforcement witnesses, if there were any reports of shots fired the night Greg Rice was killed. In your experience, are there always calls when shots are fired in Horry County?
not always.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination. All right.
I actually can't see if she's... I don't think she's up for the DP.
Just all that ankle.
Was that the extent of your involvement, sir?
In relation to the death investigation, yes. I believe I obtained a search warrant for maybe some GPS locations related to a possible bond violation, but I'd have to check my notes to remember the exact details.
Did you, it was the other day, do you have a general understanding of what's been alleged to have happened?
Funny, I had the same... Learning division was hard for my oldest daughter, and my oldest daughter is she's a smart cookie, and because the teacher, the way they did it, and I said, well, we have like I was learned to do it like this. And you just say, how many times do 2 go into 8? That's 4 times. 4 times 2 is 8. That's 0. So 8 divided by 2 is 4. That's how I learned how to do division. And I showed that to my daughter, and she, learned it in 15 minutes doing it this way. Went back to school, and the teacher started saying, well, you can't do it that way because I teach it in another way, and I can't even, that's something with a cross or something. Didn't get it.
Yeah.
And I
No,
said, well, but it was back at the time when I went to teachers college. And I said, well, the laws in math say you can choose whatever, as long as you can provide the explanation how you got the result, you can choose whatever way you want to do it. And her teacher started arguing with my daughter, and I said, well, that's not, we're going to have a meeting. And even though it took me a little while to get up there, I drove up and had a meeting and said, the law, and because I was studying to be a math teacher, I had we had, it was called common goals. Have you heard about common goals? That we all have
Common
to.
Core here.
Yeah, but you have to teach this in 1 year, and there was.
Yes.
And I just put it and highlighted and said, if my daughter can do that, let her do that. And that's how my daughter learned how to do it, but that wasn't okay. Well, we had some rules because they wanted to make sure everyone could pass what's called the PISA test, I think, because Finland is doing really well and we're doing really bad. So they made common rules for all. And since then, we've only been going down in test scores.
Yeah, well, it's good to have different ways to teach other kids, but to give kids 15 different ways to do the same thing is overwhelming. And if you're not comfortable in math, you just shut down. Because we had to do that with one of our daughters. We're like, however you figure out, because I'm telling you the wrong thing and the teacher's mad at you. I was like, you just, however you do it your way. I'm not yelling. I graduated 3rd grade math. I'm not getting yelled at a parent-teacher conference, 7:00 at night that I don't know how to do, remainders. I knew that. That's why I stopped doing 3rd grade math.
I always enjoyed math. It was easy.
Yeah, I love math. Math. That's why, and it's funny. That's why I'm dyslexic, so I can't do grammar. I don't understand grammar. It makes no sense. I don't know what's a noun and what's a proverb and what's a verb. It makes no sense in my brain. And it's the same rules you have to use to solve an equation. I can look at an equation and I can do it in my head. But I can't solve the equation of what's a noun. I don't know what a noun is.
It's a person, place, or thing.
Yeah, and you can tell me that, and I'll say, oh, that makes sense. Then I look at a text, and I sit and think, something about you put an O and an X, and then a triangle, and some of it makes some sense, and you can have one O and one X on one side of a comma, but you can't have two. And I'll just sit there and start blinking, and smoke comes out of my ears. And I can't, again, I can solve most equations in my head if it's not too wildly. So it's basically the same thing, but math makes sense to me. I can just look at it and make sense. Grammar makes no sense. None at all.
I think that means you're a right hemisphere person.
Well, I live on the right hemisphere because I live on Europe.
Well, your brain. The right hemisphere of your brain. Right is for
Can you
logic.
solve a third integer equation in under 3 minutes with a calculator? I haven't solved a lot of equations. I think only like with two unknowns is as high as we went in school.
Are those evil things with two of the parentheses things and you had to go over, under, around, and through, or?
No, it's with two unknowns. And you have to find both of
Oh,
them.
hell no. I'm going to go ahead and
not-
say I can't do that.
It's fun. I like math. I got, well, back then we had a 13 scale instead of ABCs, and I got like A- in both written and oral math. I'm good at math.
Mo, for the record, those over under things, it's FOIL. First, outside, inside, last.
Listen,
I got you,
I
girl.
remember
I got
that
you.
sort of.
I got
But
you.
I remember SOHCAHTOA more than I do, and I never even understood trigonometry or why we were so obsessed with triangles.
I
It's
don't
like whoever
and I
invented trig just didn't get laid.
Yeah,
no
but
and
he dropped a lot of missiles. Because that's what it's for.
I
Dropping
before
missiles.
E except after C. That makes no sense to me. It's the same. I can't. Do you use the blue and the red letters as well for the ones that makes a sound and the ones that doesn't make a sound? It's called consonants and something. Vowels and consonants. I don't know what's what.
A-E-I-O-U is the vowels. Everything
Yeah.
else is a consonant.
I had a piece of
Why?
paper in my pen holder thing from probably third grade, so I could open it up, and every time we had to talk about it, I had the blue lines, the blue letters written and the red letters, so I knew, okay, these are the ones they're talking about. I can't tell you what it is to this day.
I just did. It's A-E-I-O-U. Those are the vowels.
Yeah, and in Danish, then
Sometimes one.
AUO is also there.
Yeah, so you guys
we have
have
three
more.
more.
Same.
But it's just funny because I'm not that stupid, and I read really well. I always read like 2 grades above me, but I can't tell you. I can't deconstruct the sentence.
Yeah.
Brains are weird,
Yes.
Brains are weird.
and sometimes
Let's
why?
get back to Skippy in the junior miss suit.
Yes, sirs.
Yes.
Mo said that's enough math and
Yes.
English
You're saying that there was an
talk.
allegation that
Although he
Jackson
does look like a
and
math
Chris
teacher.
Armstrong having
It's
an
kind of
affair.
giving me flashbacks.
Correct.
They're having an affair, right? And
Bless you.
Bless you are. And as part of that, some of what we've seen here in terms of Lowe's, you notice every time they left Lowe's and they were going towards Megan Jackson's house, what vehicle were they in?
I don't know which direction they went when they left the parking lot.
You didn't have that was not part of your investigation? You don't know where they left and went to?
No, I don't.
Would it make sense to you that if they were going to take their vehicle, drive to Megan Jackson's house, where Erica Dontel, the person who is in the dark, lives nearby, that they would take Megan Jackson's vehicle so as not to reveal the
Objection,
affair?
Honor. Call for speculation.
That can make sense, yes.
Okay. And so all of the shuffling around of vehicles makes sense for people who are engaged in an affair that they're trying to hide. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
You'd also agree with me, wouldn't you, that Megan Jackson appears to be wearing the same clothes at Voilo's as she was at Lowe's?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that we don't have any audio from any of this footage?
That is correct.
Okay. So we don't know what they were discussing at Abuelo's.
Correct.
So any effort to determine what they were discussing based on the evidence you have presented would just be speculation, right?
Correct.
You likewise agree with me that people who are, again, having an affair still have to eat. Is that right?
Absolutely.
And so just being at a restaurant together
Absolutely.
in and of itself is not any kind of proof of any kind of negative or improper activity.
This is correct.
You probably also agree with me that in these times when there's no report of gunshots, that'd be a little less likely in an area where
It's just
there
how it
are
works. It's just how it
10,
works.
20, 30, 40, 50 residents.
The more densely populated an area is, I would suggest the more likely somebody might call. Horry County's a rural county though, and you are allowed to hunt in the rural counties, the rural areas of Horry County. You're allowed to shoot as long as you have proper backstop and things like that. So it's not uncommon to hear gunshots in Horry County.
How about at Arrowhead, sir?
One thing a lot of people have complained about Karen Reed is that she has a face that is a little angry, but she doesn't have facial emotions when she's just sitting there. And this is, I know a lot of people are telling are feeling like, well, someone should show a little more emotion. No,
No.
you
This
just
woman
sit there. You don't.
demonstrates. This woman demonstrates perfectly why you shouldn't show emotion as a
Yeah.
No.
defendant.
Horry County is drug-infested county. Well, I know where I'm going on vacation next. What's wrong with her face? This lady, she emotes a lot. People are saying about Karen Reed that she looks angry, and I find that she looks normal if I was in a courtroom. But a lot of people are just. But you know how it is. No matter if you're crying or smiling, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, but hers are underlined, bold, and italicized. She has not had a poker face her entire life.
Yeah, but she doesn't look confused. She looks like she was at Taco Bell last night.
Yeah, she's like, is it a shart or an emergency? Emergency. That's the face.
Sue, I, for one, can tell you that every word in English is pronounced exactly as it's spelled. I learned that from my good friend Valhalla. So it's Horry County.
Damn right.
Yeah, but Celestial, still people are complaining that she doesn't show enough emotion. Funny, the same people are thinking that Peck, when she's laughing, and then 2 seconds later...
Does she
it's so
remind
sad
you
for
of
her.
Ted Nugent, actually? Like a young one?
No,
I don't know
What?
where. I was just
I don't
thinking
think
she
it
kind of looks
does.
like Ted Nugent.
Flint Lake Apartments, how many people live out there?
It's
It's
actually
densely populated there, but there are wooded areas, and there's a intracoastal waterway right there as well.
So we can agree that Flint Lake Apartments is densely populated with people who presumably
Okay.
can hear.
Yeah, correct.
And Atheist Ant, thank you. The funniest thing about the Karen Reed trial was the two Bryans roughhousing in the bar looked like two walruses trying to win at the beach. Well, you do know where they get the sneaky effer, theory from walruses and those two.
I call it the rhino dance.
Rhino.
I love how, what did Hank call it? Thrusting, aggressive thrusting.
Abdominal thrusting.
Abdominal thrust.
And I was like, ew.
Nothing much. The defense has filed a motion to give them a new jury verdict form. I still think it's confusing, but it's better.
And not only is Flint Lake Apartments in and of itself densely populated, the area driving in and out of there is densely populated with homes.
Correct. There's also woods in that area as well, but yes, it is. It's Myrtle Beach, so it's more metropolitan than, say, Green Sea or Aner.
Okay. What's it doing?
It's not my birthday, y'all. It's not my birthday. Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
No further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Briefly, Your Honor. I believe
tagged in
Mr. Brennan asked a question about the videos and you see a lot of shuffling back and forth, and is that consistent with people having an affair? In your 15 years in law enforcement, is that shuffling around also consistent with people involved in a homicide?
I stand by that
It could
statement.
be. It could be for any number of reasons. I don't know how to elaborate more. It could be for any number of reasons, but that could be also another possibility.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
You must have that. Now 15 minutes.
Nothing for the state, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
Yes, sir, just a request. I need access to that computer after we're done today. We're just trying to figure out how I can do that without putting the bailiffs out. I don't want
What
to.
computer you talking about?
This one has the hard drive that was given us as discovery. It's not something I can just pick up, move, take back to the office. It's essentially my office for this case. So I just need some time, but I don't know how to go about arranging that. Let me know that.
You're gonna have a bailiff stay here with you, while you go through it, or you're gonna have to take it somewhere with you. So, I mean, I'll allow you access to it, but I think those keep two choices. I don't know how to give you access without having somebody here to keep the courtroom open.
Understood. Okay. And then the second request is just, since we made a decision on the guns, would it be fair to have those box of the gun right here, maybe removed from courtroom?
I mean, are they viewable by the jury?
No, they're not, Your Honor.
All right, anything else? All right, let's take about a 15-minute break.
Who's got a box of guns in the courtroom?
All right, State, make sure you have your own notepads, no one else's notepads. State, you call your name.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Donna Sue Souls.
Donna Sue Sells. I'm not saying, but
It's the most southern name I've ever heard in my entire life.
she has a lot of attitude. Lean back.
Someone just,
Lean back.
she done went to the beauty salon. She got all did up for this.
Is cowboy
With
or
someone who
denim
vaguely
jackets coming back?
understands how to use peroxide.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah, I like this judge. This judge is cool. We haven't had a ruling on it so far.
Could you just state your name and then spell your last name for the court?
Donna Sue Souls, Soles.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in, Donna Souls. You don't have to give us your address, but do you live in Horry County in this general area?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have family in the area?
My whole family,
Are you familiar with an area called Pitt Landing?
all my life.
And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 51. And just a minute on that. Do you recognize that area?
Yes,
Is that the Pitt's Landing area?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd ask that this be published to the jury.
What is it?
51, Your Honor.
All right.
What are those earrings?
There's a lot of things going on.
So, and it's on the same on all three screens. So is this the area?
Not to be cultural insensitive, and I don't know how well you know South Carolina, Mo. Valhalla probably knows it better. He's right next to it. Are they stuck like 20 years behind the rest of the Americas?
Yes. But
So-
honestly, that looks like frosting techniques that they were using in the early aughts. It's not a balayage by any means. That is a straight through a frosting cap sort of look.
But I'm just
Frosted
thinking,
caps.
Kelly Kapowski would feel right at home in that courtroom.
1983.
Hey, you throw on some heart, that woman is going to throw down.
Those hoops are coming right out, and
You should see her when Journey starts playing. Don't stop believing.
Finn.
someone's cussing in their grandma's kitchen. Oh, yeah, those striped sunglasses, they were so stupid.
Yeah.
Oh, depends on the part of South Carolina. Well, Horry County, the defense lawyer looks like he just watched Miami Vice for the first time. The lady in the background's hairstyle looked like she just watched Golden Girls. And the witness looked like, hey, Saved by the Bell is a really cool show.
Hey, she is the Avon representative. I think Celestial Force has it right. She's the one, she's like, now this is autumn romance. That's this palette. And then I have, Paris Midnight on my lips. It's very, very moisturizing. That jacket she got for being the best salesperson. She's got the pink caddy outside.
Denim jackets has never gone out of style. I remember a period around maybe 91, 92, we all had those stonewashed denim jackets. Yeah, they weren't a thing. Myrtle Beach is a dump. That should explain it for you. Well, I just don't want to have Sue give me the super because I know she's a proud South Carolinian. Yeah, so is mullets, and doesn't mean it's a good idea.
No. curly mullets, like permed mullets too.
I have heard that low-rise jeans are coming back, and that makes me happy.
Oh
Okay,
yeah.
I want you to remember all of the women
let's-
who will be in the low-rise jeans.
Let's have all the whale tails. Valhalla, low-rise jeans and whale tails is kind of like boobies. It's never the ones you want to see.
But
Yeah.
they're never bad. They're
Well,
never bad.
We've had
Well-
the fupas entrapinated by the mom jeans, and now you're gonna they're just gonna be flopping everywhere.
Free the fupa. Free the fupa.
Of course, Jamie has jean jackets.
Of course she does. How many of them are airbrushed, though? That's the real question.
With New Kids on the Block.
Jamie was a New Kids on the Block fan.
Of course, everybody was a New Kids on the Block fan.
I saw my first boob on a female while we were listening to Around the World or whatever it's called with the New Kids on the Block.
How many boy boobs had you seen? Because I feel like the reason
of course I've seen my mom's because I'm nurtured at them. And well, I didn't do that. I did that for like a month or so, and then I stopped doing that. Fun enough, they say they have to breastfeed till 6 months or they'll never grow up. I grew up pretty good, and I didn't breastfeed.
Baker grew out.
Yeah, I grew out. I stopped growing when I hit 5'11", and then I just grew out. How big are those strings, Ken?
They're pictures.
Everyone have seen their mom's testicles, and it's not a sexual thing. It's because all of us have nurtured on them. Well, not at everyone.
Welcome to Odysseys and Oedipalness by Baker on a Budget.
Yeah, this is if Oedipus was Danish, the Baker story.
And let's be honest, Volstorm, if you weren't a New Kids fan, you were definitely a Mark Wahlberg fan after the fact.
Yeah. Hang tough.
That we refer to as Pitt's Landing.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you can just stand up and point out on that map where Pitt's Landing is.
Right there where it says Pitt's Landing.
So that little kind of bare area. Okay, thank you very much.
They picked the one spot the river wasn't flowing to dump his body.
Do you recall going to that area the night of November 7th of 2020 into November 8th?
I do.
And what was it about that date that makes it, what's the first thing about that date that makes it stick out in your mind?
My grandma passed away that day, and we went to the funeral. And well, we always go catfishing down there, like since we were kids. But we left the funeral that day and up on 378 and come back. And my little brother was with me, and he asked if we want to ride down there and check it out. So we did. And then us not living far from there, we went to the house and got our boats, and we went back down there. Just kind of clear heads for today.
And when you went there, were you going to set out catfish lines?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, this is something that you taught me when the first time we met. So can you tell the jury, what do you do when you set catfish lines?
You set bush hooks. Like you kind of tie the lines to the tree and put whatever you can fish with on there. And then you go throughout the night and check them.
So are you actually in a boat on the river when you're doing this?
Yes.
Okay. So did something happen that night as you were setting catfish lines or checking catfish lines that brings you to court today?
Yeah, I came to the third one, and the smell. Like when we went to go to set the line, I smelled the smell.
When you say you smell the smell,
It was an awful smell. Like you couldn't.
It's called
you couldn't
Pit
bear it.
Landing. It's like
Actually, I
threw
threw up, vomited.
okay. And what did you do once you?
Chum in the waters, huh? Is that a girl?
Well, we knew it had to come from somewhere, and you look around and really didn't see anything. Then it was getting dark then because it was early.
Brennan, are you having a pocket moment? Because
is he deleting everybody again?
Well, he deleted Nils Krohn, and what he said wasn't that bad. He just said, "I can't believe everyone nurtured at Baker's mom." So
seems unlikely that was worth a block. Let's go. Yeah. Mod of the year, my ass.
Brendan is pocket blocking. He's here to show that again. He's going for mod of the year by pocket blocking everyone.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it plays out for him.
Yeah,
just trying to eliminate the competition.
ESPN the Ocho.
To vote for.
Lots of incest after the lines are set. What? Who?
What?
What?
Happy birthday, Valhalla. Thank you, MG. I appreciate you, buddy. It's not my birthday. FYI, not my birthday.
And he's making food and blocking people. That's what Brandon is doing this morning.
Because if you want to block people, you better work on your thumb action. Because on Mondays, we block people for no reason while we're making our food.
On Mondays, we do forearms because if you want a thick mommy blocked, you need a big thumb to stick in the bunghole.
Your thumbs better be effing swole.
I love it. We all get kind of like, how Brandon are we going to be? So we kind of start it really strong, and then we're like, are we going to commit to full Brandon? Then
we're going to commit to full Brandon. Oh, the lawyer asked what happens after the lines are set. The answer is lots of mince missed.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Well.
My daughter tells me the reason she is gay is because she didn't get enough breast when she was a baby. I couldn't breastfeed. Lol. That actually seems the opposite. I would think that if your daughter was gay, it was because she got a bunch of breast and liked it. That'd be my assumption.
Fair point.
See what I'm saying?
Brendan is the only one who has more pocket dials than Jen McCabe.
Whoa.
Fair point.
Shots fired.
Well, I'm just
here to tell the truth, man.
Did we ever determine if that gentleman with kind of the... Look, I'm just going to call it a neck beard because it doesn't encompass any of his chin, but it just directly does seem to be growing on his neck. Is that one of their children, or is he dating the daughter?
If I could go either way.
I think he's dating the daughter because the other kids are younger than this.
Okay. And sir, just consider maybe an IT goatee to attach to the whatever's going on here for reasons.
Well, Mo, if I had to guess, I would say that that's an improbability for this young man. That he
on Mondays, we do hand grip exercise because if you want to pocket block wine moms on Baker Street, your thumbs need to be effing swole.
There you go.
Earlier, and so it kind of shined a lot, and I saw it looked like a tarp, but it was like on the wood line, and which is where I shined it. And so we went back to the hill and didn't we didn't mess with that one. I went back to the hill and I told Ronald, I said, and Ronald's my little brother, and I said, there's something about that that's not right. Like, I know it's a smell I've never smelled in my life. And I've done a lot of fishing, a lot of hunting in my life, and it's any kind of animal I've ever smelled, it's nothing like it. It had no comparison. And so when we went back to check the lines, and got to the third one, I told him we needed to check and see, just
what's that from?
See what exactly that was. And we got closer, and as we got closer, the flies and it was the smell.
Yes.
We were both throwing up. And so we went on to it, got kind of close up to it. And Kaylee, which was my little brother's girlfriend, she was in the boat with us. And it was her first time catfishing. And so before we went there, my friend Jamie was on his other boat, which was my best friend's husband now. So we got Jamie to come, and Kaylee got on the boat with her before we went back over there to check out and see what it was.
So let me just stop you there for just 1 second. And Your Honor, I neglected one exhibit that I believe will be admitted without objection. It states Exhibit 48.
Objection. Sorry, no objection. All right, States Exhibit 48 admitted in that.
I'm showing you States Exhibit 48. Is that what you first saw?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that States
I bet you if you look up Midwest, there's just a picture of Jamie.
Just got oven mitts holding a casserole dish.
No,
With
she got
tots and
oven
ranch
mitts.
on the side.
Oven mitts holding that Land O'Lakes top that her mom
There
gave
you
her.
go.
It's country crock here, but yeah,
country
you
crock
open 5
here.
of those to find the real margarine, which doesn't really make sense, but
The country
real
crock
butter.
club.
This is the one who found the dead body.
It's Exhibit 48, the admitted, and I'm sorry, it's admitted, that'll be published to the jury.
All right.
So is
Cool
that
whip.
what
So you can
prefer?
see kind of like from looking at it, like it looks like a part, something of that matter. If you're on the boat out there and you were shining the light,
Oh, they took a
And then
picture
you're
of
on
it.
our asset.
and the smell to go along with it, like you kind of knew that's where it had to be coming from. So I told Jamie to come and like let her on the boat, and
How can you be this bad when it's your job?
I was scared too, to be honest with you. And like the water never scares me. But when I saw that and the smell, like I knew it was something that couldn't have been right.
Well, I think
So did
she's
you guys
just a
get closer?
bystander.
Yes,
And
and
I would
then
ask that states Exhibit 49, which has already been admitted and published.
All right.
I think she looks phenomenal, personally. I'm
And
here
is
for
that
it.
a closer view
yes,
of the chart? And I think before you said that you noticed quite a bit of insect activity. Did you guys eventually go even closer to that?
Now I'm going to be gross.
Uh-oh.
Looks like he's laying like this. How can you be this bad at your job? Both of these people work for a coroner. And you leave the
Yeah,
body
and-
90% out of the water.
And you have an oxbow lake starting, so you know that the water's not going to move in the straight part because it's again.
So if I had to take a guess, I would say that this area of the river, the water probably rises and falls pretty regularly. And I would guess that it got hung up on a root or a branch or something over there.
But because he was thrown in with a cinder block. And again, how bad are you as a coroner's assistant if you don't make sure that the gas has some way to escape?
Also, didn't they have access to a mortuary home that didn't have the surveillance going, and apparently the, internal video feed had also been disabled? So you had access to an actual crematoria?
Because
that's dumb.
That actually there was a problem. There was 2 morticians at the place when they went in there. We'll hear about that later. But it actually was a funeral parlor that mostly cremated people. It's like a dog with a spot in the air. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't understand why they didn't just burn it.
No.
It'd have been
That
gone
log
forever.
looks like a crocodile with its mouth wide open. Is there crocs in this area? Is that what they were banking on?
There might be alligators there. Probably not crocodiles. They might have alligators in Myrtle Beach, but it's probably not super common.
Yeah, the water line is here. So,
well, I think it goes up quite a bit higher on some of those trees even.
I think this one up there is the one. But still, not to make any suggestions to anyone, but come on now. Throw something on top of it and make sure the gas can escape.
This is by the coast, so this river probably has tide effect.
Yes.
Sue says there's plenty of alligators there. Yeah, that checks out.
But then why put him in a top? Just chuck him in there so they have easy access, because as soon as they get the belly open, there's way less risk that he will, because they take them down and leave them on the bottom, and they will make sure that the gas can escape.
They're dumb. This is two dumb criminals that shouldn't have criminaled.
Well, all the smart criminals don't go to court.
They had this is
Now, what did you do once you
jaw-dropping
got
because
closer?
they had the perfect way to deal
I have
with
a yellow extendable paddle that I keep in the boat, and I opened it, and Ronald pulled me up like to it, and he was back there driving my little boat at the time. But I got up there, I took that paddle, and I kind of, because of course I wanted to touch it with my hand. I didn't know, but the smell was so bad in between you getting sick and doing it. But it was so bad, like I couldn't take it on. The closer we got, the more sick I got, and then he got sick too. So he was like, I don't know if I can do this, and I was like, well, we got to
Florida
figure out
doesn't
what it
have
is.
crocodiles.
So we did leave, and we went back to the hill, and we had a fire because you go throughout the night checking these hooks, and Ronald, I don't drink, but Ronald does drink, and he had a couple of shots of Fireball, and I was sitting on the tailgate of the truck, and he said, sis, what is it? And I said, Ronald, you're not gonna, like, you've been drinking, you don't think I'm crazy if I tell you this? And I was like, something's nagging.
Yeah, she's just right on about your thing. Okay, just can't get into what anybody else says. Just here,
Sorry.
That's okay.
I was explaining that. I was telling him, and that's why we went back. And I was like, something's nagging me, telling me something ain't right about it. Like, we need to go check it out.
So based on that, did you then get even closer?
Yes. Then when we went back, I took the paddle and put to, like, if you're looking at it, the left side.
Okay.
And
Your Honor, if I could publish previously.
No, she didn't drink.
50.
All right.
And so did you get that close?
yes,
Okay. And you were talking about a
Jeremy's from
yellow
South
paddle. What
Carolina
did you
too, I
do?
think.
I took the left-hand side of it and kind of like went to pick it up. And like the water, it was slippery. Like, because, like it had,
That was the
whatever it
problem.
was,
You
had been
didn't
there.
think.
And
Why would they follow her out
the
of the
paddle
room?
slipped,
Camera
and then I
guy.
put it back, and
Shame
I
on
tried
you.
to pick it up,
You
but it was
throw
kind of
it
No, it's too close at all.
Ronald come up and my little brother again, and he held me. And when we did it, it was around like this part of the legs.
Okay, I'm sorry. And I just have to describe it for the record. Okay, she's pointing here.
Oh my
And-
God, they really are capri pants.
So yeah, like the
Yeah.
bottom part is what it looked like, and but there was a ratchet strap around it, around like the side. But when we pulled it up more, and then so I said, I didn't know what it really was, but it looked like it could have been something. I thought a body, but then I went to the other side, and like you couldn't see the round part in the water, but. Again, I couldn't pick it up by myself because it had been there, and I knew there was weight to it, and it was kind of scary. And so Ronald helped me once again, and we put the paddle and did it, and it was around the head, like you could actually see the round part through the tarp.
On a scale from 1 to 10, where 1 is, I'm kind of crazy on Fireball and I'm going to check the top, and 10 is, I'm just going to call 911 and say, I think we found a dead body. Where are you?
I'm calling 911 immediately.
Yeah,
Yeah.
once I smelled a terrible smell, I don't investigate further.
She's made
Jason
how many
is,
trips up to this thing and poked it with a stick? It's made her
I
throw
know,
up 3
and then
times.
she's like, "Hey, drunk brother, do you want to go poke it with a stick?"
This is crazy talk. 6.9.
6,
There you go.
9. Giggity. I'm just, who in the world? I think we have a dead body out in the water. Let's go check it out. It's kind of like Steve Irwin. Oh, that's the most dangerous creature in the world. I'm going to grab it by its tail. No.
Why did
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
Australian
or we
sound
go
Scottish?
home and we catfish somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm just going home. I'm nope.
You wonder why them catfish were so big. I got news for you.
Oh yeah, it's a sneaky alligator. Why are you weird like this? Don't check.
No.
Well, we did find a guy unalive once, and my shitty brother said, "Go feel if he's dead," and I was like 8 or something like that. And yeah, he was really, really cold and stiff, and I went and got my dad. We could just have gotten my dad, who is an EMT, and could have gone up there. And no, my brother said, "Hey, you do it." So yeah.
You talked about seeing a ratchet strap. Did you ever see anything attached to the ratchet?
Cinder
strap?
blocks.
A cinder block?
Mhm.
In addition to kind of trying to lift up both ends. Did you do anything else to determine what was inside the tarp? Did you have a knife with you?
Yes, when we saw the round part, Ronald said, we need to call. And I said, yeah, we do. But you don't, if you call them and say you found a body or you didn't really know what it was, I was like, there's going to be so many people out here. And again, it kept bothering me. I was like,
you're going to ruin their fishing.
He's like, let's just make sure. So being that the head was on that side, or what we thought was the head by the circle part, I said, Ronald, you're going to cut like towards the top. You could tell it was a cypress stump. Like we go fishing out there all the time. So whatever it was caught up on, it looked like part of that cypress stump. And he made the first slide, and you could, like the paddle and the light from the one I had a light on my head. It kind of looked like the jeans in the maybe muscle, like. So it made me think it had been there a while, but then you couldn't exactly know for sure that's what it was.
Did you cut another spot on
Yes, on up. I said, don't cut, like, we're not going to cut like closer to the head, like, because you don't want to see that. Like, that's enough to live with. And you could see like the shirt and like the rib cage.
Okay, Valhalla, you find a tarp of an unusual shape with a ratchet strap and a cinder block. Are you making 11D12 cuts, or are you getting the hell out of there, making an anonymous call to your local sheriff and making sure you have a VPN?
Again, I'm not poking it with a stick. I'm not cutting the tarp open. I'm not doing any of these things. I'm calling the police, and I might not even be there by the time the police show up. Like, I'm not sticking around for any of this nonsense. Here's the location of this weird smelly thing that I found. Good luck, y'all. I'm out.
They're over here like, we still had catfishing to do, so we were hoping to get like our at least daily catch before, the cops would come and disturb the waters.
Look at her now. Now she's wearing her best denim jacket, sitting in a court murder trial with this lady looking at her like she's kicking puppies all day long. I don't know what the hell's going on.
And I just like that two people from Jersey, which has a lot of swamp areas where you don't go poking around at weird tarp things, are saying, nope, we learned our lesson. You don't go in there, or some construction workers are going to come pay you a visit.
And I'm sure even if it happened to not be a body, I'm sure the cops would want to know what it was because it's still littering. So I don't think they cite you if hey, this is like the third time, Earlene, you called us about what could be a body, turned out to be swamp waste.
It's the same when I see these. I don't know if any of you do sometimes go on one of those benches where you see people who clean out like canals and rivers and stuff like that, swimming. Or with the magnets.
Oh yeah.
Whenever they find a pew and they grab it with their hands, I'm like, nope, no. You don't touch that, because if it's in a drainage canal in LA,
somebody put it there.
There's a reason it's in there. Probably something to do with Tupac or someone.
Yeah,
don't
the Glock Ferry. The Glock Ferry drops off local munitions at the storage drain.
Ferry. Yeah. Still don't touch it. What's the big problem? It's a dead body. Why go poking?
Yeah, why poke it? If it smells like the worst thing and you're physically throwing up just to get... No.
You guys, that smell, by the way, is the most horrific, unique smell ever. Like, once you smell that smell once in your life, you will never not smell it again. Like, that's...
My dad said the worst wasn't the decomposition. The worst was the burned. Because they had this weird, kind of like pork, but very sweet. He said you instantly know if you come to a burned down house if there's a person who died in that fire, because you can smell that human fat. It has kind of smells like pig, but also very sweet. So yeah,
I'm gonna keep it doesn't smell bad. That's the problem. It doesn't smell bad. It's like a barbecue smell, and you're like, what the oh
damn it. I'm glad I'm not having barbecue today, though. On a good note,
it's not good, y'all. It's
yeah. And when you have that, my dad said you will never forget that smell when when you find people who, yeah. There's a reason we're called long pig. Yeah, because we're delicious. But yeah, decomposition just everyone have had that where there's a skunk under their floorboard or whatever. I don't know. I've seen it in the movies, and you know when, or if you go out riding some, you accidentally kick a dead animal, or like we had when I was in the Navy. We had a guy who had bought some pork chops, and we had like a week off, and he left them out. So we came back, and our entire barracks just smelled really bad. He went in and said, "Oh, I forgot," and it was in the container and everything. When he tried to pick it up, the top just slid off, and the rest was just maggots. It was just. So we slept outside that day.
See, in Indiana, we just have skunk or stank, which is, did you hit a skunk or did someone hold out on their stash?
Oh, that's, yeah. Welcome to Mo Baker Val, where we talk about all the weird things we have done in our life.
Hey, at least we aren't out here with, like, our brother Ronald trying to poke at a, tarp to see if it's a dead body before we call the cops.
And again, you just been at your mother's funeral. Give Ronald something decent to drink. Don't give him Fireball.
That is fair. How dare they? I mean,
They were at their
send
mom's
Grandma
funeral. I
off
missed that part.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
they'd
went
been at a funeral.
home from the funeral to go chicken necking.
Chicken necking.
You the hoe.
You the hoe.
Question again? So just please answer any questions he has.
What's that weird fruit?
Actually, sorry about your funeral earlier.
Jackfruit? The one that stinks really bad? Dorian?
Durian, yeah.
Yeah, well, catfishing, you
Smells like
set
rotting
lines
corpse.
like an hour before dark. Or you set the hooks, and then you go throughout and just check them, because you gotta have them back up an hour before daylight.
Okay, look, I'll be honest with you. I've got no idea about
Okay.
catfishing. Last thing I know about catfishing is stick.
Well, I know you're trying to get the time, you're trying to get the timeline,
I'm trying to figure
because it
out-
was later on that night.
Later on that evening.
But you go and you set them, and that's what.
One can talk at a time. We've got a court reporter.
Oh, okay.
It's not a complicated process, y'all. You tie a line to a tree and then a hook on the other line, and you put chicken liver on the hook. And then you throw it in the river, and you wait till a catfish eats it.
I apologize about that. We just lost our grandfather a couple months ago. Daytime, 2 o'clock type funeral.
Yeah, it was earlier that day.
Earlier that day, okay.
Don't you noodle catfish? I've seen that little dark hat lady who gets them on her arm.
I think I don't know, because I was asking, I don't know if you do the same thing in same places.
Well, I can ask that and see, because she's going catfishing. I normally do
With
that.
a
I use
line
a
or
picture
your
from
arm?
I use a picture of Pamela Anderson 89, 90, 91 circa when I'm catfishing. No line set, just online.
So y'all are going around and, did you say your son, your stepson?
No, my little brother.
Little brother, okay, I'm sorry. Just want to be clear, said, get out on the water.
Well, we
Yeah,
always
Hannah
go
Barron,
catfishing out
yeah.
there. And I mean, it's like an every other weekend thing. And on the way back, we was like, let's go down there and check it out and see how the water is. And then we buried grandma, so it was like, that's the perfect time. So we ran to the house. Like I said, we don't live far from there. So we hooked to the boats and went back.
Great place to get out, clear your head on the water. Do you have firsthand knowledge how that tarp got there?
No.
No further questions, John.
Good, right?
No, Your Honor, I would ask that Ms. Souls be released from her subpoena.
No, sir, no.
All right, very good. Thank you very much.
State-
Make sure you write your name and put your left hand on the Bible. Could you just state your name and then spell your last name for the court?
Heather Wilson, Wilson.
I'm just trying to gather some of the exhibits, so I'm not walking back and forth quite as much. May I?
Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Captain Wilson. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Where do you work?
Horry County Police.
How long have you worked there?
For since 2005. Sorry, it's been so long I almost forgot.
Do you have any prior law enforcement or military experience before joining Horry County Police Department?
Yes, I worked for Myrtle Beach for about 9 months. And prior to that, I worked in Danville, Virginia as a police officer in Danville City Police Department.
What is your current assignment?
Currently, I am a captain and I am assigned to the 2nd Precinct, which is also referred to as the South Precinct. And that is in the Socastee Burgess area of the county.
What was your assignment before that?
So before I was promoted to captain, I was the supervisor in the crime scene division.
Did you hold that position both as a lieutenant, since you were just promoted to captain?
Yeah, so it would probably be easier if I spent almost 10 years in crime scene as a detective, and then went to homicide division and worked as a detective, was promoted to sergeant, worked on patrol, and then came back to the crime scene division as a sergeant. And then ultimately I was promoted to a lieutenant in the a lieutenant in the crime scene section, where I stayed until I was promoted to captain.
Thank you. That was much better worded than my question. So both as the sergeant and the lieutenant in crime scene, what types of responsibilities did you have?
So ultimately the responsibilities were the same. As far as overseeing the crime scene division, I would also go and help or assist with scenes. I would take on my own scenes. I would help with training the new crime scene investigators that would come in, reviewing reports, fingerprints, processing of evidence, ordering, and then just normal business type things that you would think in any job.
If I'm doing my math in your timeline correctly, you were working in the crime scene unit in October, November of 2020?
Yes.
As part of your rotation in the crime scene unit, did you become involved in sort of globally the missing persons that turned into a homicide of Gregory Rice?
I did.
Directing your attention specifically to November 8th of 2020, did you respond to a call for service regarding human remains that had been found in the Little PD River?
Yes, I did.
Did any other crime scene investigators go with you?
Yes, at that time we had another crime scene investigator that I was training. He was brand new, and he responded as well.
Great. Were you familiar with that location prior to responding this night?
Yes.
So if we get, Your Honor, 51 has already been admitted and published. I'd just like to show that again. Is that the area to which you responded?
Yes, it is.
When you first got there, can you just describe what you saw? Were there other people there? What was sort of going on?
There were other people there. Marion County Sheriff's Office was there. And ultimately, I wasn't sure exactly where the possible remains were located. So I got in a boat with DNR to go around to view, because as you can tell, this line, it shows a line between Horry County and Marion County. So we were trying to figure out what jurisdiction was going to be taking over the case.
Okay, so that's the line that's going through the river. That's the county boundary?
Yes, it is.
How, you said you got into a boat and
Yeah, sorry, I never make it.
Your Honor, I believe State's Exhibit 148 will be admitted without objection.
State's Exhibit 148, admitted in evidence.
Showing you State's Exhibit 148, is that actually a photo of you going out towards the body?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that Exhibit 148 be published.
All right.
I believe, who's that in the boat?
Wearing the orange, that's me. And then the one with the mask is a DNR officer, and I don't remember what his name is.
So there were several agencies who responded out to this call.
Yes, there were.
How was it decided who would, jumping ahead, was that object eventually retrieved from the cypress stump?
Yes, it was.
How was it decided who would go out there to make that retrieval?
So the Marion County.
The story about this trial is a body transporter and a deputy, not mortician, coroner, apparently starts hooking up, and her baby daddy, who she's not living with anymore, ends up in that great type you can see here. Her boyfriend, her boyfriend, who was married at the time, has pled guilty to accessory after the fact. He will be testifying later. But so far, we've gotten to the part where they found her baby daddy in a swamp.
Deputies ended up talking to the Marion County Sheriff, who said, Horry County crime scene is already here, so will they mind go ahead and processing the scene for us? Usually smaller agencies like Marion County would call in SLED to come and work cases, or an agency around them that had the resources to assist. So ultimately, it was decided that we would assist with the processing of the evidence. And like I said, I did go out with DNR to see what we have, because again, they're trying to describe it to me, but I got to be able to see it so I know what resources to get, which then our fire department was called in to bring their boat so that we could utilize their boat to pull the victim out of the water.
Can you describe what you saw as you approached this object in the river?
So the first time when I went out, I just saw the tarp, as you can probably see in the last photo you just looked at. It looked like a gray tarp.
Okay, Baker,
and
can
that's what
pause
you
real
could
quick?
see.
I just noticed happy, bald Bob Ross back there doing the little court things. Because if I were doing the court artist, it'd be like, happy little defendant right there, and there's our little dead body right here. I'd be putting that shit on YouTube. Be like, and here's our little, because sometimes they don't have, but could you imagine arts and craft and true crime?
That could be cool if you think. Oh, I thought he was the guy running the recovery addict setup.
Oh, well, maybe he is. I thought he was doing like the Bob Ross painting thing, or the
could be. I don't
charcoals.
know. He could be sitting there and painting them like his friends' ladies.
They all look like they're from the Titanic. Look, it's the only pose I know.
Katy Perry. Yeah, I thought she looked a little bit like that lady from the Addams Family. But she could look like Katy Perry.
Voting at the time. Yes, thank you. So that is exactly what I saw.
No, the jury is next to Coral Lady.
Very first time that I went out. And then I began to see more as I went over the second time. I don't know if I'm jumping ahead, but the second time when I went out with DNR, I was in this little John boat, and the other investigator was in the fire department boat. And then I could see that it was a person as they were pulling the tarp and the human remains out of the water.
Now, these have already been admitted and published. So I'm showing you states exhibits 48, 49, and 50.
Yes.
Okay. And so did you recognize these photos?
I do.
Okay. And did you get as close as the photo in States Exhibit 50?
I did, yes.
Okay. So if we could put up States Exhibit 50 again. So I believe you said that the fire department boat was used?
Rumors are jury coming down, possibly jury note. I have it running on my side screen, and nothing is happening. So I do have it up. As soon as anything happens, we'll jump right back. If anything happens over there, get out of town on a boat, going to South Carolina, sailing a beach reach before following sea she was making for the trip. What?
All right.
I like how we're all looking sideways like a dog doing algebra, like, or
What's
me
this?
doing
What's this
algebra.
thing?
Got out
Where's
of
the
town
chat?
on a boat. Going to South Carolina. Is it a song?
I don't think so.
Southern Cross song. Hvad så der, man?
What did you say that word was?
D-man. Sorry.
Donsker? Donsker?
Dansker. That means Dane.
Oh. All right.
Dansker. It means Danish.
Oh, see, I was going
I
to say
believe you.
dancer.
Well, I'm a private dancer, a dancer for money. Thank you, Brennan, for the song I couldn't recognize. Run to Pep Pity the wind on this heading lie. The Marquesa got 80 feet of the waterline, nicely making way, and Noisy by an Avalon tried to call you on the midnight watch. I realized why twice you ran away. Is it a song?
It sounds
What?
like a song, not one that I know.
But I don't know the lyrics, so I could do the got out of town on a boat going to Southern Carolina, sailing a reeds before a following sea. She was making for the trades on the outside and the down. Run
Brandon,
to
not all of us are
Papati
up
the
to date
wind
on Captain and Tennille's entire albumography.
Run to the Papati the wind is on this heading. Lie the Macas case has got 80 feet of the water line, nicely making way. And Noisy by an Avalon tried to call you on a midnight watch. I realized why twice you ran away. Thank you, Brandon, for learning me a new song. And this was probably not the right melody.
I don't think it was.
I don't think so.
I think it was
thank
pretty
you.
close.
Mo as court reporter with her puppets. Could you imagine Mo's neighborhood? It's just true crime and a bunch of shabusiness puppets.
Yikes. Yikes.
Well, we don't call you Norsker, we call you Norman or mountain apes. We do call them mountain apes.
Well,
It's not
I guess.
a race thing because Norwegians are as pale as we are, but we still call them mountain apes. I am doing it. Song still makes 500 million a year. Well, I'm gonna get out of this grifting business and into singing about Avalon Bar. Crosby, still a Nass fool. I don't know who that is.
They're musicians.
Well, they're hillbillies. Glee, anyone? I think I watched the first episode and thought, what? And then I found out that's something you have in schools in America. Yeah, Svenska is Swedes and Danska is Danes, but Norman is Norwegians, which means the men of the north. King of the north.
Winter is coming.
Thank you. Well, it doesn't look like anything is happening. We're going to jump back to our
Retrieve? Yes, to retrieve, yes.
That has to be the cheapest tarp they could have bought, too. It looks like a shower curtain.
Our officer and I were still kind of parched over at that same tree that you saw in the last photo. And that was just because there's no way that we were going to be able to pull the victim onto the Little John boat without flipping that boat. So we were still there so that I could visually see and direct the new investigator on what to do.
What did you see as the fire department was pulling the body out of the river?
That's where
I
the
could
French
see
tested their nuclear bombs.
parts of a human body. I could see
and tried to kill Godzilla.
Additional tarp. I remember
Santa
them
Carolina,
saying it's
that's
hung on
where,
something and them trying to figure out why they couldn't
that actually
load the victim onto the boat.
allegedly unalived
And
his
then
wife.
ultimately they found
Oh, she fell out in the water. She was drunk.
ropes and it was
Natalie Wood.
Max
connected
von
to
Sydow.
a cinder blocks. So they just kept pulling and
Who's
pulling
Swedish?
and were finally able to get the cinder blocks as well on the boat.
Because I didn't know what it was. Tahiti Marquesa. That must be a female marquise. The Catalina wine mixer. The effing Catalina wine mixer. Boats and
Your Honor,
hoes.
there's the state would move to admit States Exhibit 52 and 54. I believe that would be without objection.
I had to see it a couple of times until I fell in love with it.
Oh, it's amazing.
Look at States Exhibits 52 and 54.
Yeah, well, it's
and
just
tell me if
the
that
beginning is a little
accurately
too
reflects
much
the-
slapstick,
accurately reflects
and then
what
it
we
gets
saw.
good.
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that they be published. So let's start with Exhibit 52.
Are you in hell?
Yeah.
Can you describe what we're seeing in States Exhibit 52?
Where are
Yeah,
you?
so the blue tarp, I believe that's probably one of the firefighters' arms that you're seeing. And then the blue tarp is what the firefighters use to put down on the front of the boat so that they can pull the victim up onto the boat. And the gray tarp is what the victim was in. And
Are
then
we
you
going to
can
see pictures?
It's like a green
No.
tie strap is what I would refer to it as.
Well, then you
And you
don't
should
have
also
good
be able to
mornings.
see in the corner up here. It's harder to tell in the photo, but in person you could tell that it was a human being.
And then if we can go to States Exhibit 54.
Didn't have to poke it with a stick. Well, the lady before, like, let's poke it with a stick, Ronald, again. Maybe it's
And
a
this is
body, maybe
the,
it's not.
Rope that I was referring to, and the cinder block that was attached and wrapped around.
Is this amateur hour?
That cinder block ain't gonna do the job, y'all.
No,
that one ain't
that
gonna
is
cut
not
it.
even gonna.
After the body was brought to shore, can you give us a more full description of sort of how the body was wrapped?
Yes, so as the fire department was pulling the victim onto the boat, the victim moved a little in the wrapped tarp because of the weight of the cinder block. And they weren't prepared for a cinder block. They were just thinking that it was just somebody wrapped in a tarp. So the victim was moved a little when they pulled him up. But then when we got to shore, so the fire department boat with the victim, and then myself and the DNR officer followed behind. We got to shore, and then we were able to take photos of the victim who was wrapped in the tarp and then wrapped in a couple of blankets. He was dressed, and there were zip ties and the rope that you saw, as well as that brick.
Where before you removed the tarp, where did you see the zip ties?
On the outside of the tarp, if I remember correctly. I would have to look back.
And eventually was the tarp taken off of him?
It was.
What, can you tell us what you saw?
Like for the victim?
Yes.
Of course you did.
So the victim was wearing a hooded sweatshirt, pants, shoes. There was a pack of opened cigarettes in his pocket, a lighter in his pocket. The victim was badly decomposed, so it almost looked like he was somewhat mummified. And it was hard to tell, but there did look like there was a couple of small holes in his shirt. And but again, it's if someone is in water for a long period of time, it would be difficult to see small wounds.
Was there a lot? Were you able to see a lot of blood?
No.
Did that surprise you?
No, it didn't, because again, there was no gaping wound or a head laceration, or there was no large holes. So you wouldn't really see a lot of blood. Even if there was a large hole, you wouldn't expect to see a lot of blood.
It's
Someone
not
was
live.
submerged in water
It's
for a
from
while.
last week.
Did you
It didn't
or the other crime scene investigator who was with you take photos of the tarp once the victim was removed?
Yes, we did.
Your Honor, the state would ask to admit Exhibit 55, I believe it's without objection.
Yes,
sir, Your Honor, no objection.
State's Exhibit 55, admitted it without objection.
Is that a photo of the tarp after the victim was removed?
It is.
Your Honor, I would ask that this be published.
All right.
55. So what, if anything, did you notice about the tarp, or can you just describe what we're seeing?
So the tarp was very sandy from being in the water and then also pulling them onto shore. And the zip ties are at both ends of the tarp. So you can't really see it in this photo, but at the top end, there's a zip tie, just like there is on the bottom. And you can see the extra part of the zip tie on the bottom, right next to the eyelets.
Collect that tarp.
Yes, we did.
What did you do with it?
So everything that was collected right then, I'll go back. It was decided that this was going to be Marion County's case. At the time, we didn't know who the male was that was deceased. So Marion County was taking the case. We collected everything and signed it over to Marion County Sheriff's Office. Ultimately, after the autopsy and we were able to determine who the victim was, we then went back and took custody of all of those items and brought them back to the Horry County Police Department.
Yeah, that could have been fun.
Yeah.
Well,
Maybe
sadly,
they were
the
banking on
car fell off the road and burned.
You look fine. I am fine. It's a miracle. Not a scratch on me.
Yeah.
Do you recognize what this is?
I do.
What is it?
So the box is titled Gray Tarp from Victim on Scene. And this is my handwriting, and this is how it was ultimately packaged.
I think she violated her parole twice. So I think she's in prison.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, since it's not published yet, may I just walk around the witness stand so she can open it?
Oh, she looks like a woman that's been living in jail.
Yeah.
Her hair's pretty stringy.
Yes. Preston, do you want to, before I publish it, ask?
But again, why violate your bond twice?
She's going to prison for the rest of her life.
Yeah, then enjoy the time out.
She's probably not making.
I would ask that 131 be admitted. I believe it's without objection. Sorry. And then I would ask that it be published.
Okay. So I was on.
Giggity, giggity, giggity. That's how I became a father. Twice.
The prosecutor just stiff-armed that evidence back in the box. Did you see that?
She did. I thought she was going to tackle her.
The pause face on the detective was pretty awesome. She's mid-talk. She's like, nope.
131 admitted. I would ask that 131 be admitted. I believe it's without objection.
Oh.
And then I would ask that it be published.
I was on.
131,
Thank you, Your Honor. And is the tarp wrapped in, I guess, protective plastic?
It is.
And why is that?
Due to, it's a biohazard, obviously, because someone that was deceased was inside the tarp, which is inside the biohazard bag.
Okay, so if you could just lift up the wrapped tarp and explain how you recognize that it is the tarp that was recovered that day.
So it is labeled with the case number and the description that it is a gray tarp. Every piece of evidence has a tag, which is here, this white tag. It feels like a tarp. It's my handwriting. It's sealed on the back with the evidence seal with the date and my initials. inside the box with my handwriting, the date, and the initials.
Mentioned that there were zip ties on either end of the tarp.
There were.
Were those also recovered?
Yes.
And same thing, they went initially to Marion County and then back to Horry County?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I believe there's no objection to the admission of State's Exhibit 127 and 128.
Any objection?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
I state exhibit 127, 128, admitted in that.
Are those the zip ties that were removed from the tarp?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that these be published.
All right.
Were wrapped in other material?
Yes. A couple of blankets.
Well, I had barcodes on my luggage, and it only took them 2 extra days to arrive.
American
I would for admission of
excellence.
State's Exhibits 129 and 130 without objection, I believe.
Any objection? Yes, sir. State exhibits 129, 130, admitted in that.
If you could look at those and tell me if those were the blanks or the sheets that were recovered from the victim's body.
Yes.
And again, how do you recognize that?
So they have the labels up here at the top. Like I was saying, every piece of evidence has a label, but I just recognize it from collecting it and packaging it.
Your Honor, I would ask that Exhibits 129 and 130 be published.
All right.
They have chain of custody and everything. This is wild.
This is amazing. They don't find like a one shoe and then label it another shoe. They didn't
And then you also
put the tarp between plexiglass.
Yeah, just get one of these old ladies who used to do the decimal system. They can do.
cinder block that had been secured around the victim.
Yes.
Was that seized and taken into first Marion County and then Horry County evidence?
Yes, that's correct.
No objection.
Do you want to know?
Valid question, Kim.
Do you want to
Oh, sure, I'll come here. Okay,
What number is that?
36, Your Honor.
Would you like me here?
Your Honor, I believe that it's being admitted without objection.
Any objection?
Yes, sir. No.
State exhibit 36.
Yeah, these highfalutin people down in South Carolina just showing Massachusetts all the money they have. Hey, Jake.
Hey, Jake.
Yeah, but that's because South Carolina is one of those really big money states, and Massachusetts is a poor little state. It's not like they have any money up there.
That is the cinder block that was recovered from the victim.
Why did they bring the cinder block into court?
It's evidence.
And so, Your Honor,
It's
that's-
evidence.
It's like they could have gotten away with a picture on that.
Okay,
one.
so if you
You know
can,
what I mean?
I'm making you carry that. So if you can just kind of open up
You
the
know
box and
Miami
show-
Vice needs
Your
to
Honor,
see
can
it.
what?
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, that's Exhibit 56. 50.
Sorry, Mo.
I said, you know, Miami Vice needs to see it, possibly smell it.
Yeah.
It's not called the nose for nothing.
Anything out of North Talk? Yes, Bev denied the motion, of course. I am watching. I can prove it. I have OnlyFans right here.
Outstanding.
Are they still on metric time, or have we gotten back to
No,
hours?
they have just crossed 3.5 hours of deliberations.
Cool.
And I just don't get, why is 24,000 people watching OnlyFans? They could be here with us talking about dead people. Oh, and I should probably take down my vote because I had it before or after lunch with verdict today. I asked verdict today, after lunch 51%, not today 34%, before lunch 14%, 369 votes. Which is impressive because we only 260 people here. I can't do. We must have lost a lot and got a lot back. But welcome all.
You'll have that.
Yep. Yeah, you were cooking and blocking a lot of people.
I see that look, and remember, he's like a special cousin you let mix the Kool-Aid. Apropos of nothing, that makes perfect sense.
Well, the expert bought me Kool-Aid, and I'd never got to try it.
Oh, Kool-Aid's delicious.
I never tried it.
It's sugar water.
Yeah.
Wait, so there was a jury note. We don't know. We haven't heard anything. Nothing has come up about any jury notes. What was the motion for? The motion was to give them a different verdict sheet. Verdict form. Who started the rumor that it won't be until after lunch so someone can miss DEI training? I'm not sure. But this lady should have had DEI training because she didn't do a good job at it. Oh, and by the way, congratulations, Brandon. Marissa has a new beagle puppy for you.
Aww.
Good luck.
Did she call it a mini beagle?
Mini beagle.
I don't know, but I think she loves it so much she would even drive it to deliver it to Brandon.
I had a beagle. I loved it. It was the best dog of all time, but I don't believe I will ever get another beagle. Ever.
My dad
I've
had
heard
two
that
of
a
those.
lot from people with beagles. I've never had one. Why?
They are hunting dogs, and they should probably not be in the house as much as they are.
My dad's dogs, beagles were. He had an American and a European beagle after each other, not at the same time. They were perfect. They were the same lazy. They walked twice a day, and then the rest of the day they were trying to steal food or sleeping with him.
That checks out.
And I didn't give you the AIDS. I only get you the HIV virus. It might turn out to be something. It might not. So the little puppy howl was adorable for about 2 hours. Yeah, I can see that.
They're awesome
She's like,
dogs.
"Row, row, row."
Like I said, my beagle was my favorite dog ever. She was my Sadie baby. However, getting her to that point took many years, and I don't think I can go through that again in this lifetime.
I've seen studies about who's the best dogs for this and that and most intelligent, and beagles are always really low with the sled dogs. What are they called? The huskies. Huskies and beagles are some of the worst dogs to have.
I would never in a million years own a husky.
No, huskies are way too close to wolf, and beagle are just like the dog equivalent of a zoo bird. They don't care what you think.
So we need a. Would we call it a heagle or a busky? Because I think we need to make a beagle husky. So a busky or a heagle?
I like busky.
I like busky.
That sounds like a sexual thing.
Well, it does now.
Well,
What's
just a busky sounds kind of like something that comes with a fupa and a 70s perm.
Fair point.
No, they
That
don't
dog.
do anything on it. They are very highly food motivated.
That dog, my beagle, the second you turned your back, she would grab whatever food you had. I remember I had just made, I don't remember what it was, like Chinese food or something, right? I had a big plate of Chinese food. Somebody knocked on my door. I went and answered the door. By the time I got done dealing with it, turned around, she had cleared the entire plate of Chinese food. It was amazing. I was very impressed. It happened so fast.
Fahala was so skinny that year.
I was real hungry, I'll tell you that much.
My dad's last beagle could, if you left something on the table and out of reach, because they're small, fat dogs, it could get to it, no matter how. I think he trained the cats to push it to him. and he could open every package without ripping it. He would just nicely open it and eat whatever it's in there. And you came down and thought, why is it on the floor? Oh, it's empty. And then it was just, he shredded it. Nope. He'd find every piece of. I love beagles. They're cute dogs. I love the big floppy ears, but they get infected.
She was an
a lot.
awesome dog. Yeah, they do.
Yeah. So
she had learned how to, like, I couldn't find a crate that would keep her in it because she learned that she could tip the crate over sideways and then push the tray out from under it, and the holes on the bottom were bigger, so she could get out the holes on the bottom. She was a tyrant, that dog. She was a handful.
Yeah, but that's the. Again, I say a beagle is the dog equivalent of a zoo bird. They don't care about anything, only themselves. No. And well,
she's a puppy. They're not smart. They're
just a baby, Marissa.
Babies. Now we need to see all the pictures, and we need a puppy cam.
Yeah,
and
but
Mr. Mo needs to not know that I'm looking at puppy cam.
But you know from well, Marissa will probably drive all the way to Indiana to get rid of it, because I saw her complaining yesterday about every time she hears the phone ring, the ice cream truck, which is probably the feds. What's it called? A siren going off. That's that's not a good dog.
Marissa's gonna hit me up on Discord, be like, "Hey, I'm in the area. Would you like to meet? Do your kids like puppies? Oh, you should come and meet me."
Well, my dad's beagle never did that. But my dad's beagle always slept in his bed. That was and when it got older and couldn't jump into his bed, he was standing there lifting up, because of course he couldn't. So if it had to get up in the middle of the night and shake off and jump down, he'll just stand there. And my dad would get out of bed, lift the dog back into the bed so it could sleep again.
Aww.
It's not like when all the kids moved out of our house, my dad needed a new baby in the house. No. But he was just every time. I told him, why don't you get one of those little steps? No, we don't need for that. Always lift. And beagles are small, but they're heavy dogs. So, yeah. I don't know. I'm going to turn this on. I'm going to have a pee.
That's exhibit 56, not 36. Admitted in evidence.
Your Honor, may I walk down with it? Thank you. Yeah.
I'll take the whole box back.
I don't like this prosecutor at all.
Can we all just agree she has Manson lamps?
Oh, 100%.
These eyeballs staring at you, asking you questions from the state. It's scary as hell.
Thank you very much, Kevin.
She's acting like it's her courtroom.
Did your involvement in this case continue after the recovery of, well, let me back up. Were those remains eventually identified as the remains of Gregory Rice?
They were.
Did your involvement in the case continue to include a search or a processing of the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home?
Yes, it did.
At the time that you did that search, did Horry County have any definitive information on where a crime scene might be?
No.
Do you, and if you don't, that's fine, do you know what directed attention to the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home?
I probably did then, but I don't remember now what actually directed us in that direction.
And basically, as crime scene, you kind of go where they asked you to go and process the scene.
Correct.
So did you, on November 13th of 2020, participate in the execution of a search warrant at the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home?
Yes, I did.
What were you looking for there?
So ultimately, we were looking for any type of physical evidence that would suggest an assault occurred there. So like cleaned up blood, body fluids, any evidence of a shooting investigation, just to see if something possibly occurred there. So we were looking for body fluids, blood evidence, firearm casings, projectiles, that type of stuff.
Were you ever able to definitively determine that there was a crime scene there?
No.
You said that you were aware that the remains had been identified as Greg Rice. Did you ever learn how he had been killed?
Yes, we were advised that he had been shot during autopsy. There were multiple projectiles found in the victim's body that were collected.
Were those 22 caliber bullets?
I believe so.
In your, I guess it'll be about almost 26 years of law enforcement, have you received training at each one of your departments?
Yes, I have.
Has that training included training on firearms?
Yes.
Have you in fact carried a firearm as part of your profession for the last, what did I just say, 29 years?
26.
26.
Yes, I have.
So are you familiar with different types of weapons and different calibers of weapons?
Yes, I am.
What, if any, significance did it have to you that the victim had been shot with a 22 caliber firearm?
Object, Your Honor. This is speculative. I don't understand what this is. Hey, I don't understand the question.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Certainly. Based on your years of experience, what, if any, significance did it have to you that the victim had been shot with multiple times with a 22 caliber firearm?
So a 22 caliber would leave a very small wound or a small hole, regardless of what the bullet is penetrating. Therefore, it would be more difficult to see.
I'm not objecting now that I know where the answer is headed. She's trying to qualify her as some kind of expert that appears in forensics. She didn't do the autopsy. Just trying to skip around that and have her testify about bullet holes and what a bullet hole would leave. It's not very investigational. Thank you, Your Honor.
You can continue your answer. I believe you were saying that it would be smaller holes, smaller wounds.
Yes. So with over 15 years experience in crime scene, I have worked a lot of deaths, unfortunately, due to homicide and sometimes suicide. So on top of the training and the hands-on experience, I can attest that a 22 caliber firearm would leave a very small hole in regardless of what it is impacting. So that made sense to me in us not really being able to see large holes on the victim when we recovered him from the river that day. So that made sense to me. Plus it would make sense to me for maybe someone not hearing a assault that occurred with the victim.
Yes, Your Honor.
She's a ballistic test, right? I'll try that last day.
But if I can, I'll rephrase a question.
All right.
Counsel has asked a number of other law enforcement witnesses if there were any reports of shots fired on the night that Greg Rice was killed. Based on your experience with different handguns or firearms, would the caliber that was used have any effect on that? Okay. In your experience, you said that you've processed a number of scenes, whether they're homicides or suicides.
This is a
in
fairly
your
rural
20+ year
area.
career. How many cases involving
I can imagine people don't call
have you responded to or participated
if they hear a freedom
No,
seed.
He
Hundreds.
talked about that earlier.
For each one of
the
those
cops who
cases?
said people don't
Has
call.
there always been
Legal to
a
hunt,
call from anyone regarding shots being fired?
No.
Nothing further. I'm gathering Mr. Prestonburton will be asking questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. In crime scene, that's what you are typically involved in crime scene?
I was at this time, yes.
Okay. What involvement do y'all have with 911 calls and reports? You're not getting that in part of the investigation, are you?
What do you mean?
Well, you're not getting information about whether or not there was a call from a neighbor about hearing somebody shoot a gun 5 times, right?
So usually when we are investigating a crime, we do what's called a roundtable. And so the crime scene investigator gets with the detective and then the supervisors, and everybody discusses the case as to how the call came in, what happened before, what the detective has, what the crime scene investigator has found, so on and so forth.
Okay. And so let's answer me this. Where is the crime scene? Where is the crime scene?
I don't know, sir. I can't tell you what the crime scene is.
Objection, Your Honor.
Where's
What?
The address, quite frankly.
Where's the crime scene?
I can only tell you where the victim was found.
Okay. So you can't tell us as we sit here today, in a murder trial,
Skippy, that wasn't your Matlock moment.
where the crime scene was.
Are you asking me the question again? I'm
I
sorry.
am.
Okay. No, I cannot tell you exactly where the crime scene was. That is correct.
Can you tell me, did you investigate any other potential crime scenes in this case?
In regard to this victim,
That's correct?
so we did search his residence
That's right.
and
No,
his,
I'm sorry, that's not me, first of all.
oh no, I was just saying, you, go ahead.
And that was on October 16th, right?
Yes, that is before he was found.
Okay. And that was 2 weeks, right? About 2 weeks after the date of death?
Susan
So
was looking at
October
the
the
jury.
16th is when I first learned that he was reported as a missing person. And they asked us to come and search his house. When I say they, the detectives asked crime scene to come and assist.
And you did that, right?
We did.
Okay. And to do that, did you park your parking lot anywhere around the apartment?
Yes,
Did you get out of your car?
yes,
Did you walk to the apartment?
yes,
Did you take the sidewalk?
yes.
She just has
And
one of
we did
those
that.
faces.
You seem pretty thorough. When you did that, did you
Honestly,
find
I think it's because
shell
he
casings?
did the crime
No.
scene thing.
Did
Where
you
was crime
see
scene?
any
Where was crime?
blood
So you don't know where the
stains?
crime scene was? I think
No.
she was
Why does
feeling
he
good about
doing this like
2
glee
weeks
club
later, did
kind of
anybody
like
approach you and say, ho, ho, ho,
squat?
we're glad you're here because we heard some gunfire on October 2nd.
I don't have that information. I don't know.
Nobody approached you then? No neighbors approached you?
No.
All of these items that have been identified in your round table, did it ever get to you? Those were all items that Chris Don Tell purchased?
Yes,
He went to Lowe's by himself and got the center block, right?
yes.
He got the zip tie.
I don't remember everything that he purchased, but I do know that that was mentioned during our roundtable.
That's like round table told you, he got the center block, he got the tarp, and he got the zip tie and a Pepsi. Is that right?
Like I said, I don't know exactly what he purchased, but I do remember there being video of him at the store purchasing several items.
Okay. And when you were investigating Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, did you lift any fingerprints that were relevant to this case?
I don't recall lifting any fingerprints.
No fingerprints. Okay. How about any relevant footprints?
No,
Did you lift any? Did you do any analysis for Megan Jackson? You involved in that? Did you see any? Did you try to lift any fingerprints from Megan Jackson?
no, I did not.
Did you do that at Greg Rice's apartment?
For fingerprints?
Yes, sir.
No, I did not.
Did you get any footprints of Megan Jackson at Greg Rice's apartment?
We didn't look for footprints. We did spray the apartment.
Oh, that's right. Did y'all get a sample, like a little sample for Greg Rice's DNA?
Like his hair brush and his toothbrush, yes.
Okay. And why would you collect that evidence?
Objection, Your Honor. Captain Wilson is actually not the investigator who collected those items.
But if you know why it was collected, I'll allow it.
So like I was saying, he was reported missing at the beginning of October, and then October 16th, when we were doing the search of his residence, because he had been missing for that long, we wanted to have something with his DNA to have as a standard, so that we could send a sled in the event he were found.
And that was in fact done, correct?
Yes,
And when you, at one of your roundtables, did you get to hear that blood was found on the shoe of Chris Dontel? Isn't that right?
yes,
You might like him or dislike him, but he's actually doing a good job of saying the only one who's been involved in this so far that you can prove is Chris Dantel. He had the blood on his shoes. He bought the stuff. So why are you framing my client?
but not Megan Jackson.
Like not her shoes?
Not anything related to Megan Jackson. No article of clothing of hers had any of Greg Rice's blood on it. Is that correct?
As far as I know.
As far as you know. Well, we got it on the top of Chris Dontel's shoe and the bottom. Isn't that right?
I don't remember where it was on his shoe, but yes, there was blood on his shoe.
You want to pull some bills, please? I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right, good wrap.
Just very briefly, Your Honor. So if, just trying to do my math, Greg Rice is killed on, Greg Rice is killed on October 2nd. The body is recovered, his body is recovered November 7th, 8th, so a little more than a month passes, correct? Am I doing my math right?
Yeah, I don't know the exact date that he was killed. I just know he was reported missing, I think around October 4th or 5th, and then we were at his place on the 16th, and then his body was found on November 8th.
Would the passage of time from October 2nd to even October 16th, would that potentially make a crime scene more difficult to find?
Yes, it could very well. Plus, depending on the weapon that is used or how someone dies will depend on how much blood would be present to begin with.
If Gregory Rice was shot down the street from his apartment on the road leading out towards Clay Pond Road, would you expect to find shell casings or blood as you parked your patrol car in the parking lot, got out of your car, walked on the sidewalk, and conducted your search at his apartment if he was killed down the road?
No. And we would have no reason to go down the road searching for that unless the detectives were able to canvass the area and get video surveillance to say that, hey, we saw the victim walking this direction, and then we would go search that area.
If the location where Greg Rice was killed was not learned by investigators until more than 4 years after he was killed, would that affect your ability to collect any physical evidence from a crime scene?
Yes, if it's on the roadway or on the side of the.
But he was pew-pewed 5 times, and it didn't learn it was an unaliving till 4 years later. Is that what you just said?
The road, just due from traffic going up and down the roadway, and then you have lawnmowers cutting the grass and so on and so forth.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Your Honor, I would ask that Captain Wilson be released from her stand.
Okay.
No, sir.
All right, you're very good.
Thank you.
On Father's Day, we do arms because if you want to stick your bratiola in the cat girl you met on the 9th hole while her dog's licking your exit port, your arms better be effing swole. Who wants that? You're muted.
I think that's a prize only one.
I think Brandon
person
is
trying to win.
kind of alone on this one. Maybe Lefty because he plays golf as well. I don't know what degeneracy you have to be into to play golf, but Marissa, don't send that beagle to New Jersey. It's not the 2 hours I'm worried about. And Valhalla, Brandon wants it. Lefty, I think he does it too.
Defer Drew Edwards, EDWARDS.
Well, hello, Beard.
Exhibit 59, 60, 149.
Exhibits 59, 60.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Detective Evans,
Yes, ma'am.
where do you work?
I work for the Orange County Police Department.
I already told her that you might be reaching out to her because you like to scout talent on my show. So I told her if the expert calls you, he's a good guy. Yes, I lied to her, but I do that to a lot of women. What the? What?
What?
What? Who?
I don't know. He kind of looks like one of the Jonas Brothers if they wanted to dress up as Abe Lincoln.
Yes, and if anyone didn't hear it, Bev denied the motion to make the verdict form clearer.
How long have you worked there?
18 years since October 2006.
What is your current assignment?
I'm currently assigned to the Narcotics and Special Operations Division as a gang investigator.
How long have you been in that assignment?
Since April of last year.
What was your assignment back in October of 2020?
I was assigned to the violent crime section of our investigations division.
So what types of crimes did you investigate?
We investigated anything from homicides, armed robberies to overdose deaths.
What types of things did you do during the course of those investigations?
Common things we would do, we'd find witnesses, interview them, canvass areas where the crime occurred to find any video or evidence that we could find.
And that's not a comprehensive list?
No.
When an investigation comes in, how is it assigned to a lead investigator?
So if it's a call out, like something happens in the middle of the night and they need an investigator right away, the on-call person would get it. If it's something that happens over the weekend, it's like a property crime, it would be assigned, the next business day.
And is it common for other investigators to assist the lead investigator with some of these tasks that you have to do?
Yeah. Some of these cases can get very complicated with a lot of work to do, so the work can be split amongst different investigators.
Directing your attention to this case, did you become involved in the investigation into the disappearance and murder of Gregory Rice?
I did.
Were you the lead investigator?
No, ma'am.
Do you know who was?
Detective Susie.
Did you, in fact, however, help Detective Susie with some of the assorted tasks?
I did.
So directing your attention first to November 8th of 2020, did you respond to a call about a body being found in the Little Petey River?
I did.
And Your Honor, may I put Exhibit 51 up again? It's been admitted unpublished. Were you familiar with that area prior to responding there?
I was.
Can you describe that area?
Yep. So Pitt's Landing is on Highway 378. It's as you're exiting Conway. It's like one of the last things in the county before you get into Marion County. It's a boat landing. It's a dirt lot surrounded by trees, and then you have the river.
Is that an accurate representation of that area?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you see when you got there?
When I first got there were patrol vehicles, and I believe some fire personnel were on scene.
Were there any civilians there as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And Captain Wilson testified about the kind of county boundary that runs through the river. Did that present any sort of unique jurisdictional issues?
Yes, ma'am. For us to investigate it, it would have to be within our jurisdiction.
So on the Horry County side?
Yes, ma'am.
When had Mr. Rice's remains been removed from the river when you got there?
No, ma'am.
Were you there when they were eventually removed?
I was.
Okay. What's going through your mind at this point?
So we were having to, once I got there, I had to wait on Marion County crime scene, and the fire department was sending out their dive team, so it took a little.
I beg to differ. This is good, clean family entertainment. It's not like AJ's channel.
A little bit of time for all those resources to get there. The prior month, Gregory Rice had been reported missing. I know through some of the investigation, we had obtained some cell phone records for people close to him. So while I was waiting on them, I looked at a program called Cellhawk to see if any records showed anybody out that way near the boat landing during that prior month. There was one record that showed Chris Dontel out there a day or two after Gregory Rice had been reported missing.
So did that lead you to believe anything in particular?
That it's not very often you find a body dumped in a river. So led me to believe it could possibly be Gregory Rice.
And
we're past 4 hours.
Did you remain on scene as the body was removed from the river?
I did.
Okay. Can you describe what you saw when the fire rescue boat got back with his remains?
So when the fire rescue brought the body back in, there was a tarp that was secured on each end with zip ties. There was a ratchet strap attached to it with one cinder block attached to the ratchet strap. The body was in a very advanced state of decomposition and we could not identify him just by looking at him.
Trying to find another. I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 149, which I believe has been admitted without objection. Your Honor.
We haven't heard anything, and it just got past 4 hours.
Yes, ma'am.
You want to make that one published? Did you notice anything unusual about the cinder block?
It's not a cinder block you typically see. It's, I'm pretty sure everybody can picture cinder block in their head. This one, if you turn it sideways, it had little tiny slots in it instead of a big open square. Kind of stood out.
Showing, if I can republish State's Exhibit 54.
Yes, ma'am.
And Captain Wilson identified the tarp and the zip ties. Were you there when, and you can see the ratchet strap in that photo, were you there when that was recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, I don't believe there's any objection to the admission of State's Exhibit 126.
The objection. That's right. State Exhibit 126 admitted in the evidence. Without objection.
Is that the ratchet strap?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would ask that this be published to the jury.
All right.
Was it the one 0-1? No. 1992. Shawn Michaels? No.
Were there, when Mr. Rice's remains were removed from the tarp, did anything catch your attention as being significant to him?
Yes, ma'am. So we had a Facebook photo of Gregory. He's wearing a black ball cap with a comic book Punisher logo on it. He's also wearing a Village Surf Shop T-shirt, and we've been told he liked to smoke Marlboro Reds. This person had a pack of those in his pocket. He was also wearing he was described to always buy cheap shoes from Walmart. It's just what he liked to wear, and that's what this person was wearing.
Now, let me go back to the tarp.
WWE
wrapped up in a nice
isn't
biohazard
like that.
kit. Were you able to?
And then he left the company like a couple of months later or something like that. Went back down south.
Yep.
Was there anything in particular about the tarp that you were able to use as an investigative lead to find out where it had been purchased?
Yes, ma'am. The brand on it led us to look at Lowe's home improvement stores.
Were you looking just for the tarp, or were you looking for other items like the ratchet strap, the zip tie, the cinder block?
We were looking for somebody that might have purchased all those items together.
Were you able to find any evidence of a transaction where all of those items were purchased together?
We were.
92, was that when he came in with the big belt?
The Lowe's home improvement store on Seaboard Street.
I need to go back and watch it.
Who did you speak to when you went to the Lowe's home improvement store?
Loss prevention employee named Robert McKnight.
And I'm approaching with, Your Honor, these have been admitted without objection.
Woo!
So that's State's 59. Oops, bless you.
Bless you.
60 and 61.
Yes, ma'am.
Are those items that you received from Mr. McKnight?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would ask that 59, 60, and 61 be published to the jury.
All right.
Start with 59. And what is depicted in State's Exhibit 59?
It's the tarp, ratchet strap, zip ties, and zip locks.
So newer ones, right? Not the ones.
Yeah, these are just like stock images from Lowe's.
I'm sorry?
It's like a stock image from Lowe's.
And showing you State's Exhibit 60.
Move it, lady.
What is depicted in Exhibit 60?
That would be a transaction receipt for the items purchased on October 3rd, 2020.
And does that also have a timestamp on it?
Like he has a Diet Pepsi in there with his Murdoch kid.
4 p.m.
And then if we could bring up Exhibit 61. What is depicted in Exhibit 61?
That would be Christopher Dontel, the items in his shopping cart.
In the pinkest shirt ever.
Your Honor, I'm approaching with
Yeah.
Exhibits 62 and 63. I believe there will not be an objection, but Detective Edwards, you recognize State's Exhibits 62 and 63.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you recognize them to be?
Surveillance video and there's one surveillance video.
Is one from the point of sale and one from the parking lot?
Yeah.
Are those both from the Lowe's improvement?
Yes, ma'am. On Seaport Street.
And how do you recognize them?
I signed them.
And did you review them as well?
Yes, ma'am.
So did the stills depicted in Exhibit 61 appear to come from the point of sale surveillance video?
They do.
And you said that you reviewed the parking lot surveillance video.
Yes, ma'am.
What, if anything, did you see that would be relevant to this case in the parking lot surveillance video?
After Dontel purchased the items, he took them outside and placed them into his county-issued Ford Explorer.
Probably should have asked this before, but were you familiar with Christopher Dontel prior to this investigation?
I was.
How?
From working violent crimes, we deal with coroner's office, unfortunately, pretty frequently, and I'd worked cases with him before.
Were you familiar with the defendant?
I was.
And how?
She comes to pick the people up whenever they pass away.
Of course it will. Nothing further at this time. If you'd answer any questions from Mr. Preston.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for being here.
No.
Just a couple questions, really.
Yes, sir.
The cell hawk stuff, did you do that? How did you get cell hawk that?
I just logged into the website.
Okay, you weren't involved in any kind of extraction for phones?
No, Cellhawk would be like cellular CDR records. It wouldn't be like an actual download of a phone.
It's not download, it's
It's like call detail records.
Call detail
Somebody at
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Maybe out of just curiosity, but these cigarettes in his pocket, I mean, they've been in the water for 30 days. I mean,
what was a pack? I didn't like open the pack cigarettes.
it was a sealed pack.
I don't remember if it was sealed or not.
And just want to confirm on that receipt, we did have a Pepsi.
Pepsi Zero.
Pepsi.
Yep.
We wrap?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you guys got that.
So it's official. Pepsi Zero is part of your murder kit from Lowe's. And I don't know what aisle you have to go to in Lowe's, but apparently there is a murder kit. No, that's not what I wanted to do. There is a murder kit aisle.
Is she going to testify that she's only a Diet or a Coke Zero kind of gal? Or a Diet Dr. Pepper?
I don't know. Well, so far I think they have been pretty good at saying, well, you don't have her doing anything. You have him buying the murder kit. You have blood on his stuff. Yeah, and he already pled guilty because we were actually trying to cover his case. We had like 2 or 3 cases where they pled guilty right then and there. But again, the first one who sings is the one who gets the lightest sentence. And I think he got 15 years or something like that. So I would claim that Mo did it anyway and say, well, I was just helping her. She did all the unaliving. Oh, don't get blocked over there. Yeah, I never drank a Pepsi Zero. That sounds horrible. Pepsi isn't real Coke. You probably weren't getting along with him then. Why is she wearing all orange? She's not. She's wearing coral. I've been told that many a time. Oh,
yeah,
he hasn't been
had
sentenced.
The coral salmon argument. I'm not going
It's
back.
salmon, because everything in America is said the way it's spelled.
Not having the blush and bashful conversation again.
I don't. I'm just saying, and I learned this from one I know who went to college. He had majors in female studies and a minor in basket weaving. Mr. Valhalla waits. And he told me everything in America is pronounced exactly as it's spelled. So salmon it is.
Acknowledge or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
What in the Mickey Mouse is this dress or shirt? I'm pretty sure South Carolina is 1995.
It's not a pattern I would like, but I'm not a pastels kind of person.
But why does she have spots on her arms and?
That is a whole lot more ruffles than I ever would wear, so I don't know how to answer that question.
I don't have anything against the fine folks of South Carolina, but it seems like they're 30 years behind the rest of the world. Confirmed. It's a bit punky. She's the court clerk, and she's dressed like one of my kids when they were going on a play date when they were 5 years old.
Hey, adult garanimals is something. If I had to work in an office, I'd wear adult garanimals too.
What?
What?
Has Brennan been looking ahead? Maybe it's hand-me-downs, but then it's hand-me-down from mother to daughter to daughter to daughter. It could be they're 15 years ahead of the time. I don't know. I think this shirt is probably more expensive than it looks. And she chose it because it's a fashion statement. Yeah, it looks Disney.
It's not my jam, but it's
oddly
a lot ruffly.
It's your grandma's couch and your kid's shirt mixed together. I'm just saying.
Get you to state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
Arthur Reginald Hotaling Jr., Hotaling.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you currently working?
I'm not.
Are you starting a new job soon?
I am.
What are you going to be doing?
Working for the South Carolina Highway Patrol.
Okay. And did you previously work in law enforcement?
I did.
Where did you work?
Marion County Sheriff's Office.
How long did you work at the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
About 14 and a half years.
Did you have any law enforcement experience before you went to work at the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
I did. I worked almost 2 years, right at 2 years in Mullins Police Department.
I'm going to turn your attention back to around October 2020, November 2020. Do you remember what your assignment was with the Marion County Sheriff's Office back then?
At that time, I was the senior investigator.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities as a senior investigator?
Respond out to call outs, investigate various crimes, from felonies, misdemeanors.
Everything.
Everything.
Okay. So think back to November 8, 2020. Were you asked to respond to the scene of a body at Pitts Landing?
I was.
Stop licking your mouth when we're talking about that.
It's right off of 378 in Marion County. It's at the end of 908, around, or go down almost to PD Highway from 378 from the Marion County side.
And what river is located there?
The big PD.
Are you sure?
Or the little PD. Yeah, it meets down in the bottom.
It meets, but it's the little PD there.
It's the little PD there.
And do you know if the Little Petey River is the geographical boundary of Horry and Marion County?
It is.
Okay. What did you
This is day 2.
see when you got there?
It was dark. Just the river landing.
Brendan, I need a tie check on this guy. First of all, his knot is crooked. And is he going for an alligator snakeskin look?
Yeah, I don't get this tie going with this shirt.
That's I think Brandon might not. He got an aneurysm looking at this tie. That's zero.
He doesn't have the suasion to pull it off, is what you're saying, Brandon?
You need a lot of suasion, especially when, again, I'm a big guy. We don't do half Windsors because it's really, really skinny on a big guy, so you look twice as big. And his shirt collar is digging into his neck fat. You get a bigger shirt. Yeah, it'll look a little more puffy on you, but you don't like it when it does the decapitation.
I'm with Lefty on this. I want him to talk about propane and propane accessories because this man is obviously Hank Hill.
I don't know who Hank Hill is. This is the Carolinas baker. Yeah.
Were there people there?
There was a few people, but not many.
What kind of people were they?
I think they were just camping or fishing.
Okay. Did you do anything once you got there?
No, that's the guy yesterday.
I did. I think, if I remember correctly, I had I think the people that were there may have taken a picture or something of what they saw, but they weren't real sure. So then I had called my supervisor, kind of let them know what was going on.
Did the fact that the Little PD River is the geographical boundary of Horry and Marion County create any difficulties for you when you got there?
It did.
Okay, what were those?
To find out which side of the river this body was on, in a bend in the river, it just made the line to determine whose case it was going to be.
Okay. So who did you call out to come to the scene?
If I remember correctly, I had called my supervisor, Captain Barker, at the time, and she had told me that we could call Horry County and have Horry County come out to kind of assist with.
Why does he sound like he was asked, did you do your study? And well, I really, it was a math quiz, and numbers, I have them. And I was talking to my mom and she said, well, pencils are expensive, and he sounds like that's probably a reason why he's not working for law enforcement anymore.
Well,
he sounds like he did something wrong.
Well, it sounds like they were like, look, it's more on your side than it is on our side. I don't know if the head's on your side, you must, abide. And it's like, and apropos of nothing, he says, like, it was dark at the scene when I got there. I'm like, thanks, Hank.
That's how they talk in South Carolina. Sue doesn't talk like she missed her math quiz. She used a lot more profanity.
Like whoever
than this guy.
said, did is a 2-syllable word for him.
So he talks like Forrest Gump.
Determine if it's our side or their side.
Okay. And did Horry County come out?
They did.
When you got there, did you see the object that the civilians had called police about?
I couldn't from there.
Okay. Do you recall receiving some evidence that was recovered from the body in this case?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to approach.
Trying to keep it one more.
Mayor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 57. And is that what's commonly called a chain of custody form?
Oh, I like this
Evidence
prosecutor
Yes.
suit way better today.
And so what kind of items did you receive from the scene?
A lighter, a pack of cigarettes, a cinder block with a toe strap, a ball cap, sheets, tarp, some zip ties. A tarp. Yeah, there was just that kind of stuff.
A number of items.
A number of
Were
items.
those items recovered with the body that day?
Yes,
Were you asked to sign this form showing that those items were given to you?
I was.
Do you see your signature on this form?
I do.
Is it right here?
It's actually over.
Right there. Okay,
Yes.
sorry. Hard to read. Thank you. Once you received those items of evidence you just described, what did you do with them?
We actually took those items back to our department, and put them in like a evidence locker room, temporarily.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention now to November 10th, 2020. Did you attend the victim's autopsy?
I did. Yes.
At the conclusion of the autopsy, were you given certain items of evidence? All right, I'm going to
Is he
direct your
cross-eyed?
attention now to
Or
November
is
10th, 2020. Did you attend the victim's autopsy?
I did.
Why is he? I did. Yeah. They were cutting into him.
What is this trial?
This is what the hell's going on in South Carolina? I was about to visit this year if I had a few more days, but seeing this weirdo, did you attend the autopsy? I did.
He's got a sling blade thing going on, don't he?
He's weird.
Near the hill, but yep, I like biscuits and mustard.
Oh, the Murdoch trial was in South Carolina as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he acts weird. Again, did you attend the autopsy? Yeah, I did. Yeah.
It's very strange.
Sue is in South Carolina, and Charleston is in South Carolina, and that's a dance.
At the conclusion of the autopsy, were you given certain items of evidence collected at the autopsy?
I believe I did.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 58.
It's a little weird, right?
Yeah, he's a little too cheerful talking. Remember?
I believe I
there was-
did.
Yeah, he's
I'm
like
going
in
to
the
show
happy
you what's been
corner.
marked as State's Exhibit 58.
Mama gave me ice
And
cream
what
after
items of
the
evidence were you
autopsy
given at the conclusion of the autopsy?
on a Wednesday.
The clothing, black belt, black sneakers, jeans, sweatshirt, socks, shirt, a bullet, blood spot, photos.
Blood sport.
Bullet.
So how many bullets did you count?
4, 5.
And is that your signature
Okay,
on
Baker,
that
can you
form saying you
pause?
received those items?
It is.
I'm going to make a controversial statement, but I trust Yuri when he's reading something better than I trust this man. He's like, bullet. It's like when my son, when I'm trying to get, like an answer from him and he's trying to guess what I want to hear versus how he was at school. Like, I was good. So did I get a call from your teacher? Did you get a call from my teacher?
That's awesome.
Fair point.
Terrible.
No, he's not getting promoted when he goes from lead investigator to patrol officer. But
If
if
he's going from a county sheriff to the state, boys, he might be getting more money.
Well, he might be going because he's not employed right now, so he might be out doing his studies. So, did you stop him? Did I stop him? Yeah, did you stop the suspect? I might have. Do you remember stopping the suspect?
Which time?
I drove a car.
Terrible, Baker. Terrible.
Yeah. Well, she's a bit selfish, but again, we don't judge people on their facial expressions because mine look like this.
Oh, did you see the prosecutor's law degree photo I found on there? Her graduation photo from law school.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, she looked really good that day. Got the jewelry rocking. She likes the coral color though. She likes that color apparently.
That was the first thing I saw.
Intense gaze.
I caught her yesterday where she was just wide open. I just thought, we come in peace. That was a good movie. You should watch that again.
It's been a while since I saw it. Since I synced it.
I have stopped suspects before.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 139. And you can look at them if we need to open them, we will. Are those the bullets you collected from the autopsy that day?
It is.
139, yes, I think so. Okay, what did you do once you took those bullets into your custody?
If I remember correctly, I took them back to our evidence as custodian.
So you stored them in your property and evidence?
Yes.
Is that standard practice at the Marion County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
Okay. At some point in the future, did you turn those back over to Horry County?
I did.
Oh, Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to introduce Exhibit 139 evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 139, admitted into evidence, without objection.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Yeah, I understand why you don't ask him questions.
Maybe I missed it in there. When did you give jurisdiction over to Horry County?
I'm not exactly sure on the date.
You don't remember
Only a murder case. I mean, you can fudge things around.
You get to the scene, you take all the evidence, you transport all the evidence, you store all the evidence, you start the investigation, and then Horry County gets in? How does that happen?
Afterwards. So when we were there, I contacted our sheriff as well. Because over there, we would let SLED come in and do a crime scene. But he was in agreement to let Horry County take like pictures of the crime scene, kind of process that crime scene for us to help us out.
Look, I'm not trying to be mean. Just
No,
want to
you're
ask
fine.
some questions to clarify everything. So SLED gave permission to Horry County to take pictures. Is that what you said?
Our sheriff.
Your sheriff. That's the first person you called, correct? Your supervisor?
No, Judy Barker was my supervisor.
Judy Barker was
Yes.
supervisor, okay.
And she
So
contacted the
you
sheriff.
knew to call your supervisor
Yes,
because bodies found in Marion County, we got a problem.
yes,
Bodies found in Marion County, we got a problem.
yes.
And then you inventory, take all
store it, do everything you're supposed to do, right?
Yes.
Don't you feel like it's your case?
We did until
Yes, sir,
it was
you did.
determined.
You sure did, didn't you?
Yeah.
Because it was in Marion County.
The body was located in Marion County.
Okay, Marion County. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It wasn't located in Marion County.
No.
And you started, I would say.
I will never forget the song I lost my virginity to, because the whole time we were back there, they continued what quiet practice. Broken Baker. Well, I will cherish the day when I lose my cherry, because, as you know, I am still a virgin. But I would like an angelic choir in the background, because I bet it feels heavenly.
Terrible.
And again, instead of doing a choir
Who
boy
is the character?
Jokes, you should just do school teacher jokes, because oh my God, they are catching all the school teachers right now. Did you see that one who pled guilty and then she cried because she had to go to prison?
Yeah,
No.
I did a. Who's the guy on Trailer Park Boys? Because I can't unsee his face.
Bubbles.
With the,
That's good. Bubbles is
with
good.
the Coke glasses.
This
on
is
the
where I went
swings.
first.
Oh my God, Little Giants! Yes.
Yes. This is where I went first. Oh, it's a good one. 90s little football team.
Has Al Bundy on
Riff-raff
it.
Kids. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, school teachers, especially female school teacher, is really getting it on with this. Was he 14 or something? The one.
There have been alarmingly a lot. I mean, to the point where I have to like parse through for Mornings with Mo, Lord Chippy. I can't get them too teacher heavy.
That's what my wife told me both times. Said it happens, just read the Bible. And I thought, oh.
That joke's not funny, Baker. That joke means that you're not the father of your daughters. That's not a funny joke. That wasn't good.
No.
That wasn't good.
It means God.
I didn't like
fixed
that.
it.
Yeah, I don't. That's
Yeah, God was the middleman, not the mailman.
It wasn't God. It was Jesus on vacation. It's different.
We don't
Either
have a lot of
way, if you
Jesuses
get
in Denmark.
Water into wine, we don't complain.
Preliminary investigations, you got some evidence from the scene.
Correct.
You got the body transported to MUSC, correct?
Correct.
You were there at the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
You took the bullets back, correct?
Correct.
So you did a lot of the stuff to get going, right?
Correct.
And then we kind of swept them because they knew it was theirs.
Jesus.
What claim did Horry County have to take their section?
You take that back, Eddie. That'll get you banned.
That dog won't hunt, Monsignor. That dog won't hunt.
Well, luckily for Eddie, she's on my channel, not yours. You can't do squat over there.
Well, Mo, so nice to be dual streaming with you.
Outstanding.
They didn't, did they? No, they didn't. They didn't have jurisdiction at all.
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
What's wrong with this guy?
I don't.
Mr. O'Malley, does the Marion County Sheriff's Department have a crime scene division?
No.
So who does Marion County normally call when you have a crime scene to process?
Slid.
Okay. In this case, did Marion County ask Horry County to process the crime scene?
They did.
At some point, if you know, was the body found dumped in the river identified as the victim in this case, Gregory Rice?
It was.
And at that point, did it become clear that the crime was an Horry County case?
Yes, that's correct.
Objection, Your Honor. How can he know? He just stated he had no idea about the case. He found the body in Marion. There's no way he could possibly, if he knows that Gregory Rice belongs to Horry County. He's got no idea where Gregory Rice is from unless he's told that.
May I respond?
Yes.
Your Honor, I believe that defense counsel specifically elicited testimony from this defendant asking him which county had jurisdiction and where the crime occurred.
Overruled, wow. Go ahead. All right, you may step down.
Yes, this is actually the biggest problem with all of that, because everyone was up in arms when it was the Catholic priest. When it's a semi-hot 42-year-old woman who's getting into a midlife crisis, who bangs a
No big deal
15-year-old and
there.
get pregnant, every boy wants it. No. Yeah, we might think, oh, yeah, big, I want to, but no, you don't. And but it's sadly all of this gender equality hasn't really reached into sexual assault yet, because men likes it. And I love it that the good old saying, men will be men, boys will be boys, and all of that goes for that. No. And I hate that the justice system treats men this way, because the lady who had an affair with 2 boys, had 2 pregnancies, she got off with a suspended sentence. I believe that was in either Florida, Kentucky. I saw one. And those 2 boys, well, who wouldn't like her? She was pretty okay looking, but who want to rummage around with a 30-year-old lady, 30-year-older lady? Yeah, it could be fun to be deflowered, but why should she get off easier than any man who did it? And any man who does stuff like that to a minor should be thrown through Lord Chippy and then be sent into the sun. Why is women different? That's my biggest problem right now with all of the abuse we see.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Feet first.
ELLETT.
Skillet.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Where do you work?
Horry County Police Department.
And how long have you been there?
This May will make 14 years.
What is your current
Yeah.
assignment?
Current assignment is
That's the thing, because a lot of it will be kind of an abusive relationship. That lady who cried, she was threatening him with self-deletion all the time if he didn't continue the relationship. And yeah.
Yeah, there's so many boundaries that you don't realize, the power dynamic, and it's the same for girls as boys. So if you don't want to see my crazy face, don't mess with any of my children, boys or girls, because this is me, not crazy in 3 a.m. at your house.
We had a guy who who later became our foreign minister. He went to a youth camp for the political party, where he banged a 15-year-old. The age of consent is 15 in Denmark. I think she was 15 and 3 days. He was 32 years old, I believe, at the time. Forced her to take a plan B the next day because, hey, just because I'm an adult, a leader in the party, I shouldn't protect anyone. I'll just raw dog. And he then got a half a year suspension from the parties, that he couldn't have any fancy post, and then he became a minister. Not a priest, but in the government. And to this day, he never faced any consequences. If a school teacher did the same thing in a position of power, and he was teaching a class at that symposium, if they had done the same, they would be in for statutory rape, because they were using a position of power. But because it's a politician who does exactly the same as a teacher would do, he was, you can't do that. One of his party members was just caught with, I believe, 8,000 pictures and videos of, and a child-size sex doll, which he claims was research for a book he was writing about the epidemic of abuse of young people. And Timu accidentally sent him a child-sized doll with an opening in the crotch when he ordered something else, and he just kept it because he was like, "Yeah, that's kind of okay." That's his. I can't wait for that.
Oh, good night, nurse.
Yeah.
I say we split Greenland with you. We send all the weirdos there. We ship supplies once, and may the odds be never in their favor.
We actually talked about that back in the day when, we have a little hard time deporting people who does bad stuff. And someone said, let's put them on Greenland and make a prison up there. That'll be fun. It can be an open prison because it's not like they don't have a lot of ice and it's really hard getting off the island. My father wasn't a bad guy. I never once saw him hit my mama. Never. He was quick, and you can't teach speed. It comes from the heart.
That's terrible. That's terrible.
But two, you can't teach speed. You have to be born with it. Brandon, when even Lefty says that, yeah. Yeah, that's you. Everyone will out you. Well, AJ liked that kind of stuff. Just the other way around. Anyone seen a picture of Brandon? I'm dying to see the man behind this sense of humor. Actually, Brandon is a 42-year-old female who... I'm not saying she used to be a private dancer because she still is, but that's where she picked up that sense of humor. My ex-girlfriend owned a parakeet. She owned a parakeet. My God, that effing thing never shut up, but the bird was cool.
Watching Mo's face react to that was the best part of the whole thing. That's amazing. Terrible, let's go. Terrible.
Yeah, bad, let's go. Bad, let's go.
Bad.
But yes, 42-year-old, current working girl is Brandon. Pictures can be found at...
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Things that
I'm not
shouldn't
gonna
be in
give away
jello.com. And a couple things that should
secrets,
be.
man.
.com. She has a purple suit on. I would say lavender.
Actually,
oh
I
no,
would
hell
call that
no, we are
lavender
not
as well.
having the... I'll say periwinkle.
You would. Periwinkle's more blue.
I love how you said you would. Like we are on, like we are on Project Runway and Tim just told us to make it work. And I'm like, I like the periwinkle. And you're like, ew, you would.
Hey, Jamie.
Hi, Jamie.
Hi, guys.
How are you?
Is it lavender or
you doing?
periwinkle? I don't know what periwinkle is. It's probably something
Sal's
made up
favorite
like
color.
persimmon, like yesterday.
No.
I'll have to Google periwinkle.
Sergeant at the West Precinct over the patrol.
I'm going lavender.
What areas of Oregon County?
Ooh,
does the
cornflower.
West Precinct cover?
It might be cornflower.
501
actually.
to Aner,
It could be.
Galvin's Ferry, out to Marion County, stretching all the way to Greensea, Nichols, out to Longs, across the North Carolina border to 905.
Big area.
Big area.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities as a patrol?
I love the first thing when I Google it. The first thing people ask about: how aggressive is periwinkle?
How aggressive?
Insect diseases and other plant problems. Vine stems, canker, blight can damage or kill large patches, and periwinkle can spread aggressively into adjacent lawns, gardens, and natural areas. It's classified as an invasive species by the North Carolina Invasive Plant Council. Stay away from periwinkle.
Does the guy on the stand look like that guy from New Guy? Also, my name is Earl Ray Ray.
I never watched that show.
Ray Ray?
Patrol Sergeant.
Basic patrol operations, answer 911 calls, also supervise corporal and about 4 or 5 private first class officers that we have.
How long have you had that assignment?
Since March of 2024.
What was your assignment before that?
Prior to that, I was in the investigations unit, from 2020 to 2024. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Worked in the special victims unit and also in the homicide robbery unit.
So directing your attention to October and November of 2020, you would have been working as an investigator at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you in special victims?
At that time, special victims unit, yes.
So what types of crimes do special victims investigate?
Anything ranging from missing persons, sexually related crimes. We would also assist in anything that homicide, robbery may need also with some of their cases too.
Did you become involved in the investigation into the disappearance and then murder of Gregory Rice?
Yes.
How did you become involved?
In reference to this case, on October 19th, I was tasked with going to the River's Edge community where the defendant and Christopher Dontel, co-defendant, they both reside at. The River's Edge community is located on Highway 90. At that time, we were looking for a surveillance video.
Did you in fact find that the community had surveillance video at the entrances?
Yes, there was 2 gates, and there's actually gate cameras right along the community and Highway 90. Found a phone number from the Waccamaw Property Management. I was able to actually contact them and left a voicemail in hopes to retrieve some video.
Were you eventually given video from the River's Edge community cameras?
Yes, a Brian Stewart, an employee with them, contacted me, and then the next day I actually met up with them and received, I believe it was 2 hard drives in reference to video surveillance.
And I'm approaching with what's already been admitted, States Exhibit 118 and 119, Your Honor. Are those the drives that you received from Mr. Stewart?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Did you review those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you focusing on October 2nd of 2020?
At the time, yes, yes.
Did you, in fact, find any relevant, I guess I'll call them captures from those cameras?
Yeah, both of the co-defendants' vehicles that we knew that they were operating.
And I'll show these to defense. I'm approaching with States Exhibits 136 and 138. Are those stills from those videos?
Yes, ma'am. And those are my initials on them as well.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that States Exhibit 136 and 138 be admitted and published.
You object.
No objection, Your Honor.
United States Exhibits 136 and 138 is admitted into evidence without check.
And I'm going to first go with 136, and then I'll show the jury. Can you tell me, is there a date and time stamp on this photo?
Yes, October 2nd, 2020. It shows the time of 6:16 p.m.
And what car do you recognize in that photo?
The defendant, Megan Jackson, and that's her vehicle.
Is she entering or leaving River's Edge?
I believe that's her entering. No, I'm sorry, that's exiting. Sorry, the porch is on that side with the driveway. I'm sorry, that's exiting.
Okay. So this is October 2nd at 6:16, leaving River's Edge. And then States Exhibit 138, does that also have a date and time stamp on it?
Yep, same date, October 2nd of 2020, and that shows 18:20 military time, so that'd be 6:20 p.m.
So just about 4 minutes later?
Yes.
Okay. And whose car do you recognize in that?
That's the Christopher Dontel's gray and color Ford Explorer.
Is he also leaving the community?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that you recognized Mr. Dontel's and the defendant's cars?
Okay, in reference to Mr. Dontel's vehicle, I believe that's actually the county issued Ford Explorer that they issued out to the coroners. I've been on multiple calls for service while on patrol in reference to him showing up as a county coroner. Same with Megan Jackson too, the van that she'd be using also.
So you were familiar with that?
Yes.
Court's in Nothing further, you can just answer any questions for Mr. Preston Britton.
Sure.
Good morning first. Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you remember about when you got these pictures or got these, this video footage?
October 19th, from what I recall, is whenever we went out there to look. I believe it was the 20th, the next day, is whenever I received the videos from Brian Stewart.
Okay. And just to kind of button some things up, that was, at that point, y'all had some suspicion they were, Megan Jackson and Chris Dontel were people of interest. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say, yes, sir.
And so we know, just kind of to button up this jurisdiction issue, that the body's not found till November 7th. Isn't that right?
From what I understand, from what I believe, yes.
Okay. Okay. So at the time the body was found.
What do Lord of the Rings and Brokeback Baker have in common? Someone's ring got destroyed, and a lot of walking. I like to walk on the treadmill as well. So, and I'm really bad at storytelling.
Terrible.
But I look good. So it's kind of like there's a lot of comparisons between me and Lord of the Rings. I'm really boring, but pretty to look at. In a certain light.
Baker, I think we can all agree that the Karen Reed does not need to be made into a trilogy. So you keep invoking these trilogies, and you're putting that out in the universe.
Valhalla is gonna say Peter Jackson should really make a movie about this, and it's gonna be Karen Reed walking to the courthouse. 10 hours later, Karen Reed reached the first corner. Now she's gonna turn around it. At the same time, Hank Brennan is also walking to the courthouse. 10 hours later, Hank Brennan is talking to a 3. Oh, little one, the ends are walking. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-doo.
Lord of the Rings are great movies, and you know it, sir. You know it's true. You're just taking a... What's the term I'm looking for? I'm brain farting.
I'm
Negative
just
approach to the whole thing. Contrarian.
Well, it's the same when
you're taking a contrarian approach to the whole thing.
Everyone is attacking me for saying that Alan Jackson wasn't the greatest closing in history of all court history. Because I said I would have liked a little bit more. I have gotten attacked more over that than my love for Doink. Everyone is yelling at me. Both sides are yelling at me. And all I said was I would really like him to talk about the charges. Apparently, I'm an idiot now, and I think Karen Reed is guilty. No, I just call it as I see it. The Lord of the Rings is roughly 6 hours too long. And Lefty says, patience, grasshoppers. There will be no verdict. Just enjoy these hillbillies bakers so generously providing us for the humorous remarks. And I don't know if it's the panel or the case he's talking about when he says hillbillies.
Could go either way.
It really could.
$100 if you can tell me who's banging who. Frodo and Sam. Oh, Master Frodo, let me carry you. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Baker.
What?
They're good movies. Stop it.
They're great movies. Great.
They could be good if they cut them down to 90 minutes each. No, then we didn't get the walking of the ends. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-doo.
Terrible.
Hey, Margot. John is dead, and you think it's funny grifting over a dead person. No, I think it's funny grifting over sexual comments by Brandon, grifting over me talking about how I am still a virgin. You know, all the fun stuff. You think it's fun going into chats and pretend that you are so upset because you're just a little troll who wants someone to notice you. Now you got noticed.
Yay, Marco!
Hey.
Finally, someone saw you.
To Ric Flair.
Woo! Woo!
I don't know wrestling.
Again, I never mentioned John O'Keefe when I grift because I don't have a grift. But hey, trolly trolls, and it must hurt your little buttocks a lot that the jury didn't come back and clearly said Cam Reed's guilty because we've been listening to Plevin and he said the chip-off was sealing the deal. I don't know how fun it is to be on the retard bus, but the good thing, being stupid is like being dead. You don't notice. Hey, AJ, you bundled with Progressive and lost money, you bum. What did AJ do? I don't know.
Progressive is a car insurance. So
Yeah, it's kind of a
trying
home
to-
auto. Do they do
and you
RVs?
can bundle it. Yeah.
Is that
I
the
love-
one with Flo?
Yes. I love when we have to explain it to Baker.
I love when you have to explain it to me and I'm over here in the Americas. Like,
He's precious.
Well, then she'll be found guilty, and you'll sit there and say, finally something good in my
Baker,
life.
come
And
on.
tomorrow
No.
you'll wake up and you'll still be a piece of shit. And imagine tomorrow I'll wake up and I'll find something else to cover. And my life won't be ruined. But your entire life is hating Karen Reed because Aiden was fighting for her. I feel so sorry for all of you people. You are, without a doubt, the dumbest group on LawTubes. Because you don't even have an opinion why she's guilty. It's just because Aiden is fighting for her, or, well, she said nasty things. You must feel so stupid every day you get out of bed. I'm surprised that you could get out of bed, because if it's up against the wall, you would probably spend all day trying to knock the wall down and say, I can't I can't get out. Mom, I can't get out. The bed's broken. Mom. So, Margot, enjoy your shitty little life, and hasta la taco. Get out of here.
The jurisdiction is being determined. Y'all already knew that there was an Horry County employee involved.
I'm educated. I'm better than you. Well, go engineer personality and fuck off. See you later.
Potentially.
Well,
in this murder.
if you're educated, then you
believe at
should
the
know
time they were
better.
being looked at in reference to missing person cases. We would be looking at any type of
He has
close
a
families
micropenis.
also.
Well, you get hurt because you stay here. Mark, no one likes you. Not even your mom. I know she sends you that $50 every time at Christmas. But go over to Plevin or go over to Doink. I think you could go over and engineer a website for Doink, because he really needs some help. And I don't know what you get out of going around trying to, well, Karen Reed's guilty. Yeah, so what? So what? 82% on Law and Crime disagrees with you. I believe 86% on Court TV disagrees with you. 93% of my chat disagrees with you. I think, was it 91 on you? No, 96 on Valhalla's, and Mo was roughly the same number. So all you're doing is just coming in here, and hopefully someone will bitch slap you a little bit so you can go back to your idiot pool and say, I'm a big guy. I went to the enemy and I told them. Did you know I told them I'm an engineer? I do smart stuff. They dum-dums. Hey, on this panel, we couldn't scrape a college education together, but we all have personalities. Well, Jamie went to college, the Ohio State. Margot, you are to engineering what Doink is to wrestling. A joke.
Yeah.
You did have one of the more, I'm sure, troubling aspects. You also had a conversation. You took an interview with Erica Dontel, didn't you?
The wife of
Yes.
Mr. Dontel?
Yes, Chris Dontel's wife.
Yes.
And you learned during that investigation that she still believes Mr. Dontel was being true to her.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
As part of this investigation, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Can you repeat the question? I apologize.
You learned that as of October 23rd, Miss Dontel still believed that Chris Dontel was being true to her.
From what I recall, I believe.
I kicked him out. And again, how do you sleep at night knowing it's blood money? Brendan, I told you when you super chat me, you can't super chat the money that you got from the adventure you and Jamie had in the Congos. We don't talk about it. I'm fine with it. Jamie said, well, blood diamonds are not. Diamonds are a girl's best friend.
They are.
Why are people this stupid?
It's a Monday. And here's the other thing. We haven't married. I don't know. Yes, Karen Reed has been a big case, but regardless of how the jury comes out, it's not going to change my daily life. I'm still going to feel bad that John O'Keefe passed away and that those kids, lost another father figure. But it's not going to change.
Well, yeah. The money is not bloody. They are washed. The diamonds might have been, but who knows now? But I'm just...
And our opinions are never going to change. Like, we saw the trial, we saw the evidence, and they have none. We know that.
And even when they're found guilty or not guilty, again, I would still... Like Zachariah Anderson, I found that was a great injustice. I hope that he will win on appeal. That it doesn't change my mind that these people come in and say, well, he clearly did it. Sadie said so.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think they proved it. I have a lot of cases where I'm disagreeing. It doesn't change my life, but apparently. And I love all these people on... The cope is real right now on Twitter. Everyone who thinks she's innocent is just lying to themselves or really thinking she is guilty but afraid to say it. Every poll shows everyone sees this case should have been not guilty. I still believe she'll be found guilty in the OBI, which will be fine because then she will be found not guilty in the unaliving. But that's how it is. I'm going to turn on the stream and then I'm going to go heat up some food because it's 6:30 my time.
Leave that interview. A search warrant was served on the residence, and while reading the search warrant too, I believe that's when this interview occurred.
On October 23rd, you and another detective sat down, had a conversation with Ms. Dontel as part of your investigation.
Okay. I believe that's what you're referencing to.
And what I'm asking you to recall is the fact that during that time you learned that on October 23rd, she still believed that Chris Dontel had not gotten Megan Jackson pregnant.
That I don't recall. I do. I mean, she was definitely shocked by the whole incident, especially whenever the search warrant was served too. The facts of the case were then detailed to her for whatever information was in the search warrant.
During that interview, she disclosed to you the contents of a message that was deemed anonymous, where a person was telling her that she ought to check her neighbor's garage, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall that Greg Rice was being accused of sending messages to Erica Dontel, alerting her to the fact that Megan Jackson was impregnated by Chris Dontel?
I believe through the investigation, as customary, is whenever we're working investigations together, the information is passed along to all of us. I do recall something of those issues going on.
You recall something of those issues going on? Okay. You got information during that interview that she believed it was Greg Rice sending those anonymous messages.
It's possible.
It's not possible, it's true, sir.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes, let's keep it to a question.
Okay. And after during that interview, sitting there with her, you had to be the unfortunate one to tell her that Chris Dontel, disclosed to her that Chris Dontel had impregnated Megan Jackson. Isn't that right?
From what I recall, whenever we were reading the search warrant to her, that seemed to be the first time that she was getting that knowledge of these facts of the case and whatnot. So I believe that was the first time she was hearing about it.
During that interview, she just showed you the anonymous messages that she had received prior to that, back in September, in the days leading up to Greg Rice's murder.
Objection, is there a question in there?
Isn't that right, sir?
I don't recall that part of the interview.
On October 23rd at 8:23 a.m., as part of your investigation, did you have a conversation with Erica Dontel, sir?
I believe so, whenever we served the search warrant.
And as we see here today, you tell me you don't recall asking her, or her informing you that she got a text message from someone that was stating things were going on between Chris and Megan.
It's definitely possible on that. I'm saying that the interview was 5 years ago. I'm not sure of every detail of that interview.
And isn't it true that Ms. Dontel, despite everything that was going on, 20-something days later, was still believing that her husband, Chris Dontel, that this was all just made up, and he was still being faithful to her?
That's not something I could answer to her thoughts and beliefs were.
Well, you're the one who spoke with her, sir. I mean, respectfully, this is part of your investigation. You knew you were going to testify today. You wrote I'm certain you would have had some kind of, did you write any reports or anything during your investigation?
Absolutely.
Objection, Your Honor. If counsel would perhaps, since he's talking about a report and has the report in front of him, if he would let Sergeant Skellett review it, it might refresh his recollection.
I'm going to do a cross-examination, how we choose. Go ahead.
Thank you. Because what I'm trying to get to is, it's not like a surprise you're here today, right, officer?
I'm sorry, say that.
You're not surprised to be here today, are you?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Okay. In fact, had this case gone forward against Chris Dontel back in December, instead of him getting some kind of situation where he's not any longer facing murder, you would have testified in that case too, wouldn't you?
I would assume so, absolutely.
And I imagine that when you came here to testify today, you took a little time to get prepared.
Yes, sir.
Are you telling me you didn't even look at your investigative notes?
In reference to the answer, yes, sir.
Okay. And so, having told us that, as we sit right here today, you can't confirm your conversation with Erica Dontel?
I can confirm we definitely spoke with her. From what I recall, we read the search warrant off to her. It did appear at the first time, this is the first time she had heard of any of these accusations. In reference to the a text message that if she said she received, I'm not denying that she said that. That's definitely something that possibly occurred.
Okay. You also had the opportunity to go canvas Flint Lake Apartments, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember doing that?
Yes. Yes. And I actually believe in our report investigation, I actually listed the different addresses that I attempted to go to try to find video surveillance as well.
And you, during your canvassing, you took the occasion to attempt to speak to a number of neighbors, is that right?
Yeah, door knocking, and cases like this, just kind of going door to door, seeing have you seen anything or anything suspicious and whatnot on the certain dates involved.
Okay. So to do that, to go from one door to the next, you got to be walking around the area, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when there's a missing person, it's something where you guys just haven't put it together yet. You're doing a pretty broad search, aren't you, sir?
Very much, yeah.
Okay. And so it was reasonable for us to expect that part of your investigation would not just be canvassing the sidewalk that leads up to Greg Rice's apartment and his apartment, but the surrounding area too.
Yes, sir.
And so even if by some circumstance, well, let me ask you, is there a crime scene?
At that time?
At any time? You will never see someone pause this long with that question.
Objection, Your Honor. That is wild.
I suspend your objection.
Wow. Objection.
Jesus, she screamed and scared the Jesus out of me.
I know, I thought, I was like...
At that time, whenever do you have the date whenever we went to go surveil that subdivision?
Yes, sir. It was October
still racing.
27th. Okay, at that time he was still a missing person.
That was amazing.
The guy
I didn't
ever
realize I was asleep awake, but I was.
Not me
Scared the Jesus go
specifically.
in and out of me.
I was just tasked with going
God.
from door to door in that subdivision looking for a surveillance footage.
That wasn't really my question, but
Pause it. We can't. Baker's not here.
Since October 12th, 27th, crime scene.
That wasn't.
I don't even know what he said.
investigation.
She's scared.
He asked if there was a crime scene, like where this man got killed, but I don't think they know exactly where that is.
No.
Or
And then he looked at the jury and said, "You will never see somebody pause this long when asked that question." And they both exploded.
Jeez.
I can't believe he said it. What a ballsy move, defense
he has
attorney.
been a little. He's like a Van Wilder. He's like a little douche. Also, can we pause? Okay, we can't pause, but ladies, you know that lemon stuff that you used to put in your hair in the 80s to turn it blonde? That man puts them on.
Oh, yes.
Carrot orange.
I'm kind of going reverse because counsel's just asking you about this, you're canvassing the area. And this, you canvassed prior to Greg Rice's body being found.
Yes.
And when you were conducting that canvassing, had Horry County Police Department been told that Greg Rice had actually been shot down the road and not at his apartment?
That I don't recall on that part. At that time, working there was definitely suspicious circumstances surrounding the missing person from the information that I believe we were receiving.
But you didn't, at that point, you didn't even know that he had been killed.
No.
And counsel was referencing a report, so I guess I need to mark this. Yep, I'll show it to you.
Your Honor, I object to him having his record.
Oh, you brought it up.
Yeah, that's fine.
I guess it's only one, we can just 6, I think 6 isn't used.
I don't think I like these defense attorneys, if I'm being honest.
No, I thought they're doing some good things about saying, well, you didn't find any proof on her, you only found on him, but they're not. I don't think they have a full deck to play with.
Probably.
And
not.
for people
Especially not
wondering,
after
5 hours have passed. 5 hours has passed.
Did you see the spice?
No.
Did you miss the spice?
Yeah, you missed it. Jeez.
Oh, you're gonna have to back up a little bit.
I'm gonna have to turn the volume down.
Yeah.
Go back at it.
I said a little bit, not to the beginning of the stream. What did you just do?
I
You just
backed
went back
up a
like
little
7
bit.
hours.
No. This is day 2.
Okay.
So
Maybe
we're an
Backed
hour
up
into
for a
day.
week. What are you talking about? This is last week.
Yeah, but you said I had to back up a little bit. I backed up a little bit, and then Valhalla started. Is it here? I beg you.
Yeah, so try it here. Try it here.
Your Honor, I beg the court's indulgence for a second.
I think we got to go forward.
No, you have to go back.
Oh no, backwards.
The door in that subdivision looking for surveillance.
Backwards.
You will never see someone pause this long.
A little bit more. It's this question.
At that time?
At any time. You will never see someone pause this long when that question.
Objection, Your Honor. That is wild.
I suspend your objection.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's kind of dumb.
Yeah, that was really dumb. I can't believe he had the balls to do it. We got there.
Well,
let's go. Calm down. Calm down. We got there.
I've been told that Greg Rice had actually been shot down the road and not at his apartment.
That I don't recall on that part.
What was the question? If it was a crime scene,
where was the crime?
At that time, working, there was definitely suspicious circumstances surrounding the missing person from the information that I believe we were receiving.
But you didn't, at that point, you didn't even know that he had been killed.
No.
And
you had been killed?
Counsel was referencing a report, so I guess I need to mark this. Here, I'll show it to you.
Your Honor, I object to him having his written.
yeah, points for ballsiness, not effectiveness.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I guess it's something we can do 6. I think 6 is used. Or if it's used as the doing 159. States 159 marked. And this would be just part of the application.
Your Honor, if I may, I'm approaching with what's been marked States Exhibit 159 for identification.
Just hold on to that.
Sure.
Does that appear to be your report?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated on cross-examination that you were having some difficulty recalling some of the details.
Sure.
Would reviewing your report refresh your recollection as to some of those details?
Yes. Thank you for allowing me to look at this again.
And then when you're done with that, if you could just turn it over.
Absolutely.
Bonaduce. Looks like him.
refresh your recollection as to your conversation with Erica Dontel?
Yes, in reference to the text messages, I think it does seem like she believed that the text messages were from Gregory.
Didn't she in fact say that Megan implied that Greg had sent them?
Yeah, yes, something along the lines of that, yes.
Some, what's it called? Pasta with some ham in them. Prosciutto. Yeah, some prosciutto. It's what it's called. It's called
spaghetti.
No, it's a little pasta pocket with some prosciutto in it. It's called. I can't remember.
Pocket?
It's a little like a little pocket.
Tortellini.
Tortellini.
There you go.
Little pasta pocket.
All right, like a fancy ravioli.
Did
Tortellinis are.
Erica Dontel indicate whether Christopher Dontel was fine just sort of moving on from his friendship with Megan?
That appeared to be that too.
Are you, if you know, do you know if Erica Dontel and Christopher Dontel are still married and supporting each other?
It was definitely tortellini, y'all. Definitely tortellini.
I'm not positive on that, to be honest.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Sure. Nothing further.
You missed it.
You want me to leave this right here?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Oh.
We need to gather some insights. Thank you, Chair.
Mark Bonner, Bonner.
Mr. Bonner, do you currently work?
No, I'm retired.
Captain
What did you do before you retired?
I work for the Wake County Police Department.
How long did you work there?
25 years.
What was your last assignment there?
I was a lieutenant over the narcotics divisions. I supervised narcotics, street crimes, and traffic enforcement.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities in that position?
But like I said, basically I supervised the investigations for the sergeants. I had 3 sergeants that reported to me in those divisions. So I oversaw those investigations and unit operations.
How long did you have that assignment?
Approximately 4 years.
When did that assignment end for you?
When I retired in October of last year.
Okay. So did you have that assignment back in November 2020?
No, ma'am. At that point in time, I was a lieutenant over the criminal investigation division. Basically the same thing. I oversaw 4 different units and investigations, homicides, special victims.
Okay. And did you become involved in the investigation of a missing person that eventually turned into a homicide investigation where the victim was Gregory Rice?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you become involved in that investigation?
So I received a call from the deputy coroner stating that she had somebody that had come to her stating that she was worried about her husband had been gone and she had lost contact with him, and it was unusual for that to happen.
Do you remember what date that occurred?
Believe it was October 5th.
Did you speak with the defendant, Megan Jackson, on October 5th?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your understanding about her relationship with the victim?
They had become estranged, so they lived separate residences, but they had children in common. And so he would come and visit, and that was one of her biggest concerns, is that he hadn't come to visit the kids, which he was usually very reliable with.
Did she give you any information about when she had last seen or spoken to Gregory Rice?
I think she said at that point in time she had last spoken to him about a week prior to that, and she had not seen him since.
Was this investigation assigned to a detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you stay involved in the investigation in any way?
Yes, ma'am.
And why was that?
Just to assist with the investigation as needed, if any type of follow-ups were needed. We were doing searches for video surveillance, both at the victims and suspects' locations, anything that I could assist with.
Okay. And were you aware that the victim's remains were recovered on November 8th?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, did you or any other investigators obtain any arrest warrants?
Yes, subsequent to the autopsy, enough probable cause was established to obtain a search warrant for the defendant's residence, along with an arrest warrant for the defendant.
Okay. Let's talk about the search warrants. What were the search warrants for?
As a result of the autopsy showed that the victim had been killed with a .22 caliber round. So the process, we got a search warrant to obtain any evidence related to that may show any evidence related in residence for that homicide.
And did you participate in the execution of any search warrants?
Yes, ma'am. We established 2 teams to go to both co-defendants. I led one of the teams, specifically this defendant's residence.
Did you locate anything during the search relevant to this investigation?
Wow.
Yes, the defendant's closet.
Wow. 0%.
I've heard a lot about
Lefty.
the. I've heard a lot about the people describing Lefty as less cool than Brian Higgins, less game than Brian Higgins, potentially even as low as Bukaki level, but 0 sway.
That's impressive.
Ouch,
I don't think I've seen 0
Nightbot.
before, have we?
He can't even spell well when he goes into ladies' DMs.
Oh my God, 0%.
Bob's and Vagine over here. Lefty lulls. Bob's and Vagine.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Lefty, 0?
How is that even possible?
How's that possible?
That's terrible.
Oh my goodness. That's terrible.
You got as much game as Sloth from the Goonies. Hey, you guys.
Fair point.
That doesn't fix
he did
it.
get a baby Ruth, though.
Baby Ruth.
I'm just saying that, again,
Now I want a baby Ruth. Damn.
I talked to people who know Lefty personally, and they said, personality, vacuum. Yes, it was Beryl.
That's
When he
fair,
walks in-
Caleb. Sloth did win chunk over, so you got that going for you, Lefty.
Yeah, my mom didn't leave me any notes about his swayshare as well.
Terrible.
Hey, Gata Kate.
Kate.
My mom never mentioned Lefty Swayzer. Oh my word.
Well, apparently Lefty has less game than Higgins.
0%. That's as low as it gets, y'all.
Yeah. You can't go negative.
Rocky Road.
That's what I wish Nightbot would do just for funsies. Throw a negative on there. Like, just to really make someone's day.
Does Swayzer mean gay? No.
No.
Okay. Do you remember any description as far as the size of these men?
Yeah, I remember the size of them. I know I could tell by the Swayzer who the one was, by meeting him different times up there at Paula's. I knew Swayzer is, get that word right, Swayzer?
Okay. I don't know what that word means, so I'm sorry.
Oh, his style, his walk, his talk.
Okay.
All of that,
Is
Lefty has 0.
0% Swayzer, y'all.
Whoa.
He wouldn't even be invited to the treehouse.
Oh.
He'd have to watch. Like,
That's funny.
although he might be invisible because if he has no Swayzer, he's camouflaged.
I'm pretty sure he could. He could go to a nudist camp for nymphomaniac women and still not.
Oh my God. Why is that your example?
He would
met
walk.
his first wife.
He would walk right in there and people will just be. Did it get drafty?
Oh my God.
Well, I'm Nightbot is never wrong.
Nightbot hasn't been wrong.
This is absolutely no swayshare.
Terrible, Lefty. Absolutely terrible.
Terrible.
Exactly. Get a high number and then never go back, salty dog.
Yeah.
Just retire after that.
There was a gun box, a handgun box.
Yes, we can.
We found a handgun box that belonged to a .22 caliber handgun.
Okay, and did you seize that box?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me what was relevant about the caliber of the box.
As I said, during the autopsy, the results were that the defendant had been killed with a .22 caliber round.
Jemima, do you remember how long it took for the first jury question? I don't know. I had 17 hours somewhere in my head, but 27 could be why. Well, more than Lefty does.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 67. Is that the box you found in the closet that day?
Yes, ma'am.
God bless the necrophiliacs.
Baker, what is this
Was
hairdo?
there a gun associated with
It's tight on the outsides, and then was he doing a faux hawk? Did he grow it long to cover a bald spot?
I think he did the high and tight, and when it got a little thin, he just grew it up and pulled it back.
Okay, also avocado green is not really anyone's color.
No, that's a 90s color as well. I'm pretty sure if you go to South Carolina, the newest hit will be Baby One More Time by Britney Spears.
Did you see the woman on the prosecutors had that Murphy Brown blouse? Can you imagine being around when the blouse was in fashion, out of fashion, and now it's back in fashion?
Just heard Court TV reporting jury coming back. Is that true? I'm watching Lawn and Crim, and they don't say anything. I do have it running in the background. Don't see anything on the Twitch either. There will be a lot of people who say, I am at the courthouse. The jury is back now. Judge is back. That's the beauty about court watching. People will say a lot of stuff.
Yes.
There was a lot of neon.
I still love neon.
Jamie, ever since you saw Mark Wahlberg the first time, you got stuck. You were sitting at home watching MTV, eating your pizza casserole, and you heard.
No.
And you thought, oh, those Calvin Kleins is working. And since then, you have been stuck. Avocado toast eating liberals. I don't know. 80s were awesome for neon. I had that very, very plasticky tracksuit in bright blue neon. Oh.
And you heard it?
Yeah.
Made that whooshing noise.
They won't get stuck till at least 2 days in.
And only if there's a wash machine in close proximity.
Yeah. Well, we don't diss South Carolina. We just have a few fashion questions. And Sue have said I am allowed to say that the 1995 is still 2 years away in South Carolina. Backstreet Boys haven't made it to South Carolina yet.
The Backstreet haven't made it to South Carolina yet.
Why didn't it start? Oh, it's the wrong one. I was thinking, why is no audio coming on? Because this is the one.
There was not a gun in the box, no ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit exhibit number 67 into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 67 admitted into evidence without objection.
No further questions by the state.
Cross-examination.
Just a clarification. We know that based on what bullets were found in Greg Rice's body, this is not was not this gun, right?
Objection, Your Honor, basis of knowledge.
I mean, if he knows.
Involved in the investigation, surely.
If it was.
What kind of bullets were found.
I do not know specifically. I was not part of that investigation.
Well, do you know, if I told you that it was identified as a Sig Sauer, you would know this was not that gun, right?
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May he be released from this if he may.
Jury body may break.
10-15 minute break.
I'll make sure you have your own notepad.
I love that he tells him, make sure you have your own notepad. Who else's would you steal?
Hey, one person takes
Well,
the
no,
note.
maybe.
That's the nerd.
In this case, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Get you to state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
Alan Jones, J-O-N-E-S.
Mayor. Thank you. Sergeant Jones, where do you work?
Horry County Police.
How long have you worked there?
A little over 24 years.
I'm going to ask you to slow down just a smidge for the court reporter.
Okay.
Did you have any prior law enforcement or military experience before joining Horry County?
Yes, ma'am. I worked for the City of Conway Police Department for approximately 2.5 years.
What is your current assignment?
I'm currently a sergeant on the patrols division.
What was your assignment back in October of 2020?
I was a sergeant in the criminal investigations division. A detective in the criminal investigations division.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities as a detective in the criminal investigations division?
Investigate crimes against persons, especially violent crimes, whether it be assault, sexual assaults, homicides.
What type of tasks would you undertake during those investigations?
There was multiple tasks during that investigations, whether it be to follow up on leads, do interviews, or either sometimes even gather evidence.
And you just said follow up on leads. If you can estimate approximately how many investigations have you been involved in your 24 plus year career?
I don't know. To put a number would be pure speculation. Okay. A lot.
Okay. And as you conduct those investigations, does every lead that you follow up, I believe that was your language, every lead that you follow up, is it fruitful? I guess I'll put it that way.
No, oftentimes you will follow up on leads that actually go nowhere and end up having absolutely nothing to do with the case.
Are you familiar with an investigation into a missing person turned homicide where the victim was Gregory Rice?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you assist Detective Susie with some tasks in that case?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Specifically, did you and Detective Susie meet with Megan Jackson on October 23rd, of 2020?
Yes, ma'am. We conducted an interview that day.
Was she a suspect at that time?
Yes, she was.
Were you familiar with the defendant prior to the interview?
Only vaguely.
And how did you have that vague familiarity?
That she worked with a body transport service that came and picked up deceased individuals.
Was Christopher Dontel also a suspect at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you familiar with Christopher Dontel?
Again, only vaguely, as he was a deputy coroner with the coroner's office.
Okay. Prior to you and Detective Susie conducting that interview, had investigators created sort of a timeline of the defendant's movements for the night of October 2nd?
Yes, ma'am, they had. Using cell phone data, they had established a timeline of both Mr. Dontel and Ms. Jackson's movements.
Did they use any other types of investigative tools, such as interviews with other witnesses, surveillance videos, license plate readers, anything like that?
Yes, ma'am. There had been interviews with other individuals. Specifically, one of the interviews things they had used was license plate readers, wherein it would take a picture of the tag and document where it was, the date and the time.
Okay, so let's sort of start at the beginning of the timeline. Did investigators have license plate reader stills from the River's Edge community?
Yes, ma'am.
Leading the witness, Your Honor.
Overruled.
What was significant about the River's Edge community?
The River's Edge community is where Mr. Dontel and Miss Jackson lived.
And Your Honor, these have already been admitted and published. So I'm showing you States Exhibit 136 and States Exhibit 138. Are those stills that you used to help create the timeline?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you just read for 136 the date and time there, and then for 138 the date and time there?
136 is October 2nd, 2020, approximately 6:16 in the afternoon. And 138 is October 2nd, 2020, approximately 6:20 in the afternoon as well.
6:20, okay. Moving forward in the evening, did investigators have still photos from a game camera at the Heritage, if I have to say the whole name, Lewis Ocean Bay Heritage Preserve? I call it the preserve because that's too much for me to say.
Yes, ma'am.
You have stills from that there also?
Yes, ma'am. We obtained still photos from the Department of Natural Resources, who had a game camera to monitor the area.
So I am, sorry, let me just repeat this question.
That'd be fine.
They're already admitted, actually. I believe these have already been admitted, Your Honor, 44 through 47 by stipulation of Agent Tom Buchanan of DNR. Admitted when I read out a number of stipulations.
Start.
I think I did that yesterday morning, late yesterday morning, Your Honor.
Yes.
There were.
We are coming up on 6 hours. Last year, we had the first jury question at 5.5 hours, where they asked if they could see the third report and was told they couldn't because they asked in the wrong way. Well, they weren't told, but they were asking for the report and they could have had a read back, but because they didn't formulate it in the correct, it's like Jeopardy.
Yeah.
So Bev denied it instead of sending it back, saying, no, you can't have the report, but you can come in and have a read back, which she should have done if she was a fair judge, but hey, she's not. 17 hours in is the first time that they came back and say, we are hung. I asked my nephew what he wanted for his birthday, and he said a Barbie doll. I said, F you 6-year-old. Why am I reading this?
I don't know why you continue to read those. There are Brandon messages that are first sentence only.
Well, give him a Ken doll and
Yeah.
tell him that's not how a man looks.
Or
And I'm
Power
talking about the
Rangers.
6-pack app because what's below the belt kind of looks like me. Smooth. Oh, I shouldn't say that in public.
There was actually
45 through 47 at one time.
Yes, I'm doing 44 through 47 now, and then I'll show the others.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. And Your Honor, may they be published to the jury as we discussed? Okay, thank you. So I'm going to do Exhibit 44 first. Showing you State's Exhibit 44. Is that a still photo from the deer camera?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And do you recognize the car in that photo?
Yes, ma'am. It's a Ford Explorer. It's very much like the type that the deputy coroner drove.
Okay. Is there a date and time stamp on that photo?
There is. It's October 2nd, 2020 at 6:26 p.m.
Are you familiar with where the preserve is located?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with where River's Edge is located?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how?
I hope they're just getting lunch in and working through lunch because there's a lot of people outside of court, so there'll be a lot of problems with that. Well, again, I still hope they'll just work through lunch.
How far apart are they?
Mileage, I'm not sure, but it's about a 15-minute drive. That's my recollection.
And then showing
Why
you
didn't you
States
measure it?
Exhibit 45. Do you recognize? Do you recognize the car in that photo?
Yes, ma'am. It's a transport van that's used by the transport services that move bodies.
Is there a date and time stamp on that photo?
Yes, ma'am. October 2nd, 2020 at 6:26 p.m. as well.
Okay. And do these cars appear to be entering or exiting the preserve?
They're entering.
Next, showing you States Exhibit 46. Again, do you recognize the vehicle in that?
That's
Yes,
a
ma'am.
lot
It's
of
a minivan.
earrings.
Very much the same appearance, the one that was entering it a few minutes earlier.
Okay, so what's the date and time stamp on this?
Date and time and stamp on that one is October 2nd, 2020 at 6:40 p.m.
So I'm just going to have you compare 45 and 46. What's the difference in time? How long did the car appear to be in the preserve?
Just short of 15, 20 minutes.
We have a theory that in South Carolina, everything is from the 80s. So he probably saw Don Johnson in Miami Vice and thought, that's a look. But he also looks like
Girl.
Yeah, and he also looks like a knockoff Matthew McConaughey impersonator. So
He does. I keep wanting him to say the girls stay the same age, or I get older and the girls stay the same age, which is a creepy thought when you think about it as you're, the parent.
yeah. Baker, do you consider the majority of Danes to be truthful? My dad taught me a little lie never hurt anyone.
And now if I could show you States Exhibit 47.
It doesn't look like he has sneaker socks on.
What are we seeing in States Exhibit 47?
That would be the Ford Explorer. Also in the far left-hand corner, you also see the minivan exiting as well. And that's on October the 2nd, 2020 at 6:40 p.m. as well.
Okay. I'm going to ask you just to keep your voice up just a little
I think
bit.
more than
Okay.
I
10.
think the jury's having trouble hearing you.
Oh, is she one of those who has like a pin?
Before I move on in time, were there other
Why does she only have it in one ear?
still photos from the deer camera showing the defendants at the
There's so
preserve
many
in the days prior
knows
to
here because
October
she's
2nd?
my
Yes, ma'am.
beauty
There were.
consultant.
Your Honor, now I'm going to 35 to 43, which I also believe have been admitted.
What are you asking
And
about?
that's that they be published.
Why she has all these piercings in one ear only?
Most people
Where?
have
Which
like one.
Yeah, usually when you get your cartilage done, they only get the one side. A lot of the time.
Why? You look
I don't know.
lopsided.
It's how they,
Because maybe
it's
you
how
don't want to
people
have,
do it.
like, maybe you want like one bar, one knot. And so if you have to sleep on your head or your ear, I don't know.
But Valhalla showed me his Prince Albert, and that's in the middle. Then.
Goodness. Sue.
Yeah.
So if we can go to State's Exhibit 35.
Well, being in court is kind of formal.
Can you tell us what we see in Exhibit 35?
In Exhibit 35, you have the Ford Explorer as well as the minivan entering
not that
the
cute, though.
Ocean Bay Preserve.
What's cute?
I said I don't like her piercings, so they don't look cute.
No, it looks
Probably
like.
because of that hairstyle. I don't know.
Yeah, she looks a
off.
little, let me say it, butch. And I don't like it. Yeah, and he has it vertically. That's weird.
Oh my God.
Well, that's where Valhalla showed it to me, so.
Ah.
On September the
Did you ask
29th,
him?
2020 at 1:30.
No, he said, do you know why I can't go through TSA without it beeping? And I said, can I please leave this room? I don't feel comfortable. And he said, well, I have something to show you.
No, I did.
I'm
Sure.
Oh, probably not, because I'm getting things packed up. Mr. Mo says next 2 weeks I should be into my new room.
So a month or so.
Yeah, look, I'm trying to keep positive here.
13 p.m.
So 3 days earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
And then State's Exhibit 36.
Again, it's the Explorer in the minivan, and you can actually see Miss Jackson outside of the minivan, and that is on September the 29th, 2020 at 1:14.
Are you able to see anything at the driver's door of the Ford Explorer?
Yes, ma'am. You can see the door open and an individual stepping out of it.
So showing you State's Exhibit 37.
Yes, ma'am. Again.
Let's just wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's just a lag for the photos to come up. Okay. State's Exhibit 37.
Very much similar to the same picture, only at this point in time, the individual from the Explorer has stepped out, and you can see that that's Mr. Dontel.
And what's the date and time there?
The date and time on that one is September the 29th, 2020 at 1:14 p.m.
State's Exhibit 38.
Do they have them on a game camera chucking the
Are
body?
they
It would be
looking
too
directly? Are they looking directly at the camera as they're doing the crime?
good. Yeah.
Is that where the like river is or whatever?
Yeah. I think so.
Really? Wow. Why
1,
wouldn't
2,
you
3.
scope out where there's cameras? It's just, oh boy.
Is this a bar? She has?
No.
Yeah, it's a bar.
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And someone has an echo. I can hear an echo.
Again, the Explorer and the minivan and the individuals have walked around behind, I'm sorry,
That's it.
behind the Explorer, and that is on September the 29th, 2020 at 1:15.
State's Exhibit 39. I'm going to help you. I'm not going to give you the photo until it's up. Okay. State's Exhibit 39.
The same two vehicles, the minivan at this point in time is turning out and leaving, and that's on September 29th, 2020 at 1:35 p.m.
State's Exhibit 40.
That rained a lot. Well, she looks like she can deadlift quite a bit.
The Explorer is leaving at this point to exit the preserve, and that's on September 29th, 2020 at 1:36 p.m.
How could they have chosen a better place to drop the body than right in front of a good camera?
I know, like a
Moving
really
on.
good camera.
State's
You
Exhibit
dummies.
41.
Yeah, but you can still see them.
No,
you don't.
This is on
Don't look like
September
you had
30th,
scary eyes
2020 at 8, at 9:58 a.m. And the minivan and the Explorer are entering the Lewis Ocean Bay Preserve.
State's Exhibit 42.
She has some big shoulders
That's
as well.
the Explorer, and it appears to be exiting on
Hey,
September the 30th,
she can do
2020
a-
at 10:39 a.m.
You know,
And lastly, State's Exhibit
a front
43.
press, Arnold press with 40.
A front press is a military press if you're thinking about overhead pressing.
Yeah, that one. It's been a couple years since I've done any, actual lifting.
Arnold pressing is the one where you start in here and then you rotate out and
You
do the
start with a
overhead press.
Kennedy, you end with a maid.
Yeah. Military press is just front delts. The other one is more of shoulder mobility. Well, if she has roid eyes, then it could be the lifting. Well, she doesn't have the weird jaw that a lot of females on gear get.
That is the minivan, also appearing to exit September the 30th, 2020 at 10:39.
In establishing the timeline moving forward, did you have information, did you or did you not have information that the defendants had gone to Abuelos that night for dinner?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we've already seen those clips. Are you familiar with the Arrowhead community where the victim lived?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us sort of generally where in the county it is?
It'll be in the Clay Pond Road. Some people refer to it as almost the Forest Brooks area, down where the old Fantasy Harbor, Waccamaw Pottery used to be. The general description of the area.
You said Clay Pond Road, so is that is there an entrance to the Arrowhead community on Clay?
So next year's meetup, if I get a few extra days, will be in this county.
Clay Pond Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, there's the Clay Pond Road is where the entrance to the Arrowhead community is at.
Did investigators in building their timeline have license plate reader
The vehicles is hers and the body moving company she works for.
photos from the Arrowhead community?
Yes, there are license plate readers in the Arrowhead community, and photos were obtained for those license plate readers.
Your Honor, this time the state would proffer States Exhibit 10 and 11. I believe there was no objection to their admission.
Okay. All right, States Exhibits 10 and 11 admitted in the evidence.
And may they be published, Your Honor.
Yeah.
So we'll start with States Exhibit 10. Is that one of the LPR photos from the Arrowhead community?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And that's going into the community?
Yeah, that would be, I believe that would be entering into the community, and that's dated on October the 2nd, 20.
I don't know if there's been a plea deal offered for this one, but he took a lesser included accessory after the fact. He took that back in, I think it was November. We were actually going to cover his trial, and just as it was about to start, he took a plea deal, pled guilty to a lesser included. He will be here to testify maybe today. No. He'll be testifying day 3.
2020 at 10 o'clock p.m.
And then States Exhibit 11. This is a little better view of the car. Do you recognize the minivan in that picture?
Yes, ma'am, and that's dated October 2nd, 2020 at 10:06, and I believe that would be exiting the community.
No, this is actually at I think it's kind of like a nature reserve or something. So this is government cameras. So they didn't even canvass for them. They had them. This is number plate readers. We had a guy testifying yesterday that they have 40 in the county, and they have been picked up on a lot of them.
So stupid.
Celestial Force, you have a smart kid.
Yep.
Because I am innocent.
And during the interview that you and Detective Susie conducted that day with the defendant, did you use that timeline that was sort of just sketched out?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
At the end of the interview, was the defendant still a suspect?
Yes, she was.
During the course of that interview, did either you or Detective Susie take any cell phones from the defendant, Megan Jackson?
Yes, Detective Susie did gather cell phones from Ms. Jackson.
Was that in your presence?
Yes, ma'am.
And was there a search warrant for those phones, if you know?
I believe there was.
What, are you familiar with what an evidence record is for Horry County Police?
Yes, ma'am. I'm very familiar.
Figured you might be. Was an evidence record created for those phones?
Yes.
Of Foxy Noxy?
Your Honor,
she didn't look
actually,
that
I'll enter
mean.
this at this time, maybe for, I'll just enter it. State is offering State's Exhibit 18 into evidence, Your Honor.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. United States Exhibit 18, admitted into evidence.
Thank you. You don't have to show this one. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 18. Is that an evidence? Well, first let me stop. Can you explain to the jury what an evidence record is used for?
Yeah, an evidence record is used to document when and where an item is collected and any time it has changed hands. Whether
Sorry?
Can you explain that to Canton PD or Mass State Police? What an
Again,
evidence
South
record
Carolina is one of the richest states in the nation. They have all this technical know-how. They have, I'm going to say this, and it's for those of you who came in during the Karen Reed trial and doesn't know this, they have what's known as evidence bags. It's not just from the local Jiffy Lube. They have
That is so weird.
They have test tubes so they can preserve fluids, not just open containers like a red Solo cup. But that's only because South Carolina is so massively wealthy. Massachusetts is one of the lowest economies in America. They have to get by with what they have. They barely have the means to pay their officers overtime. So it's South Carolina. Some call it the Gold Coast.
Nobody calls it the Gold Coast. That's not true. That's not true at all.
Well, I'm pretty good at geography. So,
Fair. I'll give you that. I'll give you
Yeah.
that.
Good point.
No, they don't have. No, they are fancy people. They have sealed containers for liquid stuff.
Ooh.
What a radical program they have down in South Carolina.
Yeah.
Keeping track of evidence. They've got lead investigators. It's wild down there.
It's a totally new thing that it might go to other more poor places like New York or California and all those poor little secluded areas in America. South Carolina is, as you all know, one of the richest states in America.
it's to be placed into evidence where it's taken by tech to be examined or any piece of evidence is moved. Oftentimes we refer to it as a chain because it documents every movement of that piece of evidence.
Is this the chain or the evidence record for the 2 phones taken from Ms. Jackson that day?
It's all the monies.
Yes, ma'am.
Did the defendant give the passwords to both of those phones?
Yes, she did.
Are those passwords noted on the chain?
Yes, they are noted on the chain here with next to where the phones were collected.
The problem is they also have SLED down there, and that kind of negates anything
Yeah,
beneficial.
everything good coming out of that state. Oh, SLED. Yeah. I just tossed my phone around a bit, and then that proves everything.
20. Are those the phones that were taken from the defendant, Megan Jackson, on October 23rd, 2020?
Yes, ma'am. These appear to be.
That's all I have for Sergeant Jackson. Just answer any questions for Mr. Brennan, please.
I watched this. Well, I don't watch her, but she comes across my timeline. I think she might be from Alabama or something. And she always talks about that people think she's slow just because she talks like that, but it's just an accent. She's actually kind of funny, talking about living in the South and doing all the Southern stuff, hunting, getting married, all these weird things that only exist down there.
Getting married.
Yeah, I don't know. Sue, but you guys don't use solo cup for blood evidence. You're very sophisticated compared to at least Canton. No, but she has this thick accent, and I love it.
Who is it?
I can't remember her name. It's just she just comes across my timeline whenever I'm scrolling through something. I like her. We Nordic people really have to learn from them. I had no idea that the standard is to use a leaf blower if there's snow and that there isn't special protocol for snow crime scene. Who knew? Well, we don't have any up here because it's not like we ever seen bad weather. Oh, and we just had a woman pew-pewed in Copenhagen today. Funny in a country where we don't have access to pew-pews.
Yeah, that's impossible, Baker.
Yeah, I don't know
But
how it happened either.
Criminals know it's illegal to have those, right?
Yeah, but still, it happens now and again. So, yeah, she got pew-pewed in the middle of Copenhagen.
I'm pretty sure that's illegal. I don't know how that could have happened.
Both pew-pews and unalivings are illegal in Denmark. We are very progressive.
Very.
That's what I like about you guys.
How progressive they are.
In South Africa, they use Stanley cups. They use Dixie cups. Of course they do. South of the Mason-Dixon.
That's funny, actually. That was good.
Yeah, I like a Southern Belle accent. No, it's not the one with all the sayings. She's funny too. It's another one. She just got married, and I think they moved back out in the sticks, her and her husband, and she just goes around talking about how she's always been called stupid because she has an accent. Normally, I don't like people with accent, but I like this one. Well, it must be bad fake news. It must be fake news.
Must be.
It is fake news.
Yeah, we always say, "Can we hear about?" No.
I'm pretty.
When
you know
something
what? I'm
happens
pretty
like
sure.
That,
I listen to a lot of news outlets. I read stuff occasionally. I'm pretty sure if you ban guns, that eliminates pew-pewings. I'm pretty sure that I've read that. So I think you're lying to us, Baker. I think you're full of crap.
Yeah,
that's what I think.
Yeah.
Morning, sir.
Try to make us more cool than we are.
So just give me an idea, what was your involvement in this?
I assisted Detective Susie in doing the interview with Miss Jackson and was there when he collected the phones and was familiar with the timeline somewhat.
Okay, and when you say a timeline, was there like a document that was created titled like timeline?
Not that I observed. It was pretty much a sit rep or a situation report from other detectives of what it was.
Okay. What a cohesive timeline as relates to what you remember?
I did not observe any kind of report that had the timeline on it. I was, again, informed by other detectives that had knowledge of it.
Okay. How involved did you stay? I mean, did you go to these roundtables and get more information about the case, or was it just surveillance and,
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand what you meant.
Was your only involvement in surveillance? Did you go into roundtables to discuss the case at large, get more information about it?
I don't recall that I'd done any of the roundtable meetings with that. As far as general discussion, it was basically a situation report or a briefing of the timeline and things that had transpired prior to the interview with Ms. Jackson.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
Do you remember what date that interview was?
October 23rd.
Never meant to make
To make your daughter cry.
Never
When
meant
that,
to tap you
on
in the
that
swan.
photo we saw where vehicles coming into Arrowhead, who's driving?
You can't observe who's driving the vehicle from the photos that were taken from the LPR readers.
Okay. Anything on the vehicle on the way out? Any blood or anything on the vehicle?
Nothing that you can observe from the LPR reader.
Well, it was not her ex. It was her current. Well, he is her ex now, but it was her boyfriend at the time. But that's for the defense to get out of them.
Did you ever take the time to drive from Arrowhead to Flint Lake Apartments?
No, sir, I did not. I'm worked in the county for quite some time, so I have a vague rendition of how long most travel would take.
Okay. And what is your vague understanding of that?
From what 2 points again?
From this LPR that you showed us
Mhm.
at Arrowhead there to the area of Flint Lake Apartments?
It's only a few minutes, if I recall correctly.
Okay. And so if it's a few minutes to get there and she enters at 10 o'clock, and what you just showed us is her exiting at 10:06, and it takes you a couple minutes to get there, she could kill the person at the apartments. Could she?
Lots of things can be done in a short period of time.
Okay. So just want to make sure I understand. It's your position that she enters at 10. It takes her, I think you said 2 to 3 minutes. But let's just say it's less. She has to shoot a person.
Big disclosure. Doink the Clown had his mock jury. Well then, the first towel mock jury for the John O'Keefe and Karen Wee trial has returned its verdict. The juries, led by Fortwowel Cordelia Quirf, convict Karen Reed, probably a very, very unbiased person, voted as follows. Ang wrote out the forms by hand. Guilty murder 2, guilty manslaughter with OUI, guilty leaving the scene. These 12 jurors from the mock towel jury 1 deliberated over 3 days before reaching their formal decision. The vote was unanimous 12-0 on all counts, as affirmed by Ant.
What the?
What in the D&D redonkulous is this? No.
Well, yeah, if you get a bunch of people that are anti-Karen Reed, of course they're going to vote that. Like, and why did it take them 3 days?
Icky saying that.
So stupid.
Also, how did he find 12 people to watch him?
Well, he actually has better numbers than we do. That's the crazy spot.
It's mind-boggling.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, you
and I love
think
that.
He wouldn't be very funny high.
Like how you can't.
Every
The
other
absolute
poll is
best part.
80+%.
The
80+%.
absolute best part of that is the fact that it took them 3 days in a convict Karen Reed community to finagle their way into a guilty verdict. That's amazing.
Like, it's the stupidest thing in the world.
It's not smart.
Not to mention
Not-
they hand wrote out in like little binders. I give up.
Fun
Like,
fact,
how-
the chance from...
How does that help anyone? It's not like it's like, guys, look at this mock jury said. So you better watch out.
It's chat interaction, Jamie. It's fun times. It's good quality entertainment over there at the Towels channel.
The chance from Coastal Carolina University is on the College World Series right now. How can the College World Series be World Series? Because there is only colleges from the States in there. I'm just pointing out the obvious.
None of your colleges matter when it comes to sports, sir.
Well, we don't have colleges.
Do you guys even
Yes, we
play
have
baseball?
universities.
Same. Do you guys have baseball over there?
No.
That's why you don't play in the World Series.
We had a local American football club that closed last year because there wasn't enough playing it. Yeah, that could be a fun live stream.
That would be pretty fun, actually.
Oh, yes.
Baker, you're welcome to come here to CVS. Isn't that a pharmacy?
Well, CVS is. This is CWS.
We don't have W's in Denmark.
It doesn't mean you don't get to use them when you're speaking English.
Well, you don't pronounce the German V right either. You say von Klaus. No, it's fun.
I don't speak German.
No, but you have said Baron von Münchhausen. No, von Münchhausen.
No, I haven't.
Probably
Never said that once in my life.
Eric,
Never said that once in my
Eric
life.
von Manstein or who else?
Van Halen?
Well, that's British. But if it was German, it would be Van Halen.
So I was right on that one too. Huh? Okay.
Yeah, you can come over here and play handball.
What about Van Hagar, though? Can we all agree?
We play handball in prisons here. Because I can't have rackets. Smacking the ball against them.
Okay, wait,
No,
is
that's
it
not
like
handball.
dodgeball?
No, you have a goal in either end, and then you have 6 guys and a goalie. And then you'll run up and shoot on the other side, and you'll have a small fight in the middle of it.
Not rugby. It's like lacrosse, but without sticks.
No, you don't just hurl it around and say, hey, I get to bang the cheerleader. This is a very serious sport. You have men that's roughly somewhere between 6'2" to 6'5", built like a linebacker, running around on a course, trying to elbow each other in the face or grab each other's shorts and turn them around, throwing balls in the net. It's a fun sport. Denmark is world champions.
Sounds exactly like lacrosse, but with no sticks.
Kind of.
Yeah, just curious. In American handball, are you using hands? No, they don't use that. They have a paddle because football, you use your hands, and handball, you use a paddle.
Not in prisons. They just use their hands.
It's just...
They can't have rackets in prisons. Those are weapons.
That's why they can't have ping pong tables. They're very mad. Foosball, though.
Worldwide web.
Every time Baker's always said handball, that's what I thought of though. Because we used to play handball in like school against the wall. Like,
No, we played against other schools, and then we'll punch them in the face with an elbow.
oh my lord.
A,
Well, this
a
was just
big
playing
part
like on
of
recess on
European
the
sport is
playground.
punching. No, we played football in there, and you don't hit people in the face. Well, I got a concussion once or twice in football, but still, I'm trying to.
Oh, you mean
show
soccer? You mean soccer? Got it.
Soccer. Kickball. He hates that one.
Oh, sorry,
Lucky.
my internet connection blurted out.
My bad.
Den bliver altså også smidt væk. Det er godt kommet. Niklas.
Did he save it?
That's handball.
Yeah, I don't.
Come on.
What's happening? Where's the ball at? I don't even see it.
That was the epitome of athletic maneuvers from that goalie.
Oh.
That was good.
Do you know how
Little
fast
baby
these are
ball.
coming at you?
As fast as that guy can throw it.
Yeah, pretty fast.
Yeah, pretty darn fast, and getting smacked right in the face hurts like hell.
What do they use, like a
Well, didn't-
volleyball?
Do the goalies ever stop them?
So you're allowed to like dribble it?
No dribbling.
Yeah, you can
involved.
take you can dribble all you want, kind of like in basketball, but you can only take two steps, then you have to pass it. Kind of like in basketball.
So
But
did they
in
just run around with it? Like
No, they
try
play
to-
each other. Try and play so that you can get an open run at goal because you're actually trying to score, Jamie. It's kind of like basketball, but just with a little more manliness in it. Because running, the guy you saw with the long hair is Mikkel Hansen. He's the world's greatest handball player. A lot of years. He just ended his career. He probably weighs 220, 240, and when he rams into you, probably more. And he's one of the smaller guys because you have the guys who stand in the center on the line, which is called the line player. They are normally built kind of like a fridge. And when you run into them, they will go up and face check you. Because then you'll get a what's called a 3-meter toss. That's just a kind of like, okay, you get to start over, but you get to punch someone in the face. Punching people in the faces is a big part of European sports.
So it's combat, dodgeball, hand soccer.
Yeah, but I could only see...
combat dodgeball, soccer.
But that's, yeah. Yeah, the goalkeeper can hold the ball. Denmark and Germany have great goalkeepers. Yes. The German league is probably the best league in Europe. France is pretty good as well, but we have a lot of Danish players in the German league. Yeah, but that's because you do everything wrong in America.
I love Amanda's description of it because that's exactly how I would describe it. International dodge combat hand soccer.
Probably because nobody else plays that stupid sport.
Isn't the ball sticky too? Like they have some sort of weird resin that they put on it?
I don't know. I know nothing about this. I just found out it existed today.
Why is it the one time I know a sports ball fact, Baker isn't here as the only person who knows about this? So I sound
Wouldn't that be cheating though? If they like super glued it to their hand or something?
They don't super glue it. They use resin so they can
Pine resin.
Yeah, they can spin the ball. When you see it played, it's and you don't.
I'd just be out. Like
yeah, but you don't. When you don't know the game. I lost my connection. Hope my connection is back.
Robot-y.
But when you go see it, we have a really good team called. Well, I'm kind of dark. Well, we have a team that's really famous where I live, and when you go to their games, it's like we just built a new arena for them. It's like 5,000 people just going crazy. There's a lot of music and stuff going on while they play. So it's a cool little game. It's one of those games that Americans probably like because something happens in it. You hate football because you have to be smart to understand what they're doing in football. You want to watch than football. That's what you like, but we like a good soccer match.
Yeah, we prefer games where like there's fun.
Shot in the face. That's really annoying. Yeah, my internet is crapping all of a sudden. Well, we've been going for 5 hours, so.
Dang, we have.
Just waiting for everything to catch up because now I lost connection on that one. No, I don't want to insert commercials. I don't think we're back.
Cool.
Get out and get them. Right? You can't just leave them there. Is that right?
Unless you would find the body there and they would have to be moved.
Okay. And we know this in this case it was moved. So if you've driven 2 minutes in the Flint Lake Apartments area, you've had to get out and shoot somebody. You've had to get over there, right, and move the body. Sir, and then you have to put that into a vehicle, and then you got to drive back out. Is that right, sir?
Yeah, based on the assumption of what you're going with here, yes.
Okay, you agree with that? And you would agree with me that that is a ridiculously tight time frame.
No, sir, not particularly. It's pretty easy to fire multiple shots from a weapon.
And we're past 6 hours.
Okay.
Very rapidly.
Okay. And do that with nobody hearing it. And this was at 10 o'clock at night, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this murder is taking place at 10 o'clock at night in a densely populated area. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And nobody saw it, and nobody heard it. Is that right?
There were no reports of any shots being fired, no, sir. But that's not uncommon.
Okay. But you'd agree it's less common in a densely populated area?
You have the potential for more people to hear it, yes.
Okay.
Nice.
And, you know, gunshots are typically loud.
We did paintball for my bachelor's party as well. And we were out in a wooded area, and my dad and her dad was with us. And at some point, me and my dad was laying on a hill looking into a clearing, and her dad was just standing there. My dad, he was just, boom, and he was just like, oh. And he's just stood there. You have to put your hand up and say, I'm hit. So my dad just unloaded. He didn't like that fucker. So he just unloaded on him and said, why you're not shooting? Well, both of us just unloaded on this stupid guy. That was fun. And he was just like, oh, well, that's what happens.
Oh, that's.
Gunshots are typically loud. I can say that I have investigated cases where individuals have actually committed suicide inside their own home and someone else sleeping in the other end of the home not hear it.
Well, I didn't get married to my father-in-law.
I just want to make sure, because you know, just like I do, like the decibel levels over 100 for any 22.
I wasn't at exact decibel levels. They're significantly quieter than most other handgun calibers.
Okay. So we sit here today, in all of your years of investigating, you can't tell the jury that 5 gunshots is loud.
Well, 5 gunshots indeed would be loud.
Okay. And I just want to make sure it's clear, we're sitting here today, you're telling me you think it was physically possible, based on what you've provided, for her to enter Flint Lake, enter Arrowhead, commit a murder, get a body into a van, and leave.
In a 6-minute time frame, yes, that's entirely possible.
Did you, on your phone records, take a peek at Greg Rice's?
I'm sorry.
Did you do any looking into Greg Rice's phone records?
I did get briefed on some of Mr. Rice's phone records.
Okay. And I think y'all even may have done an actual timeline.
I believe they did do a timeline on Mr. Rice's records as well.
Okay. And you would agree with me on the timeline that y'all created as part of your investigation. It has Greg Rice's phone leaving his apartment at 10:05.
Objection, Your Honor. Sergeant Jones has testified that he never saw the timeline. He said one was created, but he did not see it.
I did not see the exact time that Mr. Rice's phone left his apartment. So to tell you the exact time of that, I'm not aware of it and don't have any knowledge of it. Other than, like I said, a short briefing of it.
Okay. 2 people sneaking around who were having an affair that were trying to hide. You don't see them being out there at the preserve and being inconsistent with them having an affair either.
That could, in fact, be consistent with having an affair and trying to hide.
Oh, so they were banging in the woods.
That was my guess.
Do you know who suggested going to the shooting range for the preserve on the 29th of September?
As far as between the,
Did you, well, I saw you were involved with the phone. Did you follow up on any of these phone records?
again, I was briefed on the phone records. As far as me actually reading the phone records and what was taken from them, I did not read any of that personally.
That's fine. I want to be fair. The court's indulgence, please. Thank you. What would you, in our tight time frame here, you would agree with me that at least in that 6-minute time period, if we're trying to accomplish something in a quick period of time, that there might need to be some effort to clean up what's left behind. Do you agree with that?
Objection calls for speculation.
Okay. No, I can ask you a different, Your Honor. Someone was shot, according to y'all, 5 times in a Flint Lake apartment area. If there was blood from that shooting, y'all would know by now, wouldn't you?
You would assume that we would probably try to find some type of blood there, depending on the caliber and whether the subject was bleeding internally or externally.
Okay. And you would agree that y'all had plenty of time to identify any blood out there?
Yeah, if there was a potential for finding blood, I would think we would have found it if there was any there.
Okay. Do you know if there was, you keep saying potential, I just want to make sure I'm not missing something. Is there no potential for it?
Yes, there is potential. There's also the potential for it not to be there. Okay. That's why I say potential, because nothing is an exact.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Counsel kept asking you, well, no one heard the shots. In your mind, is there a difference between someone hearing the shots and reporting that they heard the shots?
Yes, ma'am. I can say personally that I live in a rural area of the county. I hear shots all the time. I obviously don't call the police for it. Again, there's a huge difference in someone hearing it and someone reporting it.
You talked a little bit about, and I don't know decibel levels or anything like that, but in your experience, is a .22 a gun that would be quieter or louder than, say, a .357?
22 would be much quieter than a .357, 9mm, or 38 or anything else of a larger caliber.
22 is
Counsel
about
asked you if 2 people sneaking around, having an affair, going to the preserve would be consistent with them having an affair. Would it also be consistent, perhaps, with 2 people going there for target practice?
It is entirely possible to be going into preserve to target practice.
Counsel also asked you about finding blood in the Arrowhead community. Would the passage of more than 4 years from the date of the murder until knowledge of where the crime scene is affect your ability to find blood?
One good rain shower would affect that.
So 4 years would certainly affect it.
Quite a bit.
Nothing further, Your Honor. I would ask that Sergeant Jones be released from his subpoena.
Any objection?
That's right, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. You're free to go.
The jury is on, well, not the jury, the court is on lunch from 1:30 to 2:30. Remember, Bev said Friday that they can work through lunch, but they can't return a verdict during lunch or ask questions. So we don't know if the jury is working or not. We just know that the court is on lunch from 1 to 2:30. 1:30 to 2:30 is what I meant.
You're right. And spell your last name for the court.
Thomas Morrison, Morrison.
Mr. Morrison, are you familiar with the Arrowhead development?
I am. I've lived there since 1998 and was the president of the HOA from 2010 till 2022.
You said since 1998.
Yes.
So have you seen a lot of changes in the Arrowhead community in that time?
We were the second homeowner to move into the neighborhood. So yes.
Yes. Are you familiar with kind of when things were built there and what parts were developed when?
Yes.
Can you tell me what part of Horry County the Arrowhead community is in?
We're in between Burkale Road and Clay Pond Road. So it's an unincorporated part of Horry County. And we're off the waterway. So we have three borders, really: the waterway, Clay Pond, and Burkale are kind of our three borders.
And how many ways are there to get into the community?
There is only two drivable ways. One is off of Burkale Road and one is off of Clay Pond Road.
You said you were the homeowners association president?
Yes.
How long were you the HOA president?
I was on the board for 12 years.
Mo, your instant thought on a man being a HOA president for 12 years. Would you like him at your table at a wedding?
No.
Well, Mo, did you know that the bylaws clearly state that your trash can must be facing east-west, not north-south? I've been past a couple of times. Noticed that your garage door is also slightly ajar. Do you know we have a fine system in place? It's a $20 fine every time you have these violations. I've been nice to you. I know I don't come around all the time, but just last week, 3 times. Yes, it was storming, but still, your trash cans were a little bit ajar. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no.
He's one of those guys who will. Yeah, this is good pause game. I'm not going to draw on this picture.
What would you draw, Baker?
Yeah, tell us.
I don't know.
Oh, shit.
Were you on the board as president back in October 2020? What were some of your duties and responsibilities back as the HOA president in 2020?
Overall, the maintenance, repairs, replacements of what goes on in the community. And at that period of time, I actually spearheaded putting the security camera systems in for the community.
Where were those security cameras located?
At the entrances and exits of Burkale and Clay Pond.
Okay. What about license plate readers?
They were put in at the same time.
And were those license plate readers located in those same 2 areas?
Yes.
Were you contacted by the Horry County Police Department back in October of 2020 and asked about the security cameras?
I was.
What were you asked to look for?
I was asked to look for a silver Odyssey van at the time. And then I was in North Carolina working that day. So I was able to pull that footage up remotely because you could do it through the camera system. And when I told them I had that, then they asked for a bigger period of time and we provided the images.
Do you remember what that time period was?
As far as date or?
The date and the length of the time period.
The original time period was 4 hours they were looking for. And then when I called them back and said, yes, we had the vehicle that they were looking for, they asked for a 24-hour time period.
And were you able to review that footage?
I was.
Did you see the Honda Odyssey van the police asked you to look for?
Yes.
Do you know whether Horry County PD was aware of the license plate readers at that point?
Not on the first call, the first day. On the second call, on the next morning, we were able to tell them we could provide the license plate reader information.
Okay. And did the Horry County Police provide you with license tag numbers to look for?
They did.
Were you able to find those license tag numbers?
We were.
And what did you do then?
Those were given to the Horry County Police I think it was Ken Marcus, Detective Ken Marcus.
Okay.
Imagine your HOA getting involved in their business like that. Ugh.
Right?
Like checking license plates.
I mean, this man had his woman cheat on him. That is why he's got all the license plate reader. He's like, how did our Amazon rider or deliverer not change?
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked and admitted into evidence. The state's number 10 and 11. Can you have a look at those?
Yep.
Are those copies of the images you provided to the Horry County Police Department?
They are.
And did those show the license plate number you were asked to look for?
Yes. You want me to read that or?
Yeah, you can read it.
It was RWN 362 and RWN 362.
This man just wants to be a narc. He's like, I have more evidence. I also have a drone and I take footage and FLIR.
How many of the cops?
The Clay Pond entrance or the Boca?
How many of the cops you think in the process had to listen to this guy talk about how he almost joined the police force? Like every one of them, guaranteed. Every single one of them. I was almost a cop, but I couldn't pass the blah, blah, blah test because of my bad knee.
Oh my God, Paul Blart.
I did this. It was almost like an ROC course back in high school, and well, I was also trying out for the varsity team, but I got this hangnail that really messed up my 40, so I couldn't make it. And the ROC training, well, I just don't handle people yelling at me well. So other than that, I would probably have been a Marsok.
I was gonna, but I can't. If somebody would have yelled at me like that, I'd have punched him square in the face. That's my favorite. That's my absolute favorite.
Said he got involved.
Found two boys whacking off in my tool shed.
Well, I'm actually on the board of our HOA. So
self snitch.
You weren't running things.
No, and my neighbor was the one.
You're reluctantly going to meetings and hating every second.
Oh my gosh. And you know this man approved like extra, special assessments to get more security cameras after he's like, we solved a murder. We solved it. So we need more cameras.
I say it all the time. More security is better for all of us. Yeah, but John, you lived here since '83. And this is the only time we ever used it. Yeah, but imagine all these unsolved crimes we had because you didn't listen to me. And Gil Ritchie, nothing has happened at all today in the Karen Reed case. Not one question, not one snifter of anything other than Bev, of course, denying. What I still found a confusing verdict slip, but they tried. Well, my trash cans are right outside of that wall, and we built a little area for them to stand on, and they can't. We don't move them. The collection company comes and picks them up, so I don't. They'll put them back as well. Well, I didn't move, so I'm at the same room I've been in. I'm still. I need to get over this effing cold I got in America, and then I have to look into what I can do about moving.
It makes me appreciate living in the middle of nowhere. Nobody telling me what to do. Oh, I'd be in trouble all the time. I'd never mow my lawn on time.
Yeah, and there's always one Karen. Oh, well, she's probably not watching. The head of our HOA. That's why I don't want to be in the HOA, because everything you say when you say, hey, I was thinking we do monthly meetings and all we have is what happened since the last time you paid 2 bills and you talked to someone about looking at our furnaces. That could be an email. I'm actually working right now and I need to be home. She takes that as a personal insult and then spends more time complaining that people tell her that we shouldn't do meeting than the meeting should last. And I really don't like. I don't like people who just argue because you give them. It's not like I go in there and say, "Hey, you slow and French person. Why the F don't you just send an email? I don't want to be here. I just go in and say, could we potentially, if nothing comes up, just don't have the meeting? And every time everyone says yes. Next time we have exactly the same meeting we had last month. And I said, could we potentially next month, if nothing else comes up, not have the meeting? Because it's just half an hour where we sit here and talk about nothing. Oh, well, I thought it was important talking about how we spent $20 on something. Yeah, I didn't. And I'm the money guy. What Baker meant to say, the code he brought to America.
Treasury?
I'm the treasury, yeah. Well, I am, and I've been it for 3 months now. I still don't have a computer with access to the accounting system. I'm supposed to have access to the bank accounts. Still haven't gotten that, and we're supposed to have a meeting with the accountant. Still haven't done that. It'll probably happen soon.
Yeah, sure.
I wondered about that form, saw something about it last time. Sure hope that at some point on the jury that can figure it out. How Bev all gets away with that. Well, Bev can do what she will. She's the judge.
You should think she'd be a lot more careful this time around with all the chaos that happened last time. But
yeah.
You know, she wants
Hey,
to do what she wants to do.
Baker, I needed inside information on a case in Denmark TV2 documentary. Dens ofte Svane. Is anyone in the police held accountable? Oh, you're talking about Den Sorte Svane, the Black Swan. Right now, there's a lot of things going on about that. This is a case where a lot of money laundering was going on, and there was a lot of fake companies that they were doing like these. I don't know what you would call them, like invoice mills. You know, where they have shell companies sending invoices to each other to wash money from illegal gains. There was a lot of Eastern European criminals involved in it. And apparently the police did some really shady stuff, and then they said, well, they didn't do some shady stuff. Then they came back and did another one, and they had a mole. The police had a mole, and that mole just got swept up and got taken down for... Well, she got charged with... what was it? Embezzlement or something like that. And now apparently the police have started monitoring the journalist who found out that the police was using a mole who wasn't too clean in well, we call it clean at the edges. That means you're a little shady. She wasn't too clean herself. So so far no one really has been held accountable, but there's just been over the weekend, there's been a lot of talk about the police wiretapping journalists. I shouldn't have been running a kissing booth. Hey, how am I supposed to pay for the tickets? Yeah, and the police instructed her to lie in interrogation, and it's not a good case for the police. But so far, no politicians have wanted to talk about it, and the police is shut up. So it was a big thing when it came out the first time because we have this high trust society, and now we know that she lied as instructed by the police, and they surveilled the journalist who looked into the case. So it's not only in Canton, y'all.
Burkehall Road, sorry.
Those were at the Burke Hill Road entrance side, I believe it was, right? Or was it the Clay Pond? I'm not. Let me take a look at that again.
I'll bring it back.
Nope, I'm sorry. He's wrong. The Clay Pond exercise.
Thank you. Sorry, I took them away too fast. Of course, the melted soup. Is it up here too?
It should be at the very back of the red flag.
Oh, it's not. Well, I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked mistakes exhibit 158. Can you look at this image and tell me what that depicts?
Depicts the villages of Arrowhead along with the Burkale Road and the Clay Pond Road.
Well, the ones I showed this morning was the ones that Marissa or Jemima found that was attached. So I think the ones you saw is the newer ones that we weren't shown this morning.
And then it shows the Flint Lake Apartments and 8 acres and kind of goes across where the road would go over George Grissom to go over to the airport area.
I can show it to people. These are more clear than the ones. So crime charge, murder in the second degree, not guilty, guilty. And then crime charge, not guilty, guilty. If you find the defendant guilty and above, stop. If not guilty, continue. And these are more readable, but I still think it's confusing with all of this, mixing all of this together. I would like it even more. But finally, we have a not guilty, guilty next to each other. So I like these better than the ones we read this morning. It was the same thing, but without the boxes to check. But I still think it's confusing with all of this. But I hate lesser included. It's an out. A dude in Horry County, his house was not in the HOA. They sent him a letter telling him to remove his flag. He then proceeded to do every single thing the HOA said you can't do. It was damn funny. I would do that as well.
Me too.
No, they didn't change it. This was the proposed jury slip for from the defense this morning, and of course Bev denied it.
You testified that you're familiar with kind of how things got developed there. Can you look at that picture and tell approximately what time period it's from, based on what houses exist or don't exist?
Yes, the houses on the 8-acre section next to Flint Lake were being built in 2020.
Okay.
So that picture, there's no homes in that picture being shown. So that was prior to anything being built on there. So that would have been early part of 2020.
Okay. Yeah, this time the state seeks to introduce exhibit 158 of evidence.
Any objection? No objection. State's exhibit 158 admitted in that objection.
Your Honor, may I have the witness step down to kind of point out some things on the...
On this is by the microphone where the court can pick up the testimony.
Okay, do you mind stepping down?
No.
Oh, Your Honor, we publish that to the jury.
All
Would you call that a graze or a grange?
Stand over here.
I think it's like a little olive green. It's a khaki olive
so
green.
tell the jury what we're kind of looking at here.
Okay, so this would be the clay pond. This is where the pictures were provided. Over here, this other loop around would be, this is Burkale Road. So there's this way in and out, and there's that way in and out. That's the only drivable roads. All of this in the middle here is the villages of Arrowhead.
Okay. And can you show me where Flint Lake Apartments are located?
Flint Lake Apartments are this pod right here and that pod right there.
Okay. And then this area here, what is this?
We always refer to that as the 8 acres, because it's an 8-acre parcel. And that was purchased and then was being developed at that time.
Okay, that's back in 2020.
Yes.
What about some of these areas here?
These are all wooded areas. As you can see back here, there's a little bit commercial, but this was all kind of wooded area back in those regions. As is over here, there's a bunch of wooded area off of Burkale, and there's some ponds down there that Horry County Police gets to come out too often because kids like to play and mess around back there.
Okay. What about this? What is this?
That's the Intercoastal Waterway.
So it looks like you're bordered by the Intercoastal Waterway, Clay Pond, Burkow, and then some wooded areas around there. And I think you testified to this, but I just want to be clear. Where were the license plate readers that you brought?
Right here. They were that entrance and exit. License plate readers read everything coming in and everything going out, as well as the images coming in and the images going out.
Of course, in those.
Just leaving this up there.
Does she not realize that could be taken multiple ways?
Well, I guess she's used to taking it multiple ways. Bad baker.
Giggity.
Bad
Ew,
baker.
I don't want to think about doinking his mom. Ew.
Well, just the lady who couldn't be swayed by science is saying that study shows people.
Did she have a foretowel though?
Can I take a moment to point out that this was the attorney in charge of the Duke lacrosse nonsense? She was the one going after all the boys, and it's been later revealed that homegirl lied.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, she said that she was actually asked to represent the victim during her, because when she went to prison, but she didn't want to do it because she got paid to lie. Even though she admitted to lying, that was because she got paid to lie about her lying. So she claims.
What now?
Yeah.
Did Wendy pay her to lie? That'd be
No. The guys paid her to lie about how she lied at the first trial.
That seems like an obvious lie that you would have to be a complete dumbass to believe.
Well,
no,
she claimed
Wendy
that
just, even though the lady confessed, she still doesn't believe it.
No, but she only confessed because she was paid to lie about.
Yeah.
She didn't lie at the first trial.
That being said, if the Commonwealth wants to pay me $400K, I am willing to say just about anything.
Yeah, but I love that this lady, this paragon of virtue, was. I wouldn't represent her because I knew she was, because no DV victim ever tells a lie. Well, she's not a DV victim when she lies about being a DV victim, but again, she.
Dang it, Baker, and your logic.
Yeah. Fedorowski, you have to take your flag down at sundown every day, or else you're flying your flag for Satan. Only people like Jamie would do that.
Oh my goodness.
We can just.
You don't want to keep Satan away because you are always against us getting rid of a few cats to keep Satan at bay another year.
Leave the kitties alone and see what happens.
We don't want Satan.
I bet you'll be fine.
Yeah, that's what all. Jamie, there's two reasons why
That's
Denmark
what
is the
Sweden
paradise we
said.
are. We unalive a few cats at Fastelavn, as we call it, which is our kind of Halloween, and we burn witches at Midsummer. Keep Satan right out of the country.
I don't think that's the problem.
Well, you should always celebrate that. Tejas.
I would have loved to see it though.
She was convicted in 2013 for stabulating her boyfriend, convicted of second-degree red rum.
Yeah, and she admitted last year that she lied about the Duke lacrosse team, and that's when Wendy was brought on. Wendy claims she was offered to come on and do some settle agreement or something, but she would never help someone lie just because they got paid off. Which I think isn't that libel to say that someone is paid off to lie in court?
It wouldn't be libel. Libel
Defamation?
has to be written. It'd be defamation. But
Defamation.
this woman's spending the rest of her life in prison, so good luck with that lawsuit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't she also the lawyer that said the Fifth Amendment was only for guilty people?
Yeah, if you plead the fifth, you're guilty.
Yeah, yeah, same woman.
That's actually what she said at one point, that Karen Reed asserted her Fifth Amendment right at the beginning of the trial. That means she's guilty. Karen Reed never ever asserted her Fifth Amendment rights. Karen
It
Reed
was
just
regarding
chose not
Turtle
to
Boy.
talk.
It was after Turtle Boy did it.
Yeah, after Turtle Boy said he would invoke his Fifth Amendment right if he was called to the stand, she came out and said only people who are guilty pled the Fifth, and Karen Reed had pled that. Karen Reed never pled the Fifth. She just chose not to talk. And you are perfectly fine to do that. Isn't Midsummer next week?
She may potentially be getting out of prison soon.
The 23rd of June is Midsummer. So, yeah, that's next
Yeah,
Monday.
I don't think she actually offed her boyfriend. I think she just stabbed him.
No. This was two different things. In February 2010, she was charged with the attempted red room of her then live-in partner, Milton Walker, but was convicted of contributing to the delinquency of a minor, injury to personal property, and resisting a public officer. In November of 2013, she was found guilty of second-degree red rum after she stabbed her boyfriend, Reginald Day, who died 10 days after. She argued that she acted in self-defense, saying that she feared Day would end her. She was sentenced to 14 to 18 years in prison, according to Wikipedia.
Yikes.
Well, she's had a good run.
I like that her Wikipedia page, her occupation is still listed as stripper. That makes me happy.
Gotta get those cheese slices.
That makes me happy.
Have a seat and answer, Mr. Any questions, Mr. Goodman?
Okay.
Mr. Martin, how you doing today?
I'm doing good, sir.
Good. My name's Tommy Brooklyn.
Nice to meet you.
Everything you testified to really just about the layout and the equipment that you have, right?
Yes.
You didn't see anything live. You just look at film and get on the film.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
You were you living there on 20th?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear anything? He shot?
No, but it's not uncommon in our neighborhood. Between Burkale and those in the Clay Pond area there and the wooded areas, there's gunshots quite often.
How about in that parking lot where you got pictures of them in the vehicles? That ain't a wooded area.
What pictures in what
You
view?
you give them pictures of them coming and going,
Yeah, that's at the entrance, the exit and entrance to Clay Pond.
and they got houses there, huh?
There's houses at the end of that, yes.
So they could hear the gunshot. Do you live there?
I do, yeah, I live in our,
That section?
no, I live on the
Sadly
Burkale
not.
section side.
But you didn't give them pictures of them going out in the woods anywhere, right?
No,
Okay. Now, the area is well lit, isn't it?
the community itself,
Yeah.
the neighborhood had streetlights going down the main road. Not where the construction was going on at that time.
Where you gave them a footage of the vehicle you described,
Yes,
that was well lit area.
it's lit. I wouldn't say well.
Well, you could put a camera out there and see the cars, right?
Yes, they're night vision.
But they're not as cool as Goat Cam.
Briefly, I believe the defense counsel asked you about hearing gunshots.
Yes.
Your response was you hear them frequently.
We do hear gunshots in there frequently, and some people mistake between being Burkale and Clay Pond and the wooded areas on both sections. There's a lot of people, as probably most of us in Horry County, you hear shots, but also at the time, the airport uses some shot frequencies to scare off predators. So you would hear them quite often because the airport from that area is only, I guess, a mile or a mile and a half as the crow flies. So we do hear it. I mean, and I'll just use myself as an example. Just a few weeks ago, I shot a copperhead in my backyard.
Did police show up at your house after you shot the cover?
They didn't, fortunately, but it was with 22 birdshot. But so it's not an uncommon thing. As the HOA president, We never really received calls on gunshots, but
did
we
he
would
just say?
receive,
He took care
He
of
shot
a
a copperhead
rattlesnake?
with a
Yeah, he said 22 bird shot.
yeah. I'm not sure. Hey, I come from Denmark. We don't have pew-pews, but I'm pretty sure birdshot is from a shotgun and a 22 is the caliber in a rifle or gun. Maybe he was dual fisting. And I learned from being at the range with Valhalla, always dual fist.
No comment. No comment.
But I want to live in his HOA if everyone is just blasting away. Sounds like a cool place.
Legal in Science is a fun little round. Is this a real round? Did they make a 22 bird shot? That can't be real, right? Like the load in a 22, what would you, like just out of a pistol? That sounds crazy.
Isn't that like a little, long
22 is
style
tiny.
force?
22 is absolutely tiny. And they absolutely would not make a shotgun that shoots 22. Very small BBs? That's really a shot? From 5 feet, the round seems quite effective. Huh. It is a
It's
shot.
for squirrels.
I think it's probably for snakes more than anything. At 3 feet, the devastation is obvious, absolutely 100% effective against snakes at 3 feet.
I just want the boomstick. I think I could be deadly against snakes with that one.
Oh, the boomsticks.
we would receive complaints like at a board meeting, why are we hearing gunshots or why do we hear the noise? And, we are.
What did you do about it if you got those complaints?
We would just discuss, what our findings have been through the years, and I was there long enough to be able to know, they're usually coming from one of those other areas or somebody shooting off fireworks that people think might be a gunshot.
So I'm just to be clear, when you say people complain, did they call you at home and tell you they were hearing gunshots?
No, it would be at like a board meeting or an issue like that.
Do you mind if stepping off again? I just want to clarify something about the lighting that was
Okay.
discussed. Thank you. We put up 158, please. Okay, before we do that, let's talk about, you were just saying, you've got some wooded areas, you said were there gunshots that you heard in those areas?
Yeah, see all this wooded area here?
Mm-hmm.
That was all undeveloped. In fact, that the guy who owned that hunted and shot there quite often.
Okay.
So that was that area. And then over here off of Flint Lake, was wooded area and there's a pond area down here that we call Crystal Lake. And it's an Army Corps pond that they put along the waterways. There's always people back there shooting and messing around. So
I want to live in this age.
that's why it's not uncommon in the community to do that.
So that happens all the time.
It does.
Okay. So we pointed out this area, I think you call it the 8 acres.
Yes.
That was being developed in 2020. Am I correct on that? Okay. Is this area well lit?
It was not lit at all at that moment.
Okay.
There was no lighting in that section. Lighting did not come until the houses were all but completed and, the structure was put in.
Do you recall around what time those houses were completed?
The first people to move in were late 2020.
Okay.
And early going into 2021, and the last house right on the corner here was not completed until 2024.
Okay. So it's being developed.
Yes, I think it's 23 homes total that were built in that area.
No further questions? Oh, wait, sorry, just re-answering.
You had said about the lighting.
Oh, the vid tells us about the lighting up here where the cars enter.
Yes.
So what was the lighting like there?
We have a street light in the middle of this here. There's only one, I believe, from this stretch here to that stretch there.
Okay.
There's one street light. But the card readers and so forth are infrared.
Okay, so you're going, so from there to there, about how far is that?
From this entrance to that entrance is roughly a half mile, and roughly from this entrance to this entrance is about 5 miles.
Thank you. Never mind.
Stand by there. I'd like to ask just one or two questions.
Well, I said no reprise.
She brought in new evidence.
You should have raised an objection.
Why is he just standing there?
Because you want to know what's going on. We have as many verdicts reached in the Karen Reed case as Lefty has Swayzer.
0%.
Oh my God.
And everyone who is last time it took them 17 hours to reach the first time they came back and said they were hung. Just so everyone knows, they haven't been living with this case for 3 years like the rest of us. I think we are on the 7th hour now of deliberation. Normally, when we get beyond 6 hours, I start to think it's the Wild West. Anything can happen. Before 3 hours, it's normally always a very clear guilty. After 6 hours, it's anything can happen.
All right, you may step down.
Your Honor, I believe this would be a good time to break for lunch, as the next witness will be a little lengthy.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Again, I like being behind.
You said he may step through. Bro, he's already standing in the middle of the courtroom. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing?
What if you're not religious or you're a different faith? Do you have to tell the judge or the court before that? Because no lightning strike will come down and kill you if you swear on the Bible and you don't believe in the Bible.
You know, I'm going to be honest, Baker. I don't think South Carolina really has a whole lot of that issue, if I'm being...
Yeah, I don't think I think even if you're agnostic in South Carolina, you'd be like, hand me the Bible, please.
I think everybody's pretty much on the same page down there, if you know what I'm saying. Not a whole lot of outside influence going on around them parts.
Yeah, it's just trying to figure out which kind of Baptist you are.
Yeah, Susan chat going, there's different religions? What? Exactly.
He says, excuse me, I'd like Stephen Hawking's theory of the universe or brief history of the universe, please.
You mean like them Scientologies?
Oh, you believe in science like a Scientologist? You, sir, is going
Just
to
like
prison.
Tom Cruise.
Sue has just had her mind blown. Different religions. There's snake wrangling and non-snake wrangling Baptist. That's it. Do I know what your country was based upon? Getting away from the British because they were not strict enough.
I do.
Thank you.
That wasn't it. That wasn't it.
That was it. The reason why the people who founded your country, who landed on Plymouth Rock, left England because England was way too liberal. They wanted a more strict religious place to live. So you are the original.
That's not exactly how that went.
Exactly how it went.
Not exactly, no. It was different. Sort of.
They left England because of religious persecutions because they wanted stricter religious rules.
Well, some of them did, I guess.
All of them did.
But not. I don't know if stricter is the right word. I mean,
They wanted
work.
They wanted a religious-based society. So your great country is based on a strict religious Christian interpretation.
They wanted,
and you actually thought that the Church of Britain was too liberal.
I don't think That was part of it.
That is actually correctly why it was like that. You should read a history book. I know that. No, they were fleeing prosecution because they wanted to go and have freedom. No, they were actually very. I'm not saying that you have spent a few years in a part of the world where they would say, "Hey, they are the good guys," because
Hey,
they had
Baker,
the same
nothing
view
says
on women.
party like puritanical. We put the P in party and persecute and proctor.
Well, I just gave to you what you gave to the Indians. Smallpox.
A healthy fear of strangers.
Yeah, I'm not getting invited to Dollywood next year.
What? There's no Dollywood next year. I don't know what you're talking about.
Dollywood doesn't exist. Have you ever been to Americas?
Could you just state your name
Were
and
they
then spell your
Quakers or
last
what
name
was
for the
the
court?
religion they had?
My name is Chad Smith,
Puritan
Smith.
Where do you work?
I work at the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, commonly known as SLED. Specifically, I work in the firearms department at SLED's Forensic Services Laboratory in Columbia.
Can you just tell me briefly what is SLED?
SLED is an assisting agency for state agencies that require additional manpower. We also operate a full-service forensics laboratory, so agencies throughout the state bring us evidence to be analyzed and examined, mostly for court purposes.
He looks like if you're making a character in a video game and
This
you just
is
hit the
over
randomize
17
button
years.
and nothing seems to match. That's what he looks like.
I'm a firearms examiner, which is a forensic
It's a
scientist
potato head that
position.
got wonky in the sun.
Have you been at that position the entire time you've been at SLED?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your educational background?
Well, I attended Clemson University, where I earned a bachelor's of science degree in biological sciences, and I worked for Clemson for several years before coming on board at SLED. When I started my training program at SLED, it's last several years. It involves extensive reading and studying. There are multiple examinations and tests given during that time. I also attended various classes and seminars, toured several firearms manufacturing facilities. And
He's the
then
guy who's going to lie about tool
Have you
markings.
ever, what does a forensic scientist in the firearms department do?
Well, I mean,
Just going to skip through all of this. This is
you're
just.
under the chamber called.
He's the
He
guy
looks
who's going to lie about tool markings.
He looks like he's looking in a fun
All right, I
house.
found this witness to be an expert in the field of firearm identification.
Yeah, but it's because he looks like Mr. Potato Head who melted, so it's got a little too long. Kind of like Jed McCabe, who has that horse-like face. He's just fat.
Looks
All
like a
I'm
Mr. Potato Head owned by the kid that just learned how a magnifying glass burns ants. Like that guy.
Yeah.
The one, you mean the kid that left his Mr. Potato Head in the backseat of the car and it got melted?
There you go. There you go. What's up, traveling fools? How you doing, buddy? Ridiculous.
Sue, you hate everyone who's not a gamecock.
That checks out. As hobbits? He does have hairy feet, by the way.
I don't have hairy feet.
It's kind of bizarre. He doesn't have hair anywhere else on his body, just the tops of his feet. It's strange.
This is a wig.
He's smooth.
Sue do love that gamecock. And it's called cocky. I don't know why.
Is it really?
I have a t-shirt that says cocky.
That could either be the best thing or the greatest thing.
Well, stop going out and come back in because there should only be ads when you leave or you come back.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll give you some instructions on expert testimony when the charge testifies.
Projectiles, bullets, photograph. We would basically, with all the evidence, we photograph it when we receive it, make sure everything that what we're supposed to get is what was received. And then we go into the start examination process, photograph the evidence, start taking notes on our worksheets, noting conditions of evidence. With the bullets, first thing we try to do is determine what sort of caliber those bullets may be.
Well, then you shouldn't be getting ads, because I have set it to only show ads when people enter the room. The only reason I have ads on is because if I remove them completely, YouTube will demote my stream. So I have the lowest amount of ads. So any ads you see during the stream is because YouTube sends them. It's not me. I probably won't see those 0.005 dollars per view I get.
I might need another monster. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, if you don't show ads, I've seen that it don't get promoters as much. And again, if I up the ads so they'll play like every 3 minutes, I'll lose all my viewers, but YouTube would love me.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody watching the PD River, ain't trying to catch stupid. Well, 211 people are watching right now. So it's down. We were 200 and I think 260 at our top end. But so far, we are 210 people combined. And of course, our lovely people over on Rumble, 32 people on Rumble. Hello, Rumblers. So that's 234. Yes. Isn't this guy just going to testify the 2 pew-pews were found could not be the red rum? Yes, but that they found some 22 caliber that could that is the same brand. And I'm just, if it's, I would like a probability of someone having that at, I think 22 is kind of common, right? To have like as a self-defense, home defense. Well, I have them to run when I begin, and then I have to insert. Maybe I have the same as you. I have the insert when I want. Hello. But again, let's say it's Remington 22. How many Remington 22 were sold in South Carolina the last 5 years? Or let's say it's, I don't know, what's a common brand? 22 is just 22s, yeah. Well, for a lady, so it doesn't jump on her, I think it would be a pretty good one. 22 long rifle is the most common round. Yeah. Put all the ads in. Well, Brendan, if you want it, I can give you ads. Look, you got some ads. Now my reach will just explode. Sorry for the ads. Winchester, CCI, Norma. Yeah. Well, no, you're premium, so yeah, you can just, you don't care. We can annoy Valhalla a lot because he's not premium, even though we have paid for it 3 times.
That's basically determined by mostly measuring the diameter of the bullet, if it's in good enough shape, weighing the bullet, and basically it's just overall characteristics come into play to try to help determine what caliber it may be. With cartridge cases, it's basically the same thing. But the calibers would be listed on the cartridge case most of the time. If we have a firearm, then we test fire the firearm, make sure it's functioning correctly. Then we can compare test samples from when we test fire it to evidence cartridge cases or evidence bullets, and that's how we make our determinations.
What kind of equipment do you use to perform that examination?
Comparison microscope, it would be what each examiner uses.
Okay. What types of conclusions are you able to draw?
So we have 4 basic types of conclusions. We have a positive, which means that it's basically a match. If you have a cartridge case or a bullet, it was fired by that particular firearm. We have a negative, which would mean it was not fired by that particular firearm. Then we have unsuitable, which means that basically the evidence itself, the cartridge case or bullet is too damaged or there's not enough markings on it suitable for identification. And then we have an inconclusive, which means it may be fired by the same firearm or potentially not fired by the same firearm. There's just not enough markings there to determine whether it was or not.
Does SLED have a method of tracking the movement of items of evidence from submission until the items are returned to the submitting agency?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that document contain the name of all individuals who handle an item of evidence?
Correct.
Was such a chain kept in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 141. Is that a copy of the SLED chain of evidence form for this case?
It appears to be.
How can you tell?
Well, it's got South Carolina Law Enforcement Division at the top, chain of custody, the lab number, which is our case number, prepared for release. And it's got everyone listed when the evidence is transferred.
Does that lab number match the lab number for the items of evidence you examined in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that document kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time the State would seek to admit Exhibit 141 in evidence.
I believe it's relevant based on the earlier conversation we had about, well,
What's the relevance?
It's bullets. They examined the bullets from the autopsy that were retrieved from the victim, Your Honor.
All right, I'll admit State's Exhibit 141 over defendant's objection.
Thank you. So we just talked about lab number L20-17755. Were you asked to examine some items for that lab number?
Yes, ma'am.
When you completed your examination, did you put those results in a report?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a report that you can refer to if you need it?
I do.
Okay. I just asked that you refer to it if you did and turn it over if you don't. Okay, were you given some projectiles to examine?
I was.
I'm approaching with what's been previously admitted into evidence of State's Exhibit number 139. Are those the items that you examined?
Yes, ma'am. These are projectiles. Some of them I can tell were fired bullets. Some of them were just pieces of lead. I can't tell if they were bullet or not.
Can you tell that those are the ones you examined there?
Yes, ma'am. They're in the same packaging as when I sealed it up. The original packaging, the items in there, and my seal date and initials.
Okay. Now let's turn to the fired projectiles from the autopsy. So what, if anything, were you able to conclude about them? Let's start with SLED item 40.
SLED item 40 is a piece of lead. Basically, again, I can't tell if it was part of a bullet or part of something else. Didn't have any marks of value on it. So it's unsuitable for identification with another item of evidence. That's basically all I could tell from that item.
Did the submitting agency indicate where that item was taken from?
It did. On the description of the item, it did have a location.
What was that location?
From victim's brain.
Would a bullet fired through a human skull suffer damage?
Yes, ma'am, it could. Whenever a bullet hits something, depending on what that object is, it could fragment, it could deform. It just depends on what it hits.
Is SLED item 40 consistent with the damage that could occur if a bullet is fired through a human skull?
Well, it could. Again, I can't tell if it's a bullet or not, but it would be consistent with.
Let's look at items, SLED items 37, 38, 39, and 41. Are those the other 4 items you were asked to examine?
Yes, ma'am. Those I could tell were fired bullets. There was enough material left on them that I could tell were actually fired bullets.
Okay. Could you tell what caliber they were?
Yes, ma'am. Based on their observable physical characteristics, again, construction, the weight, diameter, they are most consistent with being loaded into 22 long rifle caliber cartridges.
Now, I'm a layperson. You said a long rifle. Does that mean that those cartridges could only be fired by a rifle?
No, ma'am. Long rifle just denotes the designation or the name of that specific cartridge. Any firearm chambered for 22 long rifle can fire those cartridges.
Were you able to tell whether those fired bullets were fired from the same gun?
The results of those conclusions were inconclusive, basically due to damage and not enough markings, corresponding markings on those items. So it would be inconclusive. Can't tell if they were fired by the same gun or by more than one firearm.
What? How do you fire from more than one?
Yeah, I'm confused about that one.
I'm not a pew pew person because of course they are legal in Denmark. But how do you pew pew them from more than one pew pew? What does this woman do? She had a lot of love. And she might have given some of it to her co-worker and then said, hey, my baby daddy is a little annoying. Let's use him for target practice.
And somehow between an Emmy and a body mover, they could not have picked better places to crime. I mean, right in front of a trail cam, you know, basically in Howdy Doody's HOA.
Yeah, where he just set up number plate readers, trail cams. Yeah.
I think you misunderstood the question, Baker.
Well, I just came back in and I heard him. So the could be fired from multiple. Oh, I understand now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Thank you.
Could have been two people pew-pewing a 22 at the same time. Not one bullet going through multiple pew-pews.
I was a little
you could be
confused
double
about
fisting.
that.
It could be double fisting. Could be.
Okay. Did the submitting agency indicated where those items were taken from?
They did.
And can you just tell me just go through each one?
Item 37 is listed as being from victim's chest. Item 38 listed as from victim's leg. 39 from victim's right pelvis. 41 from sacral area of victim.
Okay. Now you said you couldn't tell if they were fired by the same gun, but based on the rifling you examined, were you able to generate a list of firearms that could have fired the bullets you examined?
It's in my case file. We can generate a potential list of firearms that could have fired those bullets based on its characteristics. The list was extensive. It had a lot of makes and models on there. So I just included it in my case file and did not report it due to the length of that list.
Okay. The witness can testify regarding whether or not this vacant manufacturer of gun could have fired the bullets that he took. I'm approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 67. Can you examine that box first?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's just a box.
It is a box.
And can you tell what kind of firearm that box goes to?
This appears to be a factory container, factory packaging for a Ruger pistol.
Okay. And can you tell based on the make and model of that firearm that that's a box for, whether or not that firearm could have fired the bullets that you examined?
Well, listed on the box itself, it does say caliber 22 long rifle, and Ruger was on the list of those potential manufacturers.
Ruger is a pretty big manufacturer, right?
Yeah, they've
I've
been
heard
around
that
for a
name.
while. Yeah.
How many 22 did they make last year, or the year this happened alone?
Probably at the very conservative estimate, I would guess tens of thousands.
Yeah, And this was in 2020 during the coup where everyone was stocking up. And I remember hearing how scarcity was a big problem with different type of rounds. I bet you that there's at least 2 houses in South Carolina that had Ruger 22s. Maybe 3 houses. I would go far.
According to a very quick Google search, in 2020, Ruger produced 187,617 22 caliber firearms, making them the top producer in that category.
The Ruger 1020 is the most common semi-automatic 22 in America. Yeah.
1022. Yeah.
And I'm just, again, I'm pretty sure that a 22 is a common pew-pew to have.
Super common.
Okay,
so,
but are they
having
saying
a box-
these ones would be more from a long force multiplier versus a handheld force multiplier?
No. So every caliber of round has like a designation, right? There's 22 long rifle, which is just a bullet. There's 45 ACP, which they don't use anymore. I think now it's called 45 auto, but it's the same round, right? Like those are the bullet, the specific size of the bullet. It has nothing to do with the length of the firearm, so to speak.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 22 is the big, like 22 caliber is how big it is around, right? And the long rifle makes it a longer cartridge than the short.
Yeah, and so again, claiming that we found a box of 22s, and this was 22s, ergo this must be the box it came from. That's you can't prove this. You can't even prove, and again, Ronkel has made that offer that anyone who will test, he will pay, I can't remember if it's $5,000 or $10,000 if they can blind test and prove. This is just, again, this is one of the tricks that prosecution will use. Oh, so there was 22s in the house and he was done in with a 22. It must be these 22s.
Yeah. There's probably 40 or 50 22 pistols or long rifles in that little subdivision.
Yeah. Especially if this guy went around with a 22 buckshot, what a birdshot thing.
Why would you do that to your guns, y'all? If you're going to shoot a 22 birdshot through a rifled barrel, that's going to just eat up your barrel. Don't do that. Unless you got like a smooth bore barrel that you'd be shooting them out of, but that just seems stupid. Why would you have a smooth bore pistol? I don't like it. I don't like anything about this round that I just found out exists. Seems silly.
I was thinking, what son? Oh, it's the Murdoch trial. Yeah, that trial was weird. That was a financial crime that got him hooked for murder as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Your job has you always testifying for the state, right?
No, ma'am, or no, sir. Sometimes I testify, whoever needs my testimony, federal court, solicitor's office, defense, perhaps.
And in this case, after using all your procedures, the microscopes, your training, you didn't determine any gun that was a murder weapon.
Correct. We did not have the firearm that matched that firearm, or those fired our bullets.
South Carolina atheist. Sorry.
Yep.
I'm thinking we just talked about putting the hand on the Bible, and you're saying South Carolina atheist. That was, what the hell's he all about? I thought it was illegal to be an atheist in South Carolina, but
it's not illegal. It's just
you don't declare it.
Yeah.
You go to church, but you leave early. That's what you do if you're an atheist.
Yeah.
Skip the old handshake line.
match that fire or those or bullets.
All the stuff you did proved that those weapons weren't murder weapons.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approve? May we, yeah.
Oh God, in stereo. Yipes.
Why are
They got
they
mad.
why are they throwing a fit?
Because he said you proved the pew-pews you found weren't the ones used. And
That's
we know
true.
that.
Why are they why are they objecting to it?
Yeah. And you get last pick of dating your cousins. I thought that was Alabama.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, I only know MG from Alabama and Shizzy. And yeah. I don't know.
Identify no murder weapon.
Correct.
Thank you. Go for it.
All right, ready.
Of course, industrial minor.
No, it's Mississippi.
Zero is from this meeting, Your Honor.
Any judge.
Report in this case be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
I really dislike this T-shirt or shirt, whatever she has on.
Please state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
My name is Rebecca Phillips, Phillips.
Calm down.
Sergeant Phillips, where do you work?
I currently work at the Horry County Police Department.
Yeah, and he was allowed to ask the question, and he said no. So again, yeah.
Seems strange.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, them not identifying it, they couldn't. And I know that we want to show pictures of other weapons. Yeah, that's not how it works.
How long have you worked at the Horry County Police?
Come December will be 25 years.
What's your current assignment there?
My current assignment is with the hiring and recruiting unit, so I'm a recruiter.
Okay. How long have you had that position?
Approximately 2 years.
What was your assignment before you got your current position?
I was assigned to the crime scene unit for 5.5 years.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities in the crime scene unit?
I started out as a senior detective, answering, going to crime scenes, being on call, collecting evidence, documenting the scene, and taking items to SLED.
When you, at the end of your tenure in crime scene, were you the sergeant in that department?
I was.
And what were some of your duties as the sergeant?
As a sergeant, I supervised individuals that were also on call. I would respond.
There has been absolutely nothing, and we are at 7 hours 46 minutes. Nothing at all. No questions. No noise. No nothing. They ended their lunch half an hour ago. Well, Bev did. They were allowed to work through it. We have heard nothing. Not a thing. There's been some rumors about them coming back, but there's always rumors. Nothing has happened. The only thing that happened today is that Bev denied a different verdict form.
I'm with them to answer the call outs, help them process the scenes, document the scenes.
What sort of special training did you receive in order to work in crime scene investigations?
I've taken various classes and been to various schools to include crime scene processing, crime scene management, fingerprint analysis, palm analysis, and a lot of my training was on-the-job training.
Okay. So did you respond to a whole lot of crime scenes?
Yes.
Okay. How are cases assigned to crime scene investigators?
So we are assigned a week at a time to be on call, and it just happened to be whoever's on call gets that scene.
Okay. Were you assigned to investigate into an investigation to what was originally a missing persons investigation into the disappearance of Gregory Rice?
Yes.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
I was asked to respond and assist by Sergeant Heather Wilson, and we responded to the location with the case agent in order to assist.
Okay, you said the location. What location did you respond to?
Flint Lake Apartments, apartment D640.
What was the significance of that location?
That was the victim.
That means that they are running around in their pew 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 pew. That's finger blasting. Is when you make pew pews out of your fingers. Pew 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 pew. Weird thing to do in a jury room, but again, the jury does what the jury likes to do. They're bored, so at least that's what I think. And you can be double finger blasting as well. Pew 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 pew. Why watch this without commentary?
Victim Greg Rice's apartment.
Do you recall, and you may have said this, I missed it, approximately what date did you respond there?
October 16th, 2020.
At that time, was this still a missing persons investigation or a homicide investigation?
It was still a missing persons.
Okay. Is that apartment located in Myrtle Beach section of Horry County?
It is.
Did any other crime scene personnel respond with you that day?
Yes. Heather Wilson and Stephen Daly.
What about investigators? Did any investigators assist you that day?
Detectives were Detective Susie, Skellett, Edwards, and Daly. Yeah.
What information did you have prior to your search?
That the victim had been missing, was reported missing. Last time they were seen was on October 2nd.
Do you know if this was the first time that apartment was searched?
It was searched by the detectives prior to us getting there at a previous date.
Okay.
It was not the first time.
What specifically, what items were you told to look for? What were you looking for when you searched that apartment?
Any items of evidentiary value that could give us an idea to see where, or to give us an idea where the victim would be. He was still missing.
Okay. What about the condition of the apartment itself? Were you looking at that?
Yes.
And what did you note about that?
It was, when we do our investigations, we take pictures on the outside and the inside prior to our search. And where we enter the apartment, we notate and photograph the door and the door frame and the locking mechanism, and to see if there was any forced entry, and there was none.
Okay. Were you also looking for items of electronic evidence?
Yes.
Why was that?
Just to see if the victim was communicating with anybody prior to him going missing.
Okay. Let's get back to your arrival at this location, the victim's apartment. Can you just describe what it was, what it looked like?
It's an apartment complex, multi-unit or multi-building. His particular unit was a 2-story, but the apartments were a single story. It was a 2-bedroom, kitchen, living room. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Location, Your Honor, for proper foundation.
Do you have a standard procedure that you follow when you began processing a scene?
Yes.
What's the first thing you do?
We document with photography. I usually try to get a cross-street photograph or a sign.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 72, 73, 74, 75, and 76. Will you look at these?
These are the photographs that I took that day of the search warrant of the victim's apartment. And the first photograph is the sign that is posted at the front before you go in.
And are these photographs fair and accurate? They look like what you actually saw that day?
Yes.
Now, at this time, the state seeking to introduce 72, 73, 74, 75, and 76 into evidence and publish them to the jury.
Without objection.
United States Exhibit 72, 73, 74, 75, and 76 are admitted.
With 72, please.
I like this prosecutor suit way better than the ones with the pockets yesterday.
Yeah. It's got a weird.
Okay,
This is the first picture, and you just described it.
Yes.
What is this showing?
That is just the sign when you first go into the apartment complex.
Okay, may I have a 73, please? What's this one?
That is the front of the unit 640.
Okay.
And the front porch is to the right. The victim's unit is the front porch on the right.
So is that door you see there the victim's door, the door is unit?
No.
No. Okay, so let's go to 74. Okay, how about this one?
That is the front of his unit, and it appears like the door is open.
Okay, is that the door that goes?
Yes.
into the unit? Okay. And you see a little front porch area there too?
Yes.
Let's have 75. What is this?
That is just the side of the unit.
Okay. And then 76.
That is the locking or the door frame of the unit, Unit D.
And why did you take a picture of that?
That is just to document that there was no forced entry.
Okay. Okay, can you describe to me the interior of the apartment?
The interior of the apartment, when you first walk in, is the living room area. You go to the right is the kitchen and the laundry room area. And you go straight in is where the master bedroom is in the back. And then there's another bedroom on the left and the bathrooms.
What about the condition of the apartment? What did it look like?
The apartment was cluttered, relatively clean. There was still trash in the trash can.
Did you see any signs of drug use?
I don't know what Mary Wood is. Is it a baseball player?
Did you see any signs of a struggle that you could tell?
No.
While you were there, did you search the master?
Yes, they can, because they took a blood test and back extrapolated her for being under the influence. It's still for the jury to find if that's reasonable, but they can do it.
Bedroom.
Yes.
And again, the DUI charge was put in by her defense team.
And what, if any, thing did you locate there?
The master bedroom?
I'm sorry. No. This, well, I can show her the evidence. Did you locate a number of items in the apartment that you see?
Yes.
After you finished searching and collecting items, did you do anything else to process that apartment?
I did. So we use a chemical called LCV, leucocrystal violet. It's a chemical that when it reacts or sprayed on blood and blood fluid, it will turn purple. So that chemical attaches to the hemoglobin in the blood.
Okay. And in
That would be hematobin. Get it correct.
this case, did you find a color change anywhere in Greg Rice's apartment?
No.
What did that mean to you?
It meant and suggested that there was no crime of any altercation where bloodletting had occurred.
Okay. Did you at that point have any reason to look for a crime scene beyond the bounds of the apartment or the immediate area outside?
No.
Do you recall when you learned the location of the crime scene where the murder occurred?
December of 2024.
And how long after the date you went out there was that? Approximately
4 years.
Does the passage of more than 4 years affect whether or not you're able to process a crime scene?
It does. The location, the number of years, from rain to other people to vehicles can all disturb a crime scene.
Did you also execute or help execute a search warrant into a 2014 Honda Civic that belonged to Greg Rice?
I did.
When did you do that?
October 19th?
And did you seize anything from that car?
No.
Why was nothing seized?
It did not appear that any altercation had occurred in the vehicle, and at that time, we did not believe the vehicle was involved.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to October 23rd, 2010.
Who's Barry?
Did you participate and execute a search warrant on Megan Jackson's residence on that day?
I did.
Do I need to Google it?
And at that time, was this a homicide investigation or a missing persons investigation?
At that time, it was still a missing persons investigation.
What was the address of that residence?
Am I getting the timeline completely wrong? They didn't start looking after for him till after 4 years later.
Looks that way.
But didn't they find the body quite like a month later?
They apparently found the body like 4 years before they figured out where the crime scene was.
But that's what
sounds to me like they had homeboy locked up and he finally was like, yup, we did it. Get me out of here.
That's my guess, is he confessed to where the whole thing went down.
Je suis un peu confused.
Why can't I?
And we are coming up on 8 hours of verdict watch now. 8 hours of verdict watch in 10 seconds.
River 218. Is that?
And did you collect anything relevant that day?
We collected digital media just to see if there was anything that could give us an idea or an investigative lead to where the victim had gone.
There you
Moving
go.
forward to October 27th, 2020. Did you execute a search warrant on a 2008 Honda Odyssey van that was often driven by Megan Jackson?
I did.
That's Barry Wood.
Had you seen that car before?
Yes.
Why had you seen it before?
The vehicle had been used multiple times for body transport, and as part of the normal job that Megan Jackson and I would end up at crime scenes.
You're welcome,
and she would
Lesko.
be there to transport the body.
Did she also load the bodies into the van?
Yes.
Did the fact that that van was used for the purpose of transporting bodies affect your ability to
I
process
didn't know who
that
he
van?
was.
Yes, with the amount of bodies and just the utilization of that van and various reasons why people, the possibility of lots of mixtures of DNA, blood, bodily fluids in that van.
So was that particularly challenging?
Yes.
Okay, did you also execute a search warrant on Christopher Dontel's work car, a 2017 silver Ford Explorer?
I did.
Did you recognize that car?
Yes.
And how did you recognize that car?
He would be the deputy coroner that would respond to the same cases that I was working.
Okay. Can you tell me what the interior of that car looked like when you examined it?
It was very cluttered. There were car seats, leftover food containers. It appeared in the back hatch that items that he used for work were just thrown back there, no organization.
Okay. You mentioned LCD that you used earlier. Did you use any similar substance to look for evidence in that vehicle?
We did, and we used Blue Star, which is also commonly known as luminol. In low light situations, we can use that to spray on an area, and it will fluoresce for a very short time, and that can provide us an area to possibly take a swab from.
Did any of those areas yield a positive reaction?
It did.
And of those areas, did any of those yield any information relevant to this case?
I don't believe so.
So we don't have any evidence.
At
Doesn't
some
seem-
point, and I believe we've already established that this was, at the time you examined these items, Greg Rice's body had not been found. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. At some point, did you learn that Gregory Rice's body had been found?
I did.
And at that point, did you also learn that that Explorer had been used to transport the victim's body to the dump site?
Yes, I was advised.
Okay. Did you try to conduct an additional search of that vehicle at that time?
We did.
And were you able to do that?
We were not.
Why was that?
It had already been cleaned and released and sold, I believe, by the county.
By the
Horry
coroner.
County. Or, yes, by the coroner's office.
Okay.
Hold on.
They sold the murder mobile?
Hold on. They're talking about the body truck, right? Not not her personal vehicle. They're talking about the coroner's office.
Yeah, it's the murder van.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the body mover. So again, that's why they can't find any traces, because apparently their hygiene wasn't a big thing. Who complains if grandpa gets the last ride in a dirty van? It's not like he's going to come back and be sick. Come on now.
Fair. It was clean enough for them to be getting road dome, so it couldn't have been that bad.
Gina, I can assure you he's not confusing anything, because Valhalla was nice enough to send me a picture. He cut out the part, but I know the meme. Let's just say it's
The only evidence.
It's a very large black man and not body size.
He's a big fella.
He's gifted.
Jamie saying something?
I said, so the only evidence they have is this guy's word.
Seems like it so far.
So
They have the body.
They don't
They have the body. They
scheme.
have.
They don't
Well,
have.
yeah,
they
the
have
body, obviously.
Yeah, but they have the body. They have him buying stuff, the Kroger's murder kit. They have them driving out to a test range.
Mm-hmm.
That's all we have so far, and then we'll get into. There will be some electronic communications later, but yeah.
Okay. I'm just like, again, here we go. Somebody who got a deal, and it's his word that she did all this stuff. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to show those pictures, and I'm not going to show those movies. I'm not going to buy any of his merch. I feel inadequate enough.
I saw somebody put that as a sticker, and they put it on all their light switches. So you had to flick the light switch. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Pretty good.
Apparently, some reporter from the Boston Globe was taking pictures inside of the courthouse last Friday.
That's not good.
That's dumb. But it was of Hank Brennan and others walking down the stairs from the second floor, and was acting up with the court reporters. I don't know. Yeah.
Moving forward to November 12, 2020. Did you
Sue, you have been here for a couple of years now. Brennan has been here for a couple of years now. Why do you ask these questions? No one knows where Brandon's mind goes when he gets a little bored, and then he'll go into the woods.
need a search warrant at the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home in Myrtle Beach?
We did. I did.
Well, can you tell me approximately where that's located?
I call it the back gate area. It's also the entrance to Market Commons.
And at the time on that day, had Gregory Rice's body been found?
Yes.
Okay. So why did you search the funeral home at that time?
We were attempting to find a crime scene at that time.
Marissa says this Claire Thornton, who's been doing it from the Blossom Grove, she's been trying to troll Free Care and Read crowd. She pretends she's Free Care and Read and then reports to Grant. She also is trying to sell photos and interview footage of Free Care and Read to a documentary series that has only got Plevin and Grant to sign on. Yeah, they reached out to the Clara, and I think Young Jerks and Aiden and all of them said, if you can find a lake, go jump in it. Don't give Jamie a big head. She's big-headed enough to begin with.
On that day at the funeral home.
Okay, and are these photographs fair and accurate? Do they look like what it actually looked like that day in real life?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time state 600 days, 86, 87, 88, and 90 in the evidence.
86, 87, 88.
89 and 90.
United States exhibits 86, 87, 88, 89, and 90 are admitted into evidence without objection.
We have 86, please. And published, Your Honor.
Yes, the daughter testified as the first one. Yesterday, we covered it at roughly half an hour and after opening statements from the defense. Be nice to the puppy. Jamie's coming to pick her up.
Aww.
I've seen the pictures. Jamie wants that dog.
I want all of them. I wish I could be Marissa right now with all the puppies.
I know.
The dog Marissa is hating on is this dog.
Yeah. I know.
So cute. Look at those See, I couldn't tell that one no either. I'm a terrible dog mom. I'm like, okay.
I know beagles are rough, but look at that face.
Yeah.
You're like, I love you, mommy.
This is why can't I just say hi to the nice ice cream truck with the feds in it?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's got a little pot belly.
Look at that little belly. We'll scratch it. Brandon, don't you want the dog? Come on. Adopt that puppy.
Aww.
Yeah, she's got some weird paw for a beagle blend.
Yeah, she's gonna be huge.
Yeah. My life dream is to own a huge property farm, and I swear to God, I'd adopt every animal from the shelter and live there for the rest of my life.
Well, that's a mud. Well, yeah, the daughter, she didn't look too happy. Didn't sound too happy for her mom. They have an annoying bark. I never maybe it's a different kind of beagles we have because ours wasn't. I know it's a hound dog, so it should be doing the yelling, but it doesn't. Blue dog, the expert's blue dog. It'll go out and just. It doesn't bark; it just screams.
I know.
But the beagles were not. They would bark up anything that passed the house. They would bark at them, but they wouldn't howl.
It's so cute. We had a half beagle, and she did that too. But I got used to it.
So far, they haven't proven much. I have to say that they're just proven that he's not here anymore.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting there, right? But it's just sounding like the only reason that they knew where the crime scene was, which they were far too late, was because of probably his confession, I assume?
Yeah.
Now I have to update this because stupid StreamYard lost its connection. And I have to find out where we were. That's not annoying at all.
Let's say we're almost done with this lady.
We're not hearing it, Baker. If you're
Oh, yeah,
hearing
no.
it.
You're not hearing it? I'll take it off and put it back on because StreamYard lost connection to the audio.
Shame
It's
on you,
annoying.
StreamYard.
Whip.
It does the location, the number of years, from rain to other people to vehicles, can all disturb a crime scene.
Did you also execute or help execute a search warrant into a 2014 Honda Civic that belonged to Greg Rice?
I did.
When did you do that?
October 19th?
And did you seize anything from that car?
No.
Why was nothing seized?
It did not appear that any altercation had occurred in the vehicle, and at that time, we did not believe the vehicle was involved.
I'm going to direct your attention to October 23rd, 2010. Did you participate and execute a search warrant on Megan Jackson's residence on that day?
I did.
And at that time, was this a homicide investigation or a missing persons investigation?
At that time, it's still a missing persons investigation.
What was the address of that residence?
River 218.
And did you collect anything relevant that day?
We collected digital media just to see if there was anything that could give us an idea or an investigative lead to where the victim had gone.
Moving forward to October 27th, 2020. Did you execute a search warrant on the 2008 Honda Odyssey van that was also driven by Megan Jackson?
I did.
Had you seen that car before?
Yes.
Why had you seen it before?
The vehicle had been used multiple times for body transport and as part of the normal job and very blood that would respond to the same cases that I was organization.
Okay. You mentioned LCV that you used earlier. Did you use any similar? At some point, and I believe we've already established that this was, at the time you examined these items, Greg Rice.
I like where I live, but I'm not crazy about my neighbors. Have 2 families of Jehovah's Witnesses on the block, and no matter what I do, they come by twice a week to say, "Stop throwing rocks at our house."
Have you tried not throwing
I was
rocks
about
at
to
their
say
house?
what I tell everyone, then say, "I'm so annoyed with the Jehovah's Witnesses." Just tell them I'm sleeping during the daytime. Just put the pamphlet in the mailbox, and then I'll leave you alone. But of course, that's not where Brandon was going. Thank you, Brandon, for enlightening us about how you treat your neighbors. Wish me luck, y'all. I have 1.5 bottles of Dr. Pepper, and then I'm done with pop unless I get sick. Then it's Schweppes ginger ale. I would get sick drinking Schweppes ginger ale.
It's good. Why don't you like ginger ale?
I like ginger.
Because I don't like ginger.
I don't
Oh,
either,
well,
but
that
ginger ale
explains
doesn't
it.
taste like ginger.
You never tried my kind of potato salad. I don't like potato salad.
But Baker, have you tried my mom's potato salad? I don't think
my
so.
mom makes
Then
it
you'd
with
really hate
cilantro.
potato salad.
Well, I hate cilantro because it tastes like soap. Well, she blends it in so you can hardly tell it's there. Well, the funny thing about having that gene that makes cilantro taste like soap, anything that's just been in the same room as cilantro tastes like soap.
Tastes like soap.
I like Canada Dry. That's good.
Is that ginger ale?
Correct. Okay. At some point,
My brother made little scripture packets to hand to them. That worked better than the rocks, I guess. Of course you did.
did you learn that Gregory Rice's body had been found?
I did.
And at that point, did you also learn that the that Explorer had been used to transport the victim's body to the dump site?
Yes, I was advised.
Did
We've
you
seen
try
a
to
bunch of
conduct
these
an additional
people in
search
a
of that
case
vehicle at that
before.
time?
I'm pretty sure we've seen a bunch of these people in a case before.
Yeah.
This chick, the guy with the weird nose face from Sled, the prosecutor. Like I've seen a bunch of these. Both the prosecutors, I remember. I don't remember what case it was though.
We did.
Were you able to do that?
We were not.
Why was that?
It had already been cleaned and released and sold, I believe, by the county.
By the
Or
coroner?
or yes, by the coroner's office.
All right. I know you did a lot of things here. So, through the course of November 12, 2020, did you execute a search warrant at the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home in Myrtle Beach?
We did. I did.
Well, can you tell me approximately where that's located?
I call it the back gate area. It's also the
Tracy D should take me out to eat because we have the same taste buds.
Well,
Canada Dry and no cilantro.
Mexico would beg to differ.
But
They put
if you have
cilantro in
the
everything.
if you have the gene that makes it taste like soap, it tastes like soap. It no matter what type of food you put it in.
I believe you. Bye, Jamie. Oh, she's gone.
Taco Bell, here we come.
entrance to Market Commons.
And at the time on that day, had Gregory Rice's body been found?
Yes.
Okay. So why did you search?
Cindy, this is the 88 ADD promotion stream. If we stay on the same topic for more than 2 minutes, it's not the right stream for you. It's
Yeah.
we're all over the place.
My kids are like, have they figured out if she's guilty or not? Because I'm supposed to help make dinner. They're like, is she guilty or not yet? How does she not know? Did they not tell her? And I was like, that's not how court works. She doesn't know if she did it. And I was like, no, she says she didn't. Okay, then why don't they just let her go? I don't know.
Valid point. Valid point.
Celestial Force, it's not that it tastes like soap. It's some small percentage of the world have a gene that makes cilantro taste like soap. And
yes.
And
White
it's
rabbit
annoying.
apparently is also one.
Yeah, me, the white rabbit
Found
has
this
the
out this
same.
week, last week. Ooh, does that mean you're related? Gross.
Well, deep down, we all stem from Genghis Khan. But
No, honestly, Baker, I think we're part of the population that isn't part of Genghis Khan.
Well, then we all stem from.
Speak for yourself, Valhalla.
Yeah.
Obviously.
If anyone has the complexion of a steppe warrior, it's Mo.
It is. A step where there ain't no sunshine.
Yeah, if that steppe is on Greenland called inland ice.
Hey, he traveled far.
Yes.
Not that far. Not that far.
It's not a birth defect. It's a birth variation. It's not like we got extra fingers. I have all 9.
I think I'd rather have an extra finger than not be able to eat cilantro.
Yeah, coriander is. But if you go and eat at, especially Vietnamese food, has a lot of cilantro in it, and coriander is kind of the same thing. So yeah. But hey, we're all weird in some ways. Some of us can't eat cilantro. Some of us can't shotgun a beer.
We were attempting to find a crime scene at that time.
And apparently, the very lucky of us can't do either, right, Baker?
I could shotgun a beer if you didn't shake it first.
I didn't shake up anything.
I'm going to show you what's been marked: 86, 87, 88, 89.
The 10 people I
You
sprayed.
recognize these photographs?
Yeah, but that was way before the beers came out.
Well, that was
Yes,
just me
those are the
spreading.
photographs that I took that day at the funeral.
Okay. And are these photographs fair and accurate? Do they look like what it actually looked like that day in real life?
Yes.
All right, this time state 600 days, 86, 87, 88, and 90 in evidence.
86, 87, 88.
89 and 90.
United States exhibits 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, and 90 evidence.
But the worst thing is the Thai food smells so delicious, and I just take
and
one
then
bite.
It tastes like
Ugh.
I don't know if I've ever had Thai food before.
Okay, so
It's
you
good.
described when you went to Greg Rice's apartment that you began by taking over all photos. Is that
Yes.
You do the same procedure every time?
what
Yes.
in the 80s
So what is
is
it?
this
So that is
funeral
the-
home? If this
Sorry?
wasn't a funeral home on Dynasty, I don't know what else happened. Where did JR get shot?
In his office. I remember that
It looks
episode.
like a dentist instead of a.
Well, it's for the relatives you didn't like.
I thought it looked more like a car dealership. You open that big front door up all the way, drive the cars in and out right there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Helen, yes, this is what Jess Machado have said that court's off on Tuesday and Friday, but we'll find something else to do because now I'm kind of hooked on this case and I have to catch it up.
Of the funeral home.
Okay, let's go to 87.
That is the south end of the funeral home, and it shows the roll top door and the stack of the crematorium.
Okay, what 88?
So you can get your relatives burned off, and then you can go to the Golden Corral and get some nice. I don't know what food the Golden Corral serves, but
It's a buffet. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet.
what style of food?
All of it. It's got spaghetti, steak, fried chicken. It's desserts.
Yeah.
It's got everything.
It's
man.
everything. Mashed potatoes, gravy, macaroni and cheese.
Everything.
All the good stuff.
If you got 4 hours to kill and need to gain 20 pounds, we should go to Golden Corral sometime.
Well, I had that most mornings in Tennessee because it's not like the expert gets out of bed till at least past noon.
That's true. That's true.
But I'm thinking next time, if I'll ever get invited back after unaliving the White Rabbit with my diseases, I'm thinking I'm flying to Atlanta and driving up. That's way faster than doing the plane ride. Because
that would be faster.
It's a 9-hour flight, and I can fly directly from Copenhagen.
That would be way.
Can we demand that we see Margarita Rabbit?
If you listen, Mo, chat. Let me tell you something, brother. Margarita Rabbit is amazing. Amazing. I love Margarita Rabbit more than anything in the world. And if you have the opportunity to meet Margarita Rabbit, you need to take it, chat and Mo. You need to take it. It's epic.
I am there.
Epic.
Miller, we were talking about this yesterday. This morning? But apparently there was 2 people working in the parlor when they came in. We'll get to that later, I think. But I'm not good at buffets because people sneeze in it. I'm one of the people.
That is just another rear view of the funeral home showing the back door.
And 89.
That is the north side of the funeral home, another roll top garage door.
And while you were out there, did you notice anything relevant to this investigation in the exterior of that building?
Yes.
Did you photograph and collect it?
Yes.
What did you notice?
There was a zip tie, black and color zip tie.
That's a hate crime.
I would be so upset.
Yeah.
Tofu. I think we've. Ew, tofu.
See you later, Gina. The tofu is like a brain. You can stick your finger through it. Ew.
Ew, gross.
When Dr. La Posada said that, oh my gosh.
My breakfast every day was my blue stuffing Twinkie.
Also, ew, gross.
Blue.
I would actually eat the crap out of that thing. I've never had one.
That sounds
Blue
pretty good, to be
stuffing
fair.
Twinkies. Yeah, I'd definitely give it a try.
I never whine. I never ever whine.
It's on the
I
ground.
think a lot.
All right, this, I'm gonna show you, can we have 90, please? Okay, is this a photograph of the zip tie you have?
Yes,
Did you collect that zip tie?
I did.
And I'm just handing you what's been marked as Texas at 91. Is that zip tie you found?
Yes.
How do you know?
It has my initials on it.
Okay.
So to find a zip tie 4 years later.
Are you out of a funeral home?
Yeah, the funeral home that had its cameras disabled and its alarm disabled.
After completing these overall photos and collecting the zip tie, did you move to the interior of that building?
I did.
Can you describe what it looks like when you first walk in there?
When you first walk in, there's a ramp that they use to bring the bodies in and out. And when you go through the back door, there's another ramp to the garage that contains 2 coolers to place bodies in different stages or processing through the funeral home. And straight through, you have a kitchen, you have all the business offices in the front of the funeral home, a kitchen, some viewing rooms and a chapel. And to the left, through the back door, you have a little holding room, then the embalming room where they process the bodies, and then further to the left, another ramp, and that's where the crematorium is.
Did you mention coolers? I believe you did.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
did you take a picture of those items?
I did.
I'm going to approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 102, 105 to 96. Let's start with 102 and 105. Are those photographs you took?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Are they fair and accurate representations of what it actually looks like?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state seeks to introduce 102 and 105 in evidence and publish to the jury.
Any objection? No. State's Exhibits 102 and 105 admitted in evidence.
We have 102, please.
Yeah, they went through it. I just skipped through it.
What are we looking at in this photo?
That is a view of 2 coolers that are used to hold bodies.
So the body's just
Yes,
there
more.
beside close to the door?
Yes.
I was gonna
Okay,
say I
let's
was
look at
expecting
105,
much
please.
larger refrigerant equipment.
What is this picture?
That is a view of a stack of cardboard boxes that they use to store some of the bodies in for various reasons.
Okay. Do you have to put them together first?
You have to fold them like a normal box.
And then to the left there, what is that you can see?
That's the cooler on the right.
Okay, is that the same cooler? Can we go back to 102, please? Just, I think you can see the
Right.
boxes in 102.
Yes, to the right.
Okay, so they're there.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Did you also locate some items of relevance at the Myrtle Beach funeral home, other than the zip tie and stuff?
I did.
Okay, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 96. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, that is my photograph.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of what you actually saw that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state seeks to introduce Exhibit 96 in evidence and publish to the jury.
Any objection?
It's one item.
All right, State's Exhibit 96 admitted in evidence without objection.
And 96 and published to the jury. Okay, why did you take this picture?
That is a picture in the embalming room of some sheets that were folded up in the cabinet.
And did anything strike you about those sheets?
Yes. The one you see there, marked my item 20, is a white sheet with a blue thread.
Why was that? Why did that catch your attention?
It is similar to the one that was recovered with the victim.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit.
But again, it's not like it's the standard they use here because you have 4 different sheets. Again, all of this is very circumstantial. It's kind of like in the Karen Tyler case where, yeah, we found these racks and it's totally the same thing. It's
Yeah, that makes sense, I think.
Oh, I did not know that.
I think they burned them with the casket in Denmark. So I'm not sure. But again, is this a very specific one that can't be gotten anywhere else than if you shop at crematoriums or us? Because I'm pretty sure at least one person in chat has this bed sheet at home, or the pink one up here.
It looks like one that they would use in a hospital. Like the hospital down the street probably has 37,000 of those sheets.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, if they can link it back to a medical supply company. But the problem is that you have evidence that they're using, it looks like, leftover or not those standard sheets as well.
Yeah.
Well, Mo, I don't know if you've thought about it yet or not, but I would assume that they get a large majority of their bodies directly from the hospital. And I don't think they send them naked.
No, they probably come in on a
homes.
Yeah, but that could be either from nursing homes or these could just be from home, because this looks like something people would have at their home. So are these so highly specific that it could only have been these 2 people using it? Because, and again, if it's from we burn dead people, us, there's more than one
Why are we
mortuary.
keeping the sheets that the dead people came in Why are we washing those and then saving them for later?
Well,
says they
Mo,
wash them?
everybody they encounter is dead, right? They're in the business of the dead. So
Yeah, but I'm not going sheet shopping there. I'm not like, oh, you know what? I could really use a fitted sheet right now. This one matches my bed.
The people that are using that sheet, I don't think are going to complain, if you catch my drift.
Yeah, it could be from a motel as well.
Could be anywhere.
Is that the sheet? Did you collect that sheet first of all?
Yes, my initials and the date, and that is the sheet.
Okay. Do you know the state would like to admit exhibit 132 evidence of published material?
Yes, sir. I don't believe we be used and accepted as proof of similarity with any other apparel, clothing, blanket sheets. It's not evidence.
States exhibit 132, admitted evidence over the
Not going to publish it. Did you take any DNA swabs from anywhere in the home?
We did.
From where?
That's why we cover another case while everything's going on. So we don't sit here and speculate, because the big problem about being on Verdict Watch is if you have nothing else, you'll sit here and speculate and you'll talk yourself into some headspace. We talk about dead people in sheets just to keep our minds occupied. That's why you watch it on Broken Baker instead of every other channel. We also discuss ginger ale, cilantro, and tofu. Ugh.
At the back door, at the ramp, on the wall behind the cooler, I believe in the embalming room.
Did any of those yield any information relevant to this case?
No.
And you've already described the particular challenges you faced in processing the body transport van. Were there any particular challenges you faced in processing the funeral?
Yes, the same challenges, the way that the building is utilized through the process of multiple deceased people for various reasons.
Okay, I'm going to turn your attention to November 17, 2020. Did you on that day process items of evidence that have previously been seen?
I did.
Okay, when you process items, do you take photos of it?
I do.
I wouldn't like to do that.
Other than that, we have no objection to one or something. What is 106?
in evidence over defendant's objection. States exhibit 107 admitted into evidence without objection.
Okay, I'm going to first show you what's been marked as States 106.
That is my photograph.
Okay, what's
in the lab.
Can we put 106? Can we publish these in the reviews? 106 up on the TV. Well, we've seen this. You know where that item was seized from?
Megan Jackson's house.
And were you able to locate a serial number on that box that goes with the gun?
Yes.
Just to be clear, was there a gun in that box?
No.
Okay. And based on the serial number, did law enforcement were able to perform a trace on that gun?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
We sign into what's called e-trace, which is through the ATF, and we notate the information on the box, but we notate that it was a box only, and it provides or can provide the purchaser or owner information.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked and admitted. It states exhibit 107. Is that a certified copy of that trace performed on that gun?
It is.
Okay. And if you don't mind, who does it show is the purchaser of that gun?
Gregory Vincent Rice.
And were you able to perform a search to determine if that gun had ever been reported stolen?
Yes.
Was it ever reported stolen?
No.
And again, where was it found?
Megan Jackson's house, residence.
In addition to everything else we talked about.
Yeah, especially when he brought
were you
it.
also tasked with taking search?
Hey, Farrell, good morning. No,
nope.
Nothing has happened at all today. We are 8.5 hours in. Nothing has happened. All that's happened is Bev have denied a defense suggested verdict slip, which I think made it more clear, but was still a little too confusing for me. But that is all that's happened today. Is her defense from the public defender's
No.
office? No, she has a private office. It's a dad, 2 sons team, and the sister is working back at the office. I didn't rig Nightbot to give you 0%. That's I was talking to Farrell last week, and she said she met Lefty in real life, and the swayshare of Bukaki and Brian Higgins is at least 1 million times higher than Lefty.
Items of evidence to SLED, the state law enforcement division.
I was.
And what does that entail? How do you do that?
We decide what we feel needs to go to SLED, and we request further processing. I will sign out the items from evidence, place them in my vehicle, and immediately travel to SLED in Columbia to be turned over to their evidence division.
Okay, and are those items, when you take them to SLED, in your sole custody and control?
Yes.
I'm just going to show you quickly what's been previously admitted as 141. There's some orange tabs on here because you did a lot of stuff. You might just looking at that and verifying that you actually transported those items to SLED.
MG, you went to law school. Don't you try and use math.
How dare you, sir? How dare you?
Unless you're going to giggle like Jackson when Dr. Wolf uses math. Oh, you stop it. Possibly the cutest moment of the entire trial.
No, that wasn't a good question. I'm pretty sure asking Brandon what a word means isn't a good question.
Oh, it's just the orange ones. I'm sorry. There's a lot. I have to help you.
This is what we've heard as well.
Oh, that's returned. Okay, yes, submitted by. I'm sorry. Yes, submitted by.
No, it's Monday today, so Tuesday, Wednesday is on the placket as well. But
4-day break during verdict watch seems
That
crazy,
sounds
doesn't it?
really weird.
yeah, I've never seen that before. Normally, you would keep them extra. You don't give them a day off now and again. But if we should just, because Brandon really want to talk about the Karen Reed stuff, having it go to 8 hours and 40 minutes where it is right now means that they are absolutely not clear on second degree. I think second degree is off the table when we're 8 hours in. I don't think there's any way they can land on a guilty plea on the second degree. I think, like last time, they are stuck somewhere in the OUI. Manslaughter, accidental manslaughter, or the clean OUI. This is, again, what they're stuck on. Normally, within 4 hours is where you get, if they know what they're going to vote, is within the first 4 hours. This case, I think they are stuck on the second charge again. I don't think they have a second degree murder when they have gone this far. They would have been back within 4 hours if they all were agreeing on that. Or if there was 1 or 2 holdouts, they would have browbeaten them into saying, okay, second degree.
How late is Bev letting them stay, or?
No words. She's going to ask them about now, actually, if they want to stay late. She normally said she would ask at 3:30 or 4 o'clock, I think. Sorry. I always jinx them.
Damn it, Baker.
Yeah, I know.
Dang it, Baker. It's always your fault.
Thursday is a federal holiday. What are you celebrating Thursday?
That's a very good question, Baker.
Juneteenth.
Juneteenth is
Yes.
Friday. Thursday.
That's Thursday. Well, then we can catch up on this trial.
Sorry, I was just looking at that.
One can talk at a time, before we get to.
Sorry. So my name is in there, submitted by. I'm looking for the signature, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's it. Thank you, Sergeant Phillips. Please answer any questions on the next matter.
How you doing?
Good.
Good. You were just talking about showing pictures of Myrtle Beach Funeral Home.
Yes, sir.
When were you out there, looking at Myrtle Beach Funeral Home?
The 17th, I believe,
Oh,
October
what year?
2020.
Okay, so at that time, were you investigating it as a possible single crime?
I was.
And you've introduced that object that you took from there, and gone over and told us, that's exhaustive, and you don't have anything else that you collected.
I did collect other items, but they are not the items that are submitted to court at this time.
These are not the items you're looking for.
Including the evidence, right?
Yeah.
All of the items are submitted to evidence.
Have you investigated another crime scene in connection with this issue?
No.
Okay, you investigated a missing person at Mr. Rice's apartment, is that correct?
Correct.
But he did.
Apparently, the defense team is going back to the courthouse right now, most likely to have Bev say, I sent them a note and the jury wants to end for the day.
Doing investigation after the other crime scene changed. You heard about that, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't go out to that area and conduct any kind of search in December of 2024?
No, I was not assigned a crime scene.
Now, isn't it true that DNA lasts a long time?
It depends on where it's left, what it's left on, and the weather.
Well, they dug up bodies still have it, right?
I'm not a DNA expert.
All right, thank you.
Because that goes to John. Sorry.
I think in your report, was there a toothbrush that you collected?
There was.
And you submitted that to Lynn?
I did.
Or maybe approach. That you collected, that was transported to SWIFT.
Yes, sir.
Were done by you personally?
What do you mean by done? Collected by?
Taken.
Oh,
and
taken.
handed off to the.
Yes.
You did that. You handed it.
That's what the report says submitted.
Oh, and if any of you ever watched Sean at the golf, he claims the verdict is in. He's also the guy that claimed the FBI would make sure this never went to trial in the first place, and that Proctor was fired 6 months before he got fired. But his team of 5 and his inside sources are getting all the hottest stuff.
But you remember that, right?
That was 5 years ago, or close to 5 years ago, but that's why I used the documentation in the chain.
Well, I understand. It's a problem for all of us at length of time, but you don't remember delivering those items personally.
I've delivered tons of items to SLED. If the report says that I submitted it and I took it to SLED, then I did.
Was Dudley involved in this?
She is a supervisor over evidence. Not sure.
She go with you to SWIFT?
No.
You want me to question?
All right.
As I told you in the opening charges, you and you alone decide the facts of this case. And you decide those facts based upon the testimony of witnesses and any other exhibits.
Friday afternoon, we do arms because if you want to be in the back of a C class sticking your meat mass where she rips ass, your arms better be effing swollen.
That's pretty good.
That was a good one.
That was pretty good. Let's go.
Terrible.
You're terrible, terrible. Now I'm going to wake up to
Terrible.
another bout of, who's that Brandon? Why do you have him as a mod? Because he's effing funny.
Pretty much.
Hey, Jamester.
Hi.
Hi, Jamie.
Hi.
I missed you.
I'll turn this up. I'm back.
I missed you. I'm glad you're back.
Oh, I missed you guys too.
Makes my soul happy. Mo can't say that. She doesn't have a soul.
Nope.
Oh, she's a redhead.
Sold it for a cookie.
Yeah, it's okay. I accept you. I accept you anyway, Mo.
Yeah.
That are introduced into evidence. I decide the law. Well, there's an issue of law that has come up. When I discuss the law with the attorneys, it often requires us to reference factual issues. But what I say and what the attorneys say is not evidence. So we don't want you to be influenced by anything that we say when we discuss the law. We
So
don't want
get
that to
out.
influence your decision as to what the facts are. And that's why we excuse that. In any event, and give you a little break, leave your notepads in the jury box, do not discuss the case.
Let's hear what they're arguing about.
But if I am correct in hearing what Captain Phillips said, all evidence or all items they collect are sent to SLED. I believe that was read. I believe she testified to that. If that is true, then that means that the toothbrush that she listed would have also gone to SLED. She was submitted. We then had a little quick discussion. He asked if the toothbrush went to SLED. He asked if Tori Dudley took the toothbrush to SLED. Captain Phillips said, no, man, we don't have the answer to that. She said no. We can read it all back. I have something on my phone that says otherwise. And that's the problem. Well, the problem is I really do not wish to hear that out in public. And the fact that I don't want to make accusations because I know this person to be a very good person. And I think this is just a slip up, but I want to make sure it is noted because I have been.
Oh, I haven't seen your phone. You're going to have to address it.
Yes,
You want
sir.
to put it in the record. You're going to have to, for the court to address it, it's going to have to be put in the record.
Ma'am, a brief moment of indulgence.
Yes, you can take it every time you need, but I can't address anything that's not part of the record.
Mr. I
No.
I understand.
What in the gummy bears is going on?
They're saying they didn't turn a phone.
I'm not going to be looking at any phones or anything like that.
Apparently, she claimed that all evidence she got was turned over to SLED. But he has a list of evidence that's not the same list of evidence that's turned over to SLED, or SLED didn't give him because a toothbrush was turned over and that's not on the list, or it's on the list and it's not on the other list. Yeah. I don't know.
I understand.
But he's saying he absolutely that's not
But this chain matches what he's saying, and that's not the witness testified to. What I asked the witness
I heard what
was.
you testified to.
You know, and
Now, he's saying, are you saying what's on your phone?
I actually think the prosecution is just as shady because we've seen them try to sneak a few things in.
Yeah.
Super bushy.
Phone is what they had put in.
it's the same thing, right?
If we were to believe what the testimony has been said so far, Your Honor, then she says that she collected all of the evidence and sent it, took it, personally delivered to
Please read it back.
Please,
What she said.
Hold on. On your phone, is that what she has?
Are you talking the toothbrush?
Now, when I say.
When are we stopping by to get pizza? And why are you making pizza at 9 o'clock in the evening? Well, I still want pizza.
Sounds like the perfect time to have pizza.
Right? Who did like acting like
When,
that's
what
abnormal.
time? Yeah, I know. Like, what time is a
9
bad
p.m.
time for pizza?
If I had a pizza oven at home, every minute would be pizza o'clock.
If you were making a pizza at 9 a.m., I would have more questions than 9 p.m.
Well, I can't have pizza because I'm fat.
Yeah, so we have a clear record.
This is State's Exhibit 141. Item 1 on the sledgehammer custody is one heat seal pouch containing a toothbrush of Gregory Rice alternative standard. It was submitted by Lori Dudley of the Horry County Police Department. When I questioned this witness, I handed her this document, which has a number of orange tabs on it. I said, please look at the tab items. You did it. You took a lot of items to SLED. Will you verify that you took those items to SLED? And that's what she did. She never testified that she took a toothbrush to SLED or that she took every item of evidence collected in this case to SLED. That would be absurd. She said that
I understood that she said she took the items to SLED.
Yeah, she actually said I took a lot of items to SLED but that's what she said to the defense. But she did tell, I took the items to SLED to the state. Well, I didn't eat a lot of pasta. I would have liked to eat more pasta. But I've been sick for a week, so I can't eat what I want.
I ate venison stroganoff for lunch, also with pasta, but it was egg noodles.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So you didn't have pasta, you had egg noodles.
It's still pasta.
Yeah, I thought pasta equals egg noodle. Like not
No,
all
egg noodle
pasta.
is not pasta. Pasta is made from durum wheat.
From what?
Durum wheat.
Durum
It has
wheat.
a higher. It has a higher protein count.
Yeah.
DURUM wheat. It's an Italian wheat sauce. It's an old wheat sauce. It's really good if you want to make like slow rising flours, sourdough bread. Use that because it'll absorb more water.
certain items of evidence.
She said toothbrush. She said toothbrush.
So we got a problem.
She said that she submitted, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to talk over her. She said she submitted the items into evidence, not that she took them to slab, and I think you should bring it back, because that's what I heard.
All right, let's put back what you just testified to under cross-examination. Now, Mr. Brennan, when he came back up, they took a little break. And
is that right?
Yes. Tommy Brennan and Case Brennan talked, so start right there.
Well, but she's in Britain. Britain, it's 9 o'clock because it's 10 o'clock my time.
I think in the report, was there a toothbrush?
There was.
And you submitted that sled?
I did.
All right, that's fine. She said she submitted it, so.
Well,
Yeah, that can't go, don't say that at all.
well, Your Honor,
What are you asking me to do? I mean, we're in cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
And you can bring out any discrepancy.
Yes, sir.
On cross-examination.
And Your Honor, the reason I wanted to approach this office is because it's not obvious. And unfortunately, I'm trying to abide by what we need to do here so we can keep on page. But that information came solely to me. I do not believe that it is been sent to me in any kind of way to me. But the problem for me, Your Honor, personally, is I have a complaint filed against me already in this case, prior. I don't know how to address that without bringing up everything, because everything that gets done is going to be scrutinized for me for later. Now, that has nothing to do with me bearing on this case. But I got some information that if I don't bear out, or at least figure out what the chain of custody has to do with it, I don't feel very.
I still don't understand what you're asking me to do.
We're not admitting the toothbrush.
I'm talking to Mr. Brennan right now. Please quit interrupting, okay?
Okay.
All right. I still don't understand what you're asking me to do.
Spicy.
I believe
Judge.
that they are trying to introduce some evidence in a backwards way.
Let's back up.
Yes, sir.
Let's start off. I'll let you explain. But starting off, what are you asking me to do? Suppress evidence, strike the testimony,
Yes, sir.
dismiss the case, or what?
Suppress evidence, strike the testimony, and dismiss the case.
All right, and that's based upon what?
Nice.
Information of an improper chain of custody based on the belief, the text I have, that Ms. Dudley delivered the toothbrush to SLED, and that Captain Phillips is now testifying and just did that she delivered the toothbrush to SLED.
Oh, Captain Phillips is a liar.
The problem here, this is here. I haven't had a strain of evidence connecting, except that it looks like they're having an affair. Now we're going to have somebody testify that she delivered the toothbrush, but she didn't. And she's an officer of the law.
All right, I'm denying your motion.
Yes, sir.
Still in cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
You've got the exhibit with the chain of custody. She just testified that she delivered it. You can cross-examine with the chain of custody to show any discrepancies in her testimony.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Anything from the state before we bring the jury?
Yes, sir.
Anything from the defense? All right, let's bring the jury.
Is that why he looks so defeated? And he's just slumping? He already has like a bar complaint for God only knows what, Miami Vice?
Yeah. He seems a little out there.
Yeah, he definitely seemed a little twitchy in that little transaction.
Just that defense lawyer has a tick. I think he has some problems.
Now, for you, realize the significance of chain of custody documents.
I do.
Problem.
You know, we testified earlier, you don't have any personal recollection of delivering these items to SLED.
some of the items, I do not have the personal recollection of that particular day.
So you based your testimony on reading a report, not on your personal recollection.
And the chain.
No, it was a Pepsi diet.
We can review the
Pepsi.
chain. I would like, may I have the copy of the chain if he wants to?
No, this is cross-examination.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
All right, go ahead.
If he's going to ask me specifically, I'd like to have it. Thank you, sir. You may ask your question again, please, sir.
I've already asked you all on that.
Okay.
You don't personally remember the transport that SLED?
No, I used the report.
There's a lot of spice going on in this courtroom.
Yeah. Apparently there will be a bigger blow up later.
Outstanding.
This one.
That is all.
Thank you, sir. Sergeant Phillips. I'm gonna hand you the tape, I have to stand up for Sergeant McCoy.
Oh, that's fine.
Now, I'm gonna coach with Exhibit 141. We just heard testimony, I believe the defense asked you specifically about a toothbrush.
Yes, I collected the toothbrush
And where did you collect that toothbrush?
from the victim's residence to use as an alternate standard.
Okay, I believe the defense also asked you some questions about items you took the sleds. Can you
Yes.
tell me, did you take the toothbrush sled? It's sled item 1.
No, Lori Dudley took it to SLED and put it in the lockers there.
So Mr. Brennan just asked you, do you have a personal, so first of all, let's start out. I just questioned you, you did a whole lot of stuff in this case, is that correct?
I did.
Did you collect, how many items of evidence do you think you collected?
Hundreds.
And do you have a specific recollection of collecting each item of evidence?
I do not.
What do you rely on to determine whether you collected an item?
My reports in the chain,
Okay. Why do police departments keep chain of custody?
There's that chain
just to
of
say
custody.
where the evidence goes and that nobody has tampered with it.
Does it also identify each person who may have participated or touched each item of evidence?
Yes.
Do you have an independent recollection of collecting each item of evidence?
Not each item, but I utilize my placard numbers and photographs.
Do you have an independent recollection of transporting each and every item of evidence you collect to SLED when you transport it?
No.
How do you recall when you transfer something to SLED?
I use their chain.
When I questioned you earlier and asked you to look at the orange tab items, are the orange tab items the items you submitted to SLED?
Yes.
And I believe that you had a difficult time kind of determining that because it's.
I didn't see my name right away.
Okay. Is that a voluminous document?
Yes.
And then the defense asked you specifically if you took SLED item 1, the toothbrush to SLED, and what did you say?
I said I had, but I submitted it, not transport. So I collected it, and when we say submitted it to SLED, I request it. But for their verbiage, they use submit.
Okay. So if there's a difference between your recollection and the chain of custody, which one is correct?
The chain.
And when you were answering the questions put to you by the defense, did they hand you that chain to look at?
No.
No further questions.
All right.
They have to look for every little detail they can find to try and help you.
Oh, you know what I mean? This witness be released from.
They just had a break. Why do you need another break?
Anything from the defense? Yes, sir. All right, we'll take about 10 minutes break and we'll come back. Before we run the jury in,
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
anything from the defense?
No, sir.
And rumor has it that Bev ordered everyone back for 4:20. And we just passed 9 hours of jury deliberation, 9 hours and 50 seconds.
Raise your right hand and raise your left hand about. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence
SLED,
presented before this case is the truth, the whole truth,
S-L-E-D,
and nothing
like in the Murdoch case.
Thank you. Could you just state your name and then spell your last name for the court?
My name is Taurean Hodges, Taurean, last name Hodges, Hodges.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hodges.
It's the boys.
My office is located 201 Chartwell Court, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina 29588.
What is your business
Boxing
called?
himself.
Inlet Premier Implant and Cosmetic Dentistry.
What's the nature of your business?
I'm a dentist.
Does your practice maintain dental records for its patients?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those records kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, ma'am.
And as the owner of that business, are you a custodian?
You're
of
the
those records?
dentist?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the victim in this case Gregory
Yeah.
Rice, a patient of Premier Implants?
Looks like
Yes,
a
ma'am.
detective.
Patient, sorry. Directing your attention to early November 2020, were you asked to provide Greg Rice's dental records to law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you or someone in your office provide those records to law
Yes,
enforcement?
ma'am, I did.
Your Honor, I'm approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 13. Will you take a look at that, please?
That's not Danny T. Jeez, oh Pete. No, he's got like a really deep, like
That
authoritative
is a
voice,
deep-
and I was like, he's a dentist.
Beautiful voice.
You like
It's
yelling at people for not brushing their teeth. It'd be funny.
Are those the records you provided for Gregory Rice?
Not flossing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, this time the state would like to introduce Exhibit 13.
I don't know. He could probably get my boys to brush and floss.
That's what I mean. Like, he could get you to floss.
Thank
You'd
you,
be like,
Dr. Hodges. We have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination. Yes, sir, Your Honor. All right, you may sit.
You may do what you're
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Please release the purpose of the
Very good, thank you. Second, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Sergeant Ken Marcus.
you guys are the worst.
Terrible. Terrible.
Terrible.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Probably to testify that they got the dental record from him, and then someone will testify
My name's
that
Ken
they
Marcus,
find
and my last name is Marcus.
Now, Your Honor. Thank you.
that
Sergeant
matches
Marcus, where
with
do you
his
work?
dental.
I work with the Horry County Police Department.
How long have you been there?
18 years now.
What is your current assignment?
My current assignment is working with our criminal intelligence unit. I'm an analyst, the supervising analyst for that.
Do you have any other?
I don't know if it's the accent, but it sounds like he said anal cyst. Anal cysts are not fun.
Yeah.
Don't have an anal cyst. Let's switch over to this
Anal
because
cyst.
apparently they were called back to come back in about a minute. So let's just stay here and see if they come back. And I can close this down because if they get sent home, we go to bed. It's 10:20.
I know.
I'm gonna be
My
honest,
boys
I'm
are
struggling.
like, "Are you almost done yet?"
You're struggling? We've only been streaming for 7 hours and 45 minutes.
I'm struggling.
Where has the day gone?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I put on Twitter that Bev has called people back for 420, not the fun type, but the time. So, well,
Why is
Donna
she
T,
calling them back? Like,
because
she wants
she
to go
is the one
home.
communicating with the jury. If the jury have said, "Hey, we want to go home," it's her job to call the two parties.
Well,
The
yeah.
jury can't call the defense team and say, "Hey, come back in an hour."
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I think she's the one's, hey, you guys want to go home? Because we want to go home. You know, she's not saying
Yeah.
that without saying that. But I said it, I guarantee it's probably that, maybe not the jury being like, we're ready
Well,
to
she
go.
has
But
thoroughly trained them to not work after
Yeah.
4.
exactly.
Yeah. Well, at least today they've been there for like 7 hours. They've done something today. What time did they start? They started at 9 o'clock, so they have been doing 7 hours today. We don't know if they're going home, Watchdog. Are her notes part of the record? Good question. Oh, yeah, all the notes she sent since 11 this morning. Hey, you want to go home now? Did you know you
Yeah.
could beat the traffic if you go home now? I'm not saying that we could take tomorrow off, but if you want to take tomorrow off, I'll go to the Cape.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, she's in there like, oh, you guys good? You ready? I mean, anybody feeling tired? You want to go? Come on.
I don't know what they had for lunch. Yes, court will be closed for Juneteenth and the day after. Thursday, Friday, it's closed, which I don't understand why they just can't work. But normally you would have the jury work over weekends and stuff, but this court, nah, take a couple of days off.
Yeah, and if they don't have anything by Thursday, like, that's insane
Wednesday.
to take days off. Wednesday they have off?
No, Wednesday. They if they don't have anything Wednesday, they don't come back till Monday.
That's what I mean. That's crazy. When you're in the middle of a verdict, like deliberation, no way.
We have audio from court. Thank you so much for your work today, jury.
We're back in session. You may be seated.
All right, jurors, we appreciate how hard you've worked today. It's been a long day. I'm going to send you home. So I do have to give you those cautions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Be careful with your social media use. And I think what's a good idea to do is when you leave here, just leave the case here. Literally, figuratively, just clear your heads. Beautiful day, get some fresh air, and we'll see you tomorrow. Okay? Thank you.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, call me.
For things like this, she needs to just relax and let it go.
All right. So we'll see everybody tomorrow morning, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right.
All righty.
9 hours, 7 minutes, and 28 seconds is where the clock ended for today. We are now in the everything can happen territory. In my opinion, I don't believe second degree is still on the plate, but I have jinxed more verdict watches than most people. She probably sent a note back asking, "Are you about done?" And they said, "Nope." And then she said, "Okay, we're going to send you home." Because if they were like, "Yeah, we're just filling out the papers," they would have waited. So it doesn't seem like they are just about to sign the papers. Everyone is getting kind of upset about it. But again, it was a 32-day trial. The last trial, it took them 17 hours to come back and say, "Well, we're hung." I would expect at this point they are fighting over which of the lesser included in the manslaughter charge. They want to find her guilty in, because if they were going to give her a clean slate, they would have been out. If they were going to find her guilty in murder, they would have been out. That's what I feel. But again, I don't know anything. I have no insights. It's just what I think.
Yeah.
It's been 7 hours, almost 8 hours. My voice is shut. Mo and I are both reeling from Rabbit's disease.
Yeah.
Invites us to come over and visit her, and then she makes us all sick. Yeah, I'm blaming her, even though I gave her the disease. I'll be back in the morning, probably start around the same time as today. Mo and Valhalla will join me as much as they want. I will continue with the PD River unaliving case. Mo, what are you going to do, brother?
I will be doing mornings with Mo as always tomorrow, and then I will probably do some morning watch, the Little River PD River trial. Then in the afternoon, I may hang out too, I don't know, or go hang out with the children.
Sounds like a good plan. Valhalla is going to put on a goat stream or a goat walk or whatever he does. Brendan, okay, tomorrow I won't be here. Valhalla won't be here. Mo won't be here. We'll just put the fan on, and you can sit and yell at that.
That checks out.
I'm going to set up a Brandon only stream where he can just sit and yell at the fan. You're going too slow.
gosh, that would be
Going too
great.
slow. Yeah,
It's
he
like
just said
NASCAR.
South Carolina.
Just a bunch of left turns, right?
Well, I should.
That would be fun.
What stream are you on tonight, Valhalla?
I don't know. I just got a link sent to me by MG for a men's show stream tonight. I didn't know anything about it. Wasn't
Tonight, Valhalla will have menses.
11 p.m. Eastern.
11 p.m. Valhalla's menses. Go check it out.
Channel.
Spade and neuter your local PDF file. Maps belong on the wall. Feedlot chippy.
Later.
Yes, I did examine his lower extremities. That is protocol in any case of suspected impact with a motor vehicle. So I did examine his legs and I did not see any evidence of an impact site.
Just pin it.